on. Yep.
Test.
Testing, testing.
All right.
Have you got headphones or anything?
Welcome to track 2 of Quad Save the Queen. Sorry we're a little bit late. We are now live on YouTube. For those that are watching, we're just going to get some more cameras and scoreboards happening, but we'll try and follow the action here.
Has your laptop got a control panel for talking to people? Has your laptop got the control panel for talking to people?
I just closed it, so I wasn't using the additional.
Oh yeah. So we can turn the video off and just leave the text through it. Maybe just mount that here.
I'm just putting other laptops around too, so we're actually live.
All right, so we have the Perth West Coast Evils up against the SRDL Assassins. We are 20 minutes into the game. Assassins are leading 63 to West Coast Evils 39.
Oh, they headphone jack.
And Moody jamming for the Assassins. She's got lead jammer and already picked up 5 points this jam.
Gonna pass your laptop up and up here. This SDI converter's fucking fake. It's hot shit that drops out. That's our SDI converter. Not coming through at the moment, so.
Moody calls that jam. 14 points added to the Assassins total. It's now 77, plays 39. Team timeout by Perth West Coast Evils here. Alrighty, we're back on. Rotten Roller for the Assassins now with lead jammer. Still 77, plays 39. You can see we have 21 people tuned in, so again, apologies for the delay getting set up. Getting power and a few other things in the venue was causing us some technical issues. We should have a scoreboard feed coming in very shortly, as well as some more cameras, hopefully. Rotten Roller picks up the 5 points, calls it off. Perth manages to sneak 2 in there though. That brings their total to 41. With Assassins up to 82. We have 6.5 minutes left in the first period.
Did you find some headphones, Jared? I got some in the car.
Right, and Perth had called an official review on that. AC Rampage and Assassins Captain Slayer Kenny go in. Head ref game over, in consultation with the captains now. All right, we can hopefully hear audio here. Not really though. Hopefully you guys can hear us at home. I believe the Perth were challenging the call off by the Assassins jammer there. Obviously, Assassins now have pure energy lining up, so that call stands, and Perth will lose their official review. 6 minutes exactly left on the period clock. 82 plays 41.
And the Assassin's Jammer is made it through, and she's passing around the track.
Good execution on that power jam by the West Coast Eagles. They read the incoming offense very clearly. Pack sped right up, and they just sucked off half a lap for pure energy. She does get through though and picks up the 5 points. Ooh, and as a treat for you at home, we now have a second camera. Needs a little bit of white balancing and some focus, but we'll be switching to that shortly. Yep.
White balance, but that's what I do for now.
Oh, and the Perth Jammer is sent to the box for a track cut right as Energy calls it. Brings the Assassins total for that jam, I believe, to 13. There's the points. So this is going to start as a power jam start for the Assassins. The refs call an official timeout though. I believe it's for some track repair, as you can see there. How's that camera looking? A little bit softer. Whoa. Let's just get a drift up towards the roof. Do something about it.
Just a temporary technical difficulty here. We're going to go back to camera 1 for you. The timeout has ended and we're heading into a power jam.
You can stick those in if you want to hear what's happening. I'm going to go over here and do double duty. Whoa, we've lost that camera. Alright, just doing a bit of double duty here while we pick things up, so I apologise if my camera operating / commentary is failing.
He's doing a great job, I'd say. Bit of both. You should see it, it's magical. So we've got Power Putt doing a power jam here.
We've lost vision. Something's wrong with the vision cable. No one's lost vision. There's something unplugged.
And the Evils jammer has made it back onto the track now.
I'd say power pout. 5 points for the Assassins there. Goes for the apex jump, kind of aborts, but stays in bounds. This Assassin's four wall, though, really holding back the Perth jammer. She finally gets through. Power Pout coming up for another pass. It's 9 already this jam. No, 14 already this jam. Oh, okay. Power, maybe? Power Pout calls it 16 points added for the Assassins. They're now 111 to 41 with 2 minutes 16 left in the period. Moody Bitch lining up for the Assassins. I
And
can't quite see the number of the Perth skater.
Fatality for the Perth jammer.
Moody picks up lead, but recycled all the way to the back of the pack. The Assassin's pack pops her through, but Stacey DC picking up a penalty for her efforts. It's all right. I just can't actually hear you, so I don't know if you're speaking or not. Quick 4 points picked up by Moody there, 115 to 41. We've got just 1 minute left in the first period here. Rock and roll now jamming for the Assassins. Again, I can't actually see the number on the Perth skater. Do you want to pick the best camera angle now that we've got two? All right, we should have 2 cameras operating now, so hopefully you'll get a bit more of the action. And Rotten Roller picks up the track cut. It's going to lead Perth to attempt to score unopposed, but Peggy Spew and Stacey Deasy are going to have something to say about that. Slayer, Kenny and Stacks come into the penalty box, and we are at halftime. Final points just being added to the board. It's going to bring us to 119 Assassins to 41 West Coast Evils. Again, apologies for the late start here. We're going to try and get the scoreboard feed going into the live stream so you can keep watching at home, and we'll fix up the audio and some of this camera work. We'll catch you in about 15 minutes. Mint joining the 3-wall. Still holding Moody Bitch right at the back of the pack. And Peacock picks up lead jammer. Moody Bitch sent to the box for a penalty, and Slayer Kenny picks up her 7th, and she is fouled out of here. This is exactly what Perth need. 5 points on the clock, signaled by Jam Ref Totterod. Nicely there by Wood, and our 2 minutes has expired.
That's good.
I'm just seeing on our YouTube control panel, our stream status is now good. So welcome back, everyone at home. Sorry for that dropout. We've got 1 minute 56 left to play here in the first game of day 1 at Quad Save the Queen. Assassins are leading 254 to West Coast Evils 79, but that last jam definitely in favour of Perth. 12 points to 4 scored. Era fighting against a strong 2-wall of Feral Streep and Juicy Vengeance at the back. Thorson with some big, strong offense levels Juicy Vengeance. Doesn't help get Ophelia Terra out of bounds as she gets recycled on a 3-wall. Looks like Lieb has just fouled out. She's just picked up her 7th. There's 1 foul and a piece. Stacey DC coming to the box for the Assassins. No jammer through. Sorry, that was Rotten Roller on her scoring pass. She picks up 5. Perth still on the score on the initial pass, so just waiting for the final word from the officials, but it looks like a solid win to the Assassins, 268-79, with that final 5 points added by Power Pound. Final score has been signalled by the officials. That's it.
Versus the Northside Jammer 182 it is. Just bear with me a second. Spink.
With an exclamation mark.
Nice
so number
defense.
4 is getting through the pack.
Nice defense by Convict there. Quick assist off the line. Got their jammer through into lead.
Excellent work, the Convicts.
Spink is still stuck at the front of the pack. Nice solid 2-wall by Convict City in the orange there. Blocking is number 6 and number 005.
Number 4 is back for almost a third pass. Well done, and she...
Oh no, she's cut the track and going to the bin for a 30-second rest. Let's see if Northside can get their jammer Spink out.
Yeah, so we've got a power jam situation here.
Only 2 blockers on the track for Convict City. Where else?
Have you tried the hashtag QSTQ?
I have. All right, I'm just having a look at it. No one.
No one? 5 minutes ago.
Oh, maybe they have. I'm all over this tweeting thing.
Are you?
Well, let's see. So what are we tweeting? Quad.
Save the Queen. Acronym. You have to put the hashtag.
I'm getting there.
Oh my goodness.
So don't forget.
She's fumbling around on her phone.
I am a technological genius, very bad.
I'll believe it when I see it.
Queen. Well, let's just look. Let's go for all tweets.
Oh.
All right. So we have Richter City here. Let's just go through a list of all the teams. We've got 12 teams skating here this weekend. The Vice City Rollers. That's our team, very bad. It's a great one. We've got our A and our Bs are playing in this tournament. We've also got all the way from Sydney Roller Derby League. They've got the Assassins and the Snipers here. Obviously, the two teams that we are watching right now is Northside Roller Death Stars. They're all the way from Melbourne.
Yep.
Convict City Rollers, the Convicts from Hobart.
We've also got from Perth,
Some people who've travelled a little bit further.
yeah, West Coast Evils, and where are they? The Wards of the Skates,
That is
both from WA, both
all
from
the way
Perth.
over the other side of the country from those of you watching from Europe or America or anywhere else in the world.
Another team from Canberra, Varsity Roller Derby League, the Dishonor Rollers. All the way from New Zealand,
New Zealand?
Richter City, and that's from Wellington.
Wellington or Auckland?
No, Wellington.
Oh, okay. I thought they were from Auckland. What do you know? Sounds like not much. So we might have a break for the next...
Wait, we forgot one. Southside Derby Dolls.
Oh.
The Force. Coming at ya. The Force.
Okay, now we've said them all. We're going to take a 5-minute break. We'll join you back a couple of minutes before. I'm Rainbow Sprite.
I'm Barry Bad,
Thanks.
and we are your commentators.
We'll see you soon. Got a cut. That's disappointing. So this is a power jam
would've-
for Shreddy.
That would have been some nice footwork.
That is true.
Just cut the track a little.
Ah.
Shreddy, she's almost on her way to getting out. She just has to get past those two last green blockers.
That is some great work. That is 98 and
Three
80.
last green blockers.
801, 98. Who is 98? She's doing a great job.
98 is KO.
KO. No wonder she's doing a good job. Reset to a nice hard forward. We've got Suz. And that is the third timeout for the Convicts. So that brings us to within 3 points. It is 135 to the Convicts, and the Death Stars are at 132. I'm excited because there might be a lead change very soon.
There's only 13 minutes left on the clock.
That's actually incorrect. There's 17 minutes. 13 minutes have lapsed.
Oh, yeah. Well, we said that maths was our strong suit just before.
That wasn't
so,
maths, that was reading.
yeah.
Again, we are looking for optometrist sponsors. If you know anyone or you're interested, eyesight is important. We are also interested in reading lessons. If you are in the habit, maybe you're a tutor and you want to sponsor eyesight
needs to go back to school.
eyesight and reading. We are looking for sponsors. If you're interested, don't forget to tweet and use the hashtag QSTQ for Quad Save the Queen. On the line, we have number 21, Vanessa Shredgrave, and Liz Williams, number 73, the captain. That is a very, very slow pack there, very bad. Oh, multiplayer block going to Pepper Shaker. I tell you what, realizing that they're their head has made it a lot easier to see what's going on. Up the front we have Crack. I think it's Crack and Squeeze holding her at the front there. Last ditch attempt. Oh no, Liz Williams is out. Hot on her tail now. Up to her scoring pass is Shreddy. Geez, that's a slow pack. That was definitely a hit it and quit it moment. As she definitely hit the back of the pack and she definitely called it straight away.
So that's what we call a hit it and quit it. We want to...
For all three of you watching at home. It is now 138 to the Convicts and 132 to the Death Stars.
And we've got Toaster on the line. She hasn't chanced.
That is I think she's definitely taken a star pass. I don't know whether she started on the line, and that is Miss Ebola, number 88. I tell you what, Northside are getting ready to win this game. They are getting to the track quickly. They're holding their walls together. I reckon they can bring this back. It's anyone's game. Anyone's game, Barry. And on that note, Miss Ebola got sent to the bin. I did not see what the penalty was, but this leaves the Convicts with a power jam, and this is Toaster having a crack against an incredibly strong...
She's pushing forward.
Get there. Nicely done.
She really needs some help.
Oh,
well done.
Nicely timed assist by Brannicky. She was wearing... Yeah. Oh, that was a big hit by Brannicky, taking herself and the blocker out. And that is how quickly a power jam ends. You've got Miss Ebola back and out. Goodness me. It is a 2-minute jam. I think...
Is there a lead? No.
There is no lead because I'm pretty sure Miss Ebola had it.
Maybe Toaster can get it. Maybe she can get lead as soon as she's out of the pack. We'll see what happens.
There we go.
And
there it
Toaster
is.
Lead.
And called it off. Nicely done. Oh my goodness. Let's just give it a minute to see if we're putting any more points up. But I think
the Death Stars definitely got some points there. How much? We
5
are
points.
unsure of.
I'm not sure if they've been put on the board yet or not. I think they must have been. There is 1 point in it, very bad. 1 point in it. But 15 minutes to go in the half. Okay. Anyone's game. Still anyone's game.
Definitely with that close score.
So we've got the captain. That is Crack 010. I have not seen her jam. Be interesting to see how she goes. 182. That is Spink with an exclamation mark.
Spink.
There is some nice walling going on at the back for Northside, and there is a nice little box formation at the front. Crack is out around the side and into lead jammer.
And Spink is still in struggle town.
Yes, she's definitely...
she's pushing hard.
Oh, that was some nice assists by Zomb and B52. That is Shreddy up the front, giving her grief. It's really annoying when you see a couple of those jammers step into the blocking role and they just seem to know what you're going to do. So Crack is having a much harder time on her
second
her
pass.
Point scoring pass, but
Spink.
I'm not. So Spink got a little bit of confusion there. Spink got told to go to the bin and then to stay on the track. But that's
there must have
okay.
been another blocker
being sent at the same
time. Yeah, that is quite confusing.
So there was a couple of points there. So 141 to the Convicts and 137 to the Death Stars.
So we've got 55 jamming for the Death Stars.
That's Corker. And
Um,
Vanessa Shredgrave, number 21 for Convict. I tell you what, Corker is making that wall speed up and she's out. Toaster's chasing her, but well out in front. I'm surprised she didn't get it out of play, but that was the referee's call, not mine. And Shreddy is out not long after that. Corker's already at the back of the pack. She scored 1 point, 2 points, 4 points, and called it off.
5 points for Shreddy.
4 points. I think that brings it to 141 all.
Wow.
Barry, it is 141 all. I told you Northside wanted this game. The Death Stars, Northside Rollers. If you're watching, you should be tweeting and cheering.
And so up on the jam lag, we've got the captain, 73.
That is Liz Williams versus Crack number 010. That was some nice footwork on the outside in her pink roller skates. I really do like those.
Yeah. So Crack seems to be predominantly a blocker. So I can imagine she would be blocking her way through the pack this time.
She definitely is, but Liz Williams is having a much more successful go at the front, and that was a nice work right at the front by Brannicky.
Brannicky is dragging her back. So it's
Oh, and I tell you what, it's just like deja vu as Crack nearly got out at the front and then got dragged all the way back too. Both teams using the same tactics against each other.
And she has just passed the panty
Past the panty.
to Brannicky. Oh, and a massive
Oh,
hit.
and Liz Williams straight through. I think she got 5 points then. I think this might be a lead change. This might definitely be a lead change.
So Brannicky just got that hit from 98, and that
Oh,
is
and Brannicky steps over 5 a.m. out of the pack. I think this is going to be very close to it being called. And she's calling it off, and I'm going to bet this is a lead change. That was great work by Northside Rollers there. Good job. I think they've got a little bit of a fan club happening over there. And there is 10 points difference, but it is the reverse very bad. It is one. Oh, it's no. My mistake. More points were added. It is 156 to Northside Rollers. And 141. They held them to 0 points there, and they got 14 points. Nice work.
So for Northside, it's a
Again,
bowler.
interesting tactic. They're definitely using their jammers to.
Oh, and it's not working out for a bowler at the moment. She did do some jammer on jammer action, but actually the Convict's jammer just got out on that outside.
That's okay. There was a little bit of chaos at the start there, but she is definitely out and flying around the pack. I think Shreddy is on top of it.
And she called it off.
She definitely.
Well done.
So that's 4 points. Called it. That brings us to 145 to Convicts and 156 to the Death Stars. We've got Spink back on the line for the Northside Rollers, and we've got Shreddy, despite just jamming that last game. Looks like they've sent her back out. Maybe it's because she did such a good job.
So the Convicts are looking pretty damn hot, even though they've still got 8 skaters. So good on them.
That's probably why they're looking pretty damn hot. Spink is out and into lead. They're hot because they're working so hard. In Canberra, it's freezing very. I can't believe you're not getting my jokes. They're hilarious. All right, Spink through on the inside line. She's got one blocker to deal with up the front there. That is Crack.
And 182 is...
I definitely think
Spink.
Crack looks much happier in the pack and blocking. Dragging Spink all the way back to the back of the pack.
And
But-
Shreddy's fighting hard. She's getting hit out on that outside.
Ooh. Nearly got a track cut, but didn't. I'm not sure why.
I think that she had already passed that blocker.
So now we've got 160 to the Death Stars, 145. Interestingly, the Death Stars have called a timeout. There is 7.5 minutes to go.
And no one has done any official reviews, which is interesting.
No, both teams having their official review left. But Northside still has 2 more timeouts up their sleeve. I was surprised that they didn't use their timeout at the end of that first half to get them an additional jam, but I tell you what, they've definitely come out in the second half firing. All guns blazing.
All guns blazing.
That's right.
And In the background, I don't know if you can see the Dishonor rollers warming up.
Not at the moment. We're zoomed in on the north side. I think we're trying to get a shot and see. I wonder what they are talking about. They're in front. They're doing well.
Let's
just saying
suppose that they're talking about.
It looks very serious. It looks very serious. What do you think they might be saying?
We've got this. Let's keep it together.
Stay out of the box. That has definitely been helping them. Stay out of the box.
We just got to use our teamwork that we've practiced for a long time.
If we do happen to pan across, you might see the teams warming up, and I do enjoy watching some teams warm up because I don't know what exercise they're doing, but it does make me laugh. Always. Branicki's back on the jam line.
Excellent work by
She's
Branicki.
out. Oh, Kim Bully just knocking her out, but nice footwork by Branicki, and she's back on the track into lead jammer. But nice work by Northside. They are hot on the heels. Number 55.
Corker.
That is Corker.
Hot on the heels of Branicki.
She's wanting more points, but is she going to get them? That was a nice hit by 192, taking it to her knees.
She got 2 points in
That
that
was
jam.
Foxy LaRue.
Better than a kick in the face.
Now, Barry, have you ever been kicked in the face?
No.
I'm glad. I was just checking. I was worried that you might have been.
But in roller derby, you can get hit in the face.
You can, but hopefully not
I did
kicked.
get hit in the lip before.
I have been kicked in the face. It hurts a lot.
Wow.
Yeah.
First-hand
21.
experience,
Yeah,
nice
that's right.
fight.
That's right. That is Miss Ebola back on the line. She is on a mission to get out of that pack. Nice 3-wall by the Convict City at the front, holding her up.
Toast is holding it together.
She is pushing her way. She's out and she's in lead. Nice work, Northside.
Well done, Ebola.
And then we have Zom
Good track
pushing Shreddy on
awareness
the
by
outside.
21.
I tell you what, these Convict City girls must be tired. 8 skaters. Hats off to them. Very bad.
Really.
Meanwhile,
Really well done.
Miss Ebola out and Shreddy's out just after her. Might see another hit it and quit it coming up.
And Ebola's lead, so she might.
So
hold it
Miss
off.
Miss Ebola
She
just
did.
got 1 point then. Just 1 point. 2 points actually. Oh,
But
my mistake. There's 2 naughty people in the bin. 1 for each team. There is now 20 points in it. Death Star slowly accelerating into lead. They're on 167, and the Convicts 147. I tell you what, their pep talk seems to have worked very bad. Whatever she said during that team timeout, seems to have worked. Liz Williams
using the
on.
jammer and jammer action again.
That's right, they are.
Nice work by 73, who is
Oh,
Liz
and
Williams, the
Branicki
captain.
wasn't enough to hold her back. Nice work by Branicki into lead, but 1 blocker left. And that was Toaster. Liz Williams just stepped to the inside, and she was out too. Now this pack is speeding up. They're trying to save their points. See how she's going. It is a very, very fast pack. Very fast pack. She's looking to get all those points before the opposing jammer Liz Williams gets round.
She at least
She
got one.
she
How
got
many
it.
points did she get?
She got 2 points.
2 points.
Yeah.
Excellent work by Branicki there.
They were saying 0 points, but that's... So the benchies are going out to question it. I'm not sure if she'll waste an official review. She's probably just clarifying. But I think it was just the angle of the track.
I wasn't paying attention, so
Oh, look, I would have said it's hard to see from this angle because I was definitely paying attention and it was definitely hard to see from this angle, but I would agree with the referee on that one. And that is rare. Oh my goodness, Shreddy straight up that outside line with a fair bit of speed. She's in lead.
that was excellent work.
We've got 182, that's Spink back on the jam line, fighting her way at the front. I tell you what, Convict City seems to have got a bit of fire back in them now. And Shreddy's having another crack at it. 2-wall at the front, 98, that is KO. Working quite well in a 2-wall with Oh, I can't see who it is. Do you know who it is, Very Bad? It's 227 or 277. That is Kim Bully.
Kim Bully. Quite a blocker.
Nice work at the front.
Death Star gets sent to the bin.
Oh, that was not a star pass. That was a star stash. Seems to be a thing that people have. I've seen it a couple of times this weekend, actually. The star stash going on. The jammer's taking the star off, pretending to pass it to the pivot, causing a bit of distraction, and then running through.
Yep. Bit of confusion.
That
Never
means
goes astray for the jammer.
it's true. Or the pack.
Like a bit of confusion.
As long as it's not your pack. As long as it's the opposition pack. When it's your pack, that is not good.
It isn't good. And it's an official time.
No, it looks like it's an official review for Northside. Yes, it is. It's Northside's official review.
So they've used one of their timeouts and one of their official review. Will they get it back? Who
Will it be
knows?
successful? I am not sure.
All I know is that the refs are a hard bunch. If they didn't see something, they won't say something.
We've only got 2 minutes left in this, so I thought I might tell you what's up on the next. On this track, we have Ward versus South Sea Rollers, South Sea Sirens. I think they're also from Tasmania, aren't they? South Sea?
No. They're from Melbourne.
South Sea is
or Victoria, somewhere down there. South. They are south.
Thank you, Very Bad, for not clearing that up.
Do we?
So we've just conferred with the other commentators that are at the live event, and we're not actually sure where South Sea Sirens are. I do know that their outfits look like sailors' outfits, and they're great. I really enjoy their outfits. I just don't know where they're from, so I apologise. But they will be playing Ward, which, what is Ward's team? Wards of the Skate, and they are all the way over from Perth. So they're from Melbourne.
For once in my life, I'm right.
Weren't confident though, so it was very easy to argue with. And on track 1, we have Southside Derby Dolls, the Force, taking on Varsity Roller Derby League. And Varsity is also from Canberra, S2D2's from Sydney.
They are rivals, definitely. S2D2 and VDL.
Yes, they play in a local 5x5
tournament. Okay, let's go.
Brannicky out into lead jammer. One last blocker to take.
Well done.
And she didn't get an out of play block. Not really sure what she's doing, but she's gone all the way to the back of the pack.
And it's a bowler blocking for, jamming for the Death Stars.
Oh, that is a big hit by Saz, drawing her back. Oh, that is so disappointing. Whereas 88 Missy Bowler is back out of the pack.
She's not lead jammer, but...
No, Brannicky is lead jammer, so she forced her to call it off. Interesting to see 3 points awarded to Convict. So we are now at 158 to the Convicts, and 167 to the Death Stars.
Wow.
This is close, very bad. This is close.
It's very close.
Shreddy, number 21, jamming with a very diminished pack. Just 2 blockers on the track for her, whereas Liz Williams has all 4 in her pack.
And that's really what happens when you have fatigue.
That's true.
Players are fatigued.
No, Liz Williams out into lead jammer.
You end up just going to the bin.
Those 2 blockers caused a fair amount of chaos in that pack.
And the
allowing
Convicts
Shreddy to get out.
goes
However,
out. Well done. Good calling off.
nice calling off. Number
That's
13,
another
Hurley's
4
in the
points
bin.
for the
171
Death
to the
Stars.
Death Stars. There is 57 seconds on the clock. 55, that's Corker on the jam line and Brannicky back out on the track.
Let's hope these ladies put in all of their efforts for this last
Oh,
jam.
I think everyone's putting all of their effort in. This has been a great game to watch. Very bad.
So the Convicts are down 1 blocker.
Ah,
And
Brannicky
Brady takes it
straight
on
up
the
that inside
inside.
line.
She's lead jammer.
Despite
Well,
having a blocking disadvantage. We've
Number
got
55.
Corker being held up by number 6 Toaster, and she definitely is toasting her. And a
Oh,
big
my
hit
God.
by Corker on, was that 005? That was the Juggernaut. Oh no, that is not what the Convicts people want to see. And disappointingly, we have Brannicky fouling out of the game. So she's unfortunately got 7 penalties. Oh my goodness, number 4 fought out of the game too, and we didn't see that. Did you see that?
No, I didn't,
I didn't see that.
So that's their jammer gone, the Convicts.
One of their jammers gone.
Yeah, but I mean, they don't have a jammer in the box or on the track.
That is true. That is true. That's not what you want to happen in your last jam.
Definitely not.
Disappointing.
But these things happen, like you can
It
foul out
does,
because
and you know what? We all learn from these things.
Oh, definitely. And when you're jamming every second jam, because you've only got 8 players, then you pick up more penalties because you're on the track for longer.
So there's more opportunities for you to pick up more penalties.
That's what I just said. Spite.
I was agreeing. I was agreeing with you.
Oh, well done to number 55, Corker.
She's having a corker.
She's definitely having a corker. She's having a champagne corker.
It's a nice call from Suz trying to get them to pull the pack back. I tell you
mean,
what, this must be very upsetting for the Convicts.
They put in the hard yards.
They
though.
really did.
They
Great
really
effort
have.
by both teams. And again, a big thank you to both teams for travelling the entire way from
There's a close-up of the
Melbourne.
penalty board.
Yeah, 2 foul outs. I don't know how we missed that. Sorry, guys. And big thanks to the Convicts for travelling all the way from Tasmania, and
Yeah. Epic.
Northside Rollers Death Stars for travelling all the way from Melbourne to join us at Quad Save the Queen.
Hashtag
QSTG. I'm Rainbow Spite.
I'm very bad.
Thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye.
Oh, and this has an official name, doesn't it?
Two. Oh, maybe that's yours. 2, 1. Can you hear anything? It should be. Yeah, it's plugged into that.
Good, all right. So is there anything we have to run differently because this is streamed?
Probably mention them on screen, but probably care about the 6-side line and stuff like that. Yeah. And we can do this on the vendors, I guess. Elaborate on things a bit more. So we don't have to do like. We have to override them in a certain way.
I'll take the lead. We'll try and run through the team lists and do it that way.
One, two.
Yeah.
1, 2. I can hear me now.
Ooh, I can also hear you.
Okay. Is this a good sound, Peachy?
It sounds pretty good to me.
Excellent.
Hoping everyone in internet land can hear us. We
Are
are
we
coming to
live?
you live from track 2 of the Quad Save the Queen tournament here at the Tuggeranong Basketball Stadium in Canberra. Coming you from sunny, frosty Canberra, which is be lots of fun. We are getting ready for the next game on track 2 of the tournament. On day 1 of the tournament, we have Wards of the Skate from WA against the Southside Sirens from Melbourne area. This is the pool 2. So just running through the team lists for
the Southside Derby Dolls, Peachy, the Force, we have Bacardi Bruiser,
this is
005.
Southside, not Southside. So we must be in pool 3. So we're looking at number 2012, Amy Gedden, 506, Betty Doom, Cookie Crack House, 1212, Crash Bandicoot, 35, Fizz Gig, number 301, Flux Decapitator,
88.
Harmon Miranda, number 2, Scooby Doom, 264, Titosaurus, 33, Corky Screw, 69, Jamazon 62, Langmead 1499, Nympha Scorer Tonks number 24, Paralas 911, and Smackrabat 73. That is the South Sea Roller Derby South Sea Sirens.
So the South Sea Sirens are the girls in blue and red today, and Ward, Western Australian Roller Derby, wearing the white and green. They have Hades 191. Rainbow Dash number 7, Medusa Cascade 1963, Modern Warfare number 4, Coca-Cola 218, Hot Wheels 000, Snapper Bones 151, Bubblin' Squeak 326, Shanae Doost 56, Laura Michelle number 94, Tiny Dancer 1535, Blady Jane number 21, Hella Highwater 49, Bowie Sinskates 47, Tequila Slammer 30, Kiss with a Fist 103, Sleek number 10, Fleera number 22, Kill Billy 289, Ricocheted Riot number 23, and on the bench Sit Down and Whiskey Sour
Just to introduce ourselves, my name is Peachy Keen.
And I'm Pink Mist, and we are from the Canberra Roller Derby League, calling this game from frosty Canberra, and we're just about to head into the first jam, Peachy.
So on the jammer line, we've got captain number 301, that is Fizz Gig for South Sea.
So she is already in a bin, Peachy Keen. That is not a good start for the South Sea Sirens. But
So
they're
jamming
doing
for
reasonable-
Ward, 316.
Yeah, so Ward has got through as lead jammer. Bubble and Squeak, we believe.
Oh yes, that's 326, not 316, my mistake. South Sea forcing the jam on Bubble and Squeaks. Meanwhile, Fizz Gig back on the track for South Sea.
So the Ward Jammer is heading to the sin bin. Just give South Sea Sirens an opportunity to score.
Titosaurus doing a nice assist there, but number 7 drawing back Fizz Gig. That was a 4-point pass there for Fizz Gig. I think one of the players she did not pass legally was out of play, so that's no pass, no penalty. Fizz Gig taking a tumble over Titosaurus, her own skater, but she's back upright.
Okay, so we have our Ward Jammer who has left the sin bin and is coming back on the track now. So Peachy, I believe we don't have a lead jammer now for this jam. Would that be right?
This will be going for the full 2 minutes. First jam of this game, Wards of the Skates versus South Sea Sirens. A 5-point pass there for Fizz Gig, passing Bubble and Squeaks in the pack.
Okay, and that brings, was that just the first jam?
That was the first jam.
Wow.
Fizz Gig coming through for another 5-point pass, and Ward also getting 5 points, so that's South Sea Sirens on 14 points, Wards of the Skate 5 points.
5 points, okay, not much in it, but we are only in the first jam, Peachy.
Number 212 for the South Sea Sirens, that's 1212, is Cookie Crack House.
Oh, nice work on the outside there by the South Sea Jammer. She's got through for lead jammer. Number 1212, Cookie Crack House, coming through for her scoring pass. And up the inside, she slips past those Ward blockers.
So it looked like there may have been a penalty.
Quick score check there. South Sea managed to score a few points there, and on 19 and towards unanswered, just 5 from the last jam.
So it was great to see South Sea at the Bont Invitational tournament earlier this year. It has been about 6 months, so I'm very interested to see where they're at after this time. I haven't seen Wards of the Skate since 2013, since they did a double 2 Canberra games in one weekend against Varsity and Vice City Rollers.
So South Sea out for lead jammer again. Not far off is our Ward Jammer, number 191.
And on the jammer line, 4 Wards of the Skate, I recognise this jammer. It's Hot Wheels.
Hot Wheels from the Western Australian Roller Derby League. Hot Wheels has been around for quite a while. Peachy, I remember her from the first ever Grand Slam.
That's right, she is skating against 69. Corky Screw for South Sea, getting hit out there by number 7 from Ward.
Okay, and Hot Wheels through for lead jammer, Peachy. I think this might be the first lead jammer status that Ward has got for the game.
That's right, she is flying through. Big hit there on the outside by 33. That's Titosaurus. Corky Screw getting a track cut penalty, so Hot Wheels is on a power jam, getting 4 points on that first pass.
So this is the jam that Ward needed to catch up some very much needed points, Peachy.
That's right, early days in this game, but Ward's Escape wanting to get a nice lead advantage here.
And they are totally capitalising on this power jam with only one South Sea blocker out there at the moment, Peachy.
That's right, Titosaurus on the track by herself now being joined by Cookie Crackhouse.
And we have 3 Ward blockers in the bin as well. They're all over the shop.
And a nice 5-point pass there from Hot Wheels. And I do believe that Corky Screw was on her initial pass, so Hot Wheels has a bit more of an opportunity to get some points.
And she's called it off now, Peachy. That was an excellent jam for our Ward girls.
That's right. Hot Wheels putting some good points on the board, bringing them into the lead, 28 points to South Sea Sirens 22.
So we've had a lead change.
Drink, drink. Just drinking water right now. It's a bit early. Official timeout being called there just to keep track of all the penalties that have been having so far. I do think South Sea had they're in the lead as far as penalties are concerned at this point, but who knows, Ward could catch up.
So, Peachy, it's going to be a massive weekend in Derby here in Canberra. We have 12 leagues competing in this tournament from across Australia and New Zealand, which is very exciting.
It is. We have 3 pools of competition with 4 leagues in each. So we just saw some skaters from Pool 1, Convict City Rollers and Northside Death Stars. That was a really close game where the teams were neck and neck until the last 5 minutes of the game, and Northside came from behind. So I think Canberra's Vice City Rollers were watching them very closely because they'll be playing them later today, I think.
Yes, our next Canberra game is a bit later on today. We've already had a few.
And you were playing with Vice City Betamax B team.
Yes,
against
indeed.
Richter
I've just
City.
come off a game, the Vice City B team, against the fierce Richter City girls. So they took a very good win over us, but it was a tough game, and we came off pretty good in the second half.
Fantastic. I'm looking forward to seeing more games from Richter City and how they're going. But for now, we've got 3-6 for Ward streaming ahead.
We have number 35 jamming for South Sea, which is Crash Bandicoot, and she's not lead.
Lead is going to
number 316, which is Bubble and Squeak.
5 points there for Crash Bandicoot, although Bubble and Squeaks is lead, so she said, oh, no, I want to start over. I'm going to call this jam off. No points there. South Sea Sirens closing that gap to 27 points against Ward's 28, keeping it nice and close.
Yeah, we're about 8 minutes in. Peachy, and it is a very close game, which is exciting to see. We like to have nice, close derby.
Pack advantage again going to Ward. 3 blockers on the track. Mind you,
Oh,
that doesn't
that was
stop Nymphadora Sconce.
fantastic. Number 24 from Southside busting through that pack. So that's Nymphascora Tonks, number 24 from the South Sea. Oh, we've had a star pass, Peachy, the Ward girls.
I'm not sure if it was a star pass or if it was
did she have a mishap
a
or
dummy
something?
jammer pass. I've seen that happen a few
Sneaky.
times where the jammer will take the panty off her head and then just keep skating.
Yep, they either changed their mind or it's a tactic.
That was a bit of a play for the Sydney Snipers playing against the Vice City Rollers. A couple of times the jammer took off the panty and it just scurries up the blockers enough for them to get a bit rattled. Usually you can get through.
That's right, any distraction?
And back into this jam, Hades, number 191 for Ward, jamming against number 506, Betty Doom for South Sea. Both of them out quite quickly.
Oh, okay, so both the jammers got out almost at the same time, Peachy, so they've called it off to have a pointless jam.
That's right, South Sea have come back for the lead, 32 points against Ward's 28, so I think Ward are not wanting to take any chances as far as giving any points away are concerned. And can't seem to locate the South Sea jammer. Ah, there she is. She was hiding behind Hot Wheels. That's Cookie Crack House.
There you
She's
go.
lead jammer. Hot Wheels not too far behind. Amy Gedden taking out Hot Wheels, but she took a knee, so she did not have to re-engage. Hot Wheels is really wanting to get some points at this stage. Jam has been called.
South Sea jammer quickly getting through for some cool 2 points and calling it off before Western Australia could score. So we have a bit of bin issues here for the Western Water Skate, I should say, Peachy. 2 blockers in the bin, so they're starting down for this jam.
So Bubble and Squeaks jamming for WA against number 24. That's Nymphascora Tonks.
Wards of the Skate jammer, number 316, calling that off before any points could be scored.
I missed that. It was Bubble and Squeaks lead jammer.
Okay, that's right.
Playing it smart, calling it off 0-0. South Sea are in the lead by not by much, 34 points towards 28.
That's right, and we seem to have a timeout of some sort, Peachy. The refs just having a little bit of a chit-chat.
I think that last jam was so quick that the Ward skaters in the box weren't able to get out. So.
So, Peachy, there seems to be a bit of a discussion there with the refs and the box crew. I think that blocker, number 21 from Ward, failed to report to the box.
That's Lady Jane for Wards of the Skate.
Yes, she, however, can't go to the box now because it's full currently with 2 other Ward blockers. So she will have to report as soon as a spot becomes available.
I thought you were able to stand in the box.
No, well, there has to
I
be
think that
someone
depends on
standing,
yes.
then you can go and sit
Correct.
down. So that blocker who already had 30 seconds to serve now has to serve a full minute by the sounds of it, Peachy. That's my understanding of the rule.
Yes, I think that's failure to report.
Yeah, failure to report.
Unfortunate for Ward, but hopefully some of their blockers get back on the track soon.
That's
Meanwhile,
right.
we've got Crash Bandicoot for South Sea Sirens against number 94, Laura Michelle for Ward.
Number 35 is from South Sea, lead jammer status.
That is Crash Bandicoot streaming ahead. Ward skaters back on the track. Crash Bandicoot wanting to score, busting past number 7. Rainbow Dash. Getting through, calling the points. No points for Ward, 4 points for South Sea. Just wanted to do a shout out for all the South Sea people watching at home, supporting. Saying hi from sunny Canberra. And I am very much missing the company of Anorexia and Sasha. I'm a bit sad that you're not here, but sending my love anyway. Back to it, number 301. It's Fizz Geek jamming for South Sea and for Ward.
Okay, we have lead jammer from Wards of the Skate, number 191, which is Hades. She's going for her scoring pass now. Hitting a little bit of resistance at the front of the pack there with some blockers, but she's through. She's called it 4 points to 0. So still a very close game, Peachy King. We have 38 to 32.
That's right, South Sea in the lead at the moment. But Hot Wheels on the jam line for Ward. Against...
I didn't quite catch her number, Peachy, but I'll have a look. Number 24, which is Nymphascora Tonks. But she has got a cut track, Peachy, so she will be heading straight to the bin, which gives the Wards of the Skate an advantage.
Hot Wheels are being forced on the outside, doing a little bit of a dance.
Begging to the rest. Surely they're out of play, sir.
She's uses her arms to kind of say,
"Come on,
hello, referees. What do you think of this?"
We all
What
do that a
should we
little
do?
bit.
Ward blockers wanting to keep in play, but also draw out the South Sea blockers. Getting forced back there.
Yes, they are recycling Hot Wheels to the back of the pack again, so she now has to get through those 4 South Sea blockers.
Oh, Nymphascora Tonks doing a half a leap to get through on the inside. That looked
That's
almost
right.
like
She
a bit of
came
a
out of
pinky
nowhere,
trot.
Peachy, out of the bin, so I think our Western Australian girls blockers did not see her coming.
Ward getting a 5-point pass there for that jam. 37 to 38. This game is very tight. Sorry, 39. There was 1 point awarded to Nymphascora Tonks on that sneaky inside. Pinky trot-esque type pass.
Similar.
Pinky's like, I've seen that before.
Yeah.
Okay, Cookie Crack House jamming against Bubble and Squeaks for Ward. South Sea putting up a really hard blocking line. And Cookie Crack House being forced out there by number 47, Bowie Sinskates. Lead jammer being awarded to Cookie Crack House.
Some big hits being laid on the Ward jammer there, but she is through. Looking a little worse for wear, but she'll be fine.
Yeah, Betty Doom really laying it out for the blockers and the jammers. She does not discriminate from pain.
So we are well past the halfway mark in this first half here with the South Sea Roller Derby, South Sea Sirens against the WA Roller Derby Wards of the Skate. It is a very close game, currently 43 to 37, with South Sea Sirens having the lead. And that was some very nice footwork up on the inside line by the Wards of the Skate jammer. Laura Michelle, number 94. She's the lead jammer for Ward. She's calling it.
Bit of a clip to the head on Fizzgig there. That was number 47, Boyson Skates, that clipped her on the back of the head there. But just having a little sidebar with the referees. We'll see if that's called on it.
It looks like the captain from the South Sea Sirens has called an official review, Peachy Keen.
Mm-hmm.
I'm actually wondering if it's to do with the fact that she got hit in the head.
Yes, I think that was the case. Boyson Skates did apologise, but I think it was well past the line of reasonable incidental contact. So we're just seeing what the call is being made on that.
That's it. However, Peachy, as most roller derby skaters know, the refs don't often suddenly change their mind. So we'll see if this official review actually works.
I think perhaps
if they saw it.
Well, that's the thing. They
did they see it?
Yes,
and
it did
looks
happen
like
right
they
at
might
the end
have.
of the jam. Yeah.
It's because number 47 from Ward is now reporting to the bin. So that's probably the second time I've seen an official review actually have a result.
Yeah, I think that was being reviewed as whether the call be made. It was at the very end of the jam, so good to see that something was seen and something was done about it. So back to it. Hades jamming for Ward and Nymphoskora Tonks for South Sea. Hades getting drawn back there by Betty Doom. That is one hell of a wall. Betty Doom and Flux Decapitator, really hard blockers there, keeping back Hades. Meanwhile, Nymphoskora Tonks is through. Lead jammer getting the 4 points. Calling off the jam, no points for Ward.
So there is still 12 minutes left in this half, Peachy, so anything could happen. Sea Sirens have got a tiny bit of a lead now, but only by 12 points.
Yes, I think this game will rely on playing a clean game, and you can tell the jams with blockers in the bin really make or break the success of getting lead advantage and getting the points. Hot Wheels jamming against Cookie Crackhouse. Cookie Crackhouse moving her players out of the way and through for lead jammer for South Sea Sirens.
South Sea Sirens jammer calling that off quickly for a few sneaky points, although
yes,
the ref is holding up their hand with nil. So that tactic did not work on this occasion.
Well, I think when it's 0-0, it's okay. I think Hot Wheels was just a little too close behind. So we've got Bubble and Squeaks for Ward, jamming against Fizzgig for South Sea Sirens. I'm starting to see the patterns with the jammer rotation being quite tight for both of these teams. But I've seen Fizzgig in action previously, and I know that she does not quit. Some great blocking here from the South Sea Siren blockers, really keeping Bubble and Squeaks in the pack, running it back. Meanwhile, Fizzgig coming through for a 5-point pass.
So the Ward blockers forced to give up then because they were out of play, had to let that South Sea jammer through.
When you're announcing the scores, can you be, I don't know which track, like the feedback, be clear on what team until we get there?
So 2 points to South Sea Sirens at the end of that jam. Still in the lead, 61 points to South Sea Sirens, 2 Wards, 37 points.
So South Sea is gradually inching away from Ward. But as we all say, it's still anyone's game this early, and that points differential is simple to come back from. Only needs a power jam or 2.
That's right. The last game with Convict City showed that having players, they only had 9 skaters, but they kept their own for the whole game up until the last 10 minutes. So it's really about who can keep their calm and stay out of the bin, really.
That's it.
Full complement of blockers on the track for this jam. We've got Hades against 506,
Which
Betty
is
Doom. Oh, she jams anywhere near as hard as she blocks. This is
Yeah,
going to be a very interesting jam.
She's a ferocious player, Peachy, but she is having a bit of trouble there at the back of the pack with the Ward blockers.
Oh, and straight through the inside. The pack just managed to creep off the inside line. She went through. She is lead jammer for the South Sea Sirens.
So the Wards of the Skate jammer having a little bit of trouble, but she is through.
That's right. Hades out on her initial pass. And Hades coming through on the inside. It was a
She's been awarded a cut track now, Peachy, for that.
That was
effort.
I saw that in action. Just a hair of the wheel going out of bounds.
Bit of bad luck considering a jam was being called at the time, but still a cut was a cut.
That's right. She had until the end of the 4th whistle to be able to re-engage, but them's the breaks. And a power jam to South Sea Sirens. Fizz gig straight through.
Quick score update. We have Ward on 39 and South Sea on 65 with only 7 minutes left in this first half.
Got a great brace blocking from Wards of the Skate. Trying to keep back Fizzgig, but she is through. A 5-point pass there for South Sea Sirens. Meanwhile, Hades back on the track after her penalty from the last jam. Great assisting there from the South Sea blockers. Getting through Fizzgig on another 5-point pass. Hades trying to make a pass here, her initial pass for this jam, for Wards of the Skate.
So this jam is seeing a lot of the blockers drawing back those jammers through the pack.
That's right, Harmon Miranda doing a great job of that, getting a penalty though as a blocker. Meanwhile, Fizzgig getting a penalty, a cut track penalty for the South Sea Siren jammer. Hades is unopposed, getting 5 points on the board for Ward. Number 49, hella high water for Ward. Busting through, trying to get some points for Hades. And another 5 points for Wards of the Skate.
That will certainly help with their points differential. Now South Sea will be starting this next jam with the jammer in the bin. She doesn't have long no Peachy because she's standing.
Mm-hmm.
And it looks like
an official review being called by
Wards
Ward.
of the Skate.
Just to update you on the scored Ward of the Skate from West Australia Roller Derby, 49 points, and South Sea Sirens in the lead, 74 points, and just over 5 minutes. in this first half.
So we can squeeze out at least 2 or 3 more jams, I think, Peachy. So we'll see what Ward can do in that time to catch the South Sea.
That's right. So these two teams are in Pool 3 here at the Quad Save the Queen tournament. Also in this pool is Richter City from New Zealand and Canberra Roller Derby League's Vice City Betamax. I like the new look Vice City Bees name.
Yeah, we thought we needed to be a bit more individual, and the team's been playing together for a few years now. So
that's great. It's like the Sydney Snipers have their own little thing that they do. And yeah, I'm looking forward to some more VCR themed puns. You got your VCRs and you got your Betamax. So
some of our Gen Ys probably don't know what that is, but I'd suggest you Google it.
Once upon a time, we saw television on these things called tapes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Videotapes.
Videotapes.
Google it. It will change your life. So the referees are just discussing the nature of that official review. Oh, actually, the bench manager from Wards of the Skate is also talking to the bench
his
manager
hands a lot.
Yep, from South Sea, being very articulate with his hand signals. And so I assume that head ref will take that to the referees to judge whether the call should be made or overturned, depending on what it is.
Yes,
hopefully someone comes up and explains that. We can tell you all at home what's been happening.
Yes, I'm afraid I can't comment on that, Peachy. I did not see what the official review would have been about. There's lots of serious walking around with clipboards, so we'll see what that's about. Okay, looks like we're back to game on.
I did hear the call stands. I'm not sure what the call was, but whatever it is, it's been reviewed.
Okay, so we have a power jam start here for Ward with Hot Wheels going off the line, hitting that pack nice and fast, and she's through for lead jammer, but South Sea Sirens jammer's also through, and she goes straight through the pack, so she'll be hot on Hot Wheels tail very shortly.
Bisgig having to make it past Tiny Dancer. And now blocking Hot Wheels back into the pack. Eating the baby.
Nice work.
Betty Doom tried to capture her, but she got away.
Hot Wheels looking at her bench coach, calling it off.
It's all about the timing here.
They were leaving it as long as possible, Peachy, because they have 2 blockers in the bin, so any extra seconds to try and get those blockers out is good for their team.
That's right, it all counts.
So they are starting down.
For this jam, we have Corky Screw on the jam line for South Sea Sirens.
Oh, quick score update, Peachy. South Sea Sirens now on 78 versus Ward on 49. So still have a pretty good lead here from South Sea.
Got Bubble and Squeaks jamming for Ward. Oh, taking out one of the South Sea skaters.
Yeah, that was good work on Hot Wheels, straight in her chest.
And lead jammer is being given to
South Sea. She's called that.
Corky Screw calling off the jam. The referee was holding up 1 point and then he took it back. So I think there may have been no pass, no penalty, but also no point.
No point
for that for that last jam. So scores are still South Sea leading on 78 points. Ward of the Skate still on 49 points.
Now, Peachy, that was interesting. They called her on a cut, and I actually agree with the booing. I think that blocker went out, and therefore she didn't have to yield. But hey, I'm only a commentator.
Well, that's right. I'm but a lowly commentator.
I have not donned the stripes, so I can't tell them, but I understand that South Seas Jammer's frustration if indeed what happened did happen.
Well, either way, Wards of the Skater wanting to take this opportunity to get some points on this power jam.
That's right, Peachy. See if they can make up a few points as we close this first half in only a few minutes.
That's right, Harmon Miranda being the last line of defence there at the front and having to yield. Meanwhile, Fizzgig is back on the track, making that initial pass.
So the bin's been a bit of a rotating door, Peachy. Just a quick view of that penalty board. I can see Ward has maybe 2 players on 5 penalties, and South Sea has at least 1 player on 5 penalties. So that's not a great way to finish the first half.
Yes, they'll have to watch themselves in the second half.
Yes.
I know when fatigue sets in,
That's it.
the play can get a little bit desperate, a little bit scrappy, but we'll see how they go in this next part. So 4-point pass there for Laura Michelle.
South Sea blockers recycling the Ward jammer. Okay, we have time for one more jam, Peachy. There was about 44 seconds left on the clock when that jam was called, so we will have one more.
That's right, so South Sea are now on 86 points to Ward's 65.
So there's only 21 points in it, Peachy, which is not much in roller derby. That is pretty much can be a power jam.
Could be a regular jam, depending on how the blockers hold jammer in the pack.
And if they stay out of the bin.
That's right, you can get some natural grand slams. But for this jam, both jammers are out. It looks like Nimbascora Tonks is going to want to get through, pull it quickly.
And that was beautiful. She just sliced through the pack. No one even touched her then, Peachy. So that looks like the end of the first half.
That's right. You don't have to be a fortune teller to see what was going to happen there. It was a very fast pack. Jam was called, 4 points. So at half time, South Sea Sirens are on 90 points. Wards of the Skate on 65. I'd like to take this opportunity to thank some of the businesses and such that have made Quad Save the Queen possible. Thank you to the Southern Cross Club here at the Tuggeranong Basketball Stadium for having this amazing venue for us to be able to play in. We've got 2 tracks and a warm-up track here at the basketball stadium.
That's right, Peachy. It's an excellent venue, and we've held, I think, 3 tournaments here now, plus all our home games are here. And it's an amazing setup. We're pretty lucky.
It is. It's pretty great to have such a great venue here in Canberra, and especially at a tournament having it all to ourselves. So thank you to St John's, Ambulance Sports Medicine Australia, and Sports Tech Clinic. It's a new physio company here in Canberra for doing all of our looking after all our first aid and doing all of our physio and taping and such. Canberra Spit and Party Hire. Sweet to the Bone, Eclipse Sound and Lighting, who's been helping with all of our in-house audio-visual
stuff.
Stuff.
That's a technical term, Peachy.
And Down Under Derby TV, which is bringing you the stream, which is also being played on WFTDA TV. So I kind of feel like a pretty big deal being able to have some of the stream on WFTDA TV. And to all of these skaters and officials, volunteers, bench coaches, everyone who've been here this weekend at Quad Save the Queen.
That's right. A lot of work goes into these tournaments, as I think everyone out there in the derby sphere can understand. And we've had a lot of teams travel really far to come and join us here in Canberra, so we're pretty excited.
Okay, well, take a little break. We've got about 12 minutes until the second half starts, so we will see you very shortly.
Ciao.
Track one.
So I'm pretty sure Madge left on PRD but had a new coat. Shags is at a wedding. She might even be the bridesmaid or something. She is here on Monday, and she's a reserve for the 18. So they'll play her if they need her. If they don't need her, they won't know because it's not very fair on her. She will stand on the weekend.
No, but she would be allowed to play Monday if she hasn't played any round games.
She's on our list. Yeah, she's on the list. Listed as player. As said, we won't because it's poor form. But if we really feel we need her, or there's an injury,
Guess what my name is?
hello, honey. Shh, we'll be quiet. Okay, you can't take me. But hey,
Say hi. Oh, I won. I lost. I won. You know the team that Talia beat? You know that team that Grundy beat someone on? Duffy Jones. Yeah, Duffy. Who's talking to Gavin and the other one? And we're keeping an eye on someone's handbag over there.
we'll go back
Well, we can see it. Through the cameras and here.
Watch out for that. Okay, bye-bye. Love ya.
He had the holes despite the sickness and
Oh yeah, it was awesome. No, the kids played pretty well. As I said, they didn't get deep.
But it's easy when you travel up. Right? I mean, there's so much extra pay to pick up so much.
So yeah, and we've got to go so many places and just experience different countries. Nice, really.
Is that their first time overseas?
Yeah. And I don't go overseas very much. I'm only
Sorry.
seeing like flights. So it's a pretty big deal for me as well to go overseas.
What about Jason?
He's a little bit better travel than me because he went to America sometimes. And a few places. I think he went to the US a couple of times. He lived in Papua New Guinea for a few years. That's like naval base. But yeah, I've only ever been. I went to Europe in 2008 for 3 weeks, and I went to Thailand in 2000 for my honeymoon. So yeah, it was pretty exciting.
I'd love to travel more. I think
Yeah.
doesn't want to be flying. So the best we can get was off cruise ship.
The thing about the international flights is they're huge. They don't move. Like
Yeah, I
there's
know.
less to be scared of because
Yeah.
they just sort of laugh at turbulence because they don't get it.
Yeah, she just, she's like, she's like, she bloody travels to that place.
Yeah.
Bad enough for her.
Yeah.
Dave. Yeah. Just the other day. Maybe next hour. Let's see, it's up to you. We get the play in the morning and then Andrew play again.
So we're playing one of these two teams. They're in a group of teams, our group. So I'm interested to see. What's the rank?
You don't know which one you're playing?
I can't remember.
I'm here. You're B6 house.
I'm doing stream, she's doing the track. We don't do the
We don't
things.
do all that
We
stuff.
can ask.
This thing? I don't know. I'll just talk less.
No. We can ask. But yeah, we don't
No, the
have
guy-
volume
the guy
control.
That does it's not here.
Oh. That game we just played, although scores appalling, I think everyone played better in the second half.
Oh, they did. They did. Second half was better. But what you'll need to do is put races on. You'll see them run straight out every time.
Yeah.
You're going to have to hold it up and if you can run the jump off.
Yeah.
Because in the end they come off and try and break up the rule.
Yeah.
Can you play cigarette drink? That's probably not what you want.
I can give you hippie drops if you need that. I'm gonna take Tuesday. Or if you need me home wave.
Convict, Northside, and the Snipers. So they've already logged the Snipers. So where's Southside tonight? And Walk tomorrow. So I'm not sure if they're... No, Sassy.
Yeah, so
Okay, this is Pink Miss coming here from the Canberra Roller Derby League. We are on track 2 here at the Southern Cross Stadium in Tuggeranong for the Quad Save the Queen tournament hosted by the Canberra Roller Derby League. I have Peachy Keen here commentating with me today. Peachy's just about to strap her mic back on. So this on track 2
I don't know
now.
how you use a mic, Pinky. I just like to speak into it. Strap yourself in and feel the G's.
I thought you slept with your mic, Peachy.
I do. I like to be audible at all times.
Okay, so we have the Wards of the Skate Western Australian Roller Derby League girls here, all the way from Perth, of course, and they are playing a Melbourne team, the South Sea Sirens, from the South Sea Roller Derby League. The score at the end of halftime was 90 to the South Sea Roller Derby to 65 to Ward. It's been a very close game so far, though, and we've already finished the first jam, Peachy.
That's right. Fizgig calling off a jam there, getting the got the 3 points and called it off. It was funny, she did a very discreet kind of tapping of the hips, and Totorod was like, no, this is how you do it.
Getting some derbycation.
That's right. So Laura Michelle on the line for Wards of the Skate and Nymphoskora Tonks for South Sea Sirens. Some strong bracing happening from South Sea.
They're doing
letting
a very good job
Nymphoskora
there
go.
at the back, keeping a Perth girl behind, but she is through. Not Lee Jammer, of course, but she's putting pressure on South Sea girl, who has now called it.
That's right, Laura Michelle getting a little bit too close for comfort for Nymphoskora Tonks, so calling that off. 4 points to 0, so bringing South Sea up to 97 points against Ward's 65, yet to score in this second half.
Okay, so on the line jamming for South Sea, we have Cookie Crackhouse, number 1212, or is that 1212? I don't know. What do you think, Peachy?
Well, according to the referees, it's single-digit numbers, so 1212.
Okay, and she's jamming against number 191.
Hades.
This is Hades. Hades? I think I call her Hades before, but I'm terrible.
It's spelt the same.
Yeah.
Who
Anyway.
can tell? Either way, Hades is
Lead jammer for Wards of the Skate. She's called that off after picking up 2 points to South Sea's 0. That's what the Ward girls need to do, try and eat back some of that lead that South Sea have got towards the end of the second half of the first half.
So I went over to track 1 where Varsity Derby League from Canberra is playing Southside Derby Dolls.
Oh,
from
Peachy,
South
give
Sydney.
us an update.
Well, I don't have the exact score, but Varsity were leading, I think, by at least 15 points.
Oh, wow. So that sounds like a close game on track 1 for anyone in internet land who is trying to follow both tracks.
That's right. I wish I could be in 2 places at once,
That
but
would
I'll
be
be able to
awesome.
watch them later on. Back to this jam. Hot Wheels is lead jammer for Wards of the Skate. Fizgig from South Sea Sirens not too far behind. Ward waiting to speed it up and get a couple of points. Fizgig gets forced out on the outside there, just waiting for the Ward blocker to come back into play.
Hot Wheels is the lead jammer for Ward, and she's just called that off then, and scoring 4 points against South Sea's 2 by the looks of it. So that brings us up to South Sea being on 99 versus Ward 71. So that's a small change in score difference there. Ward doing a pretty good job in these first few jams in the second half.
That's right, wanting to close that gap a little bit. Oh, and an official review being called by the South Sea.
So she left that very late, Peachy. She's lucky the refs actually let her have it. But anyway.
Well, I think it may be running down the clock a little bit in the second half.
Yep, that's right. You wait to the very last minute to call it to give your skaters extra time. So I'm unsure what this official review is about. Peachy, did you send anything untoward in that last jam?
Oh, look, depends who's complaining about it. It's hard to say. hopefully we will get some clarification. I did have a really good lineup tracker that was able to gauge the nature of official reviews, but he's gone over to track 1 and I need my eyes on the ground.
Yeah, we don't have an inside man, I'm afraid.
I have to get that set up for the next couple of games.
So I'm afraid I can't really give much insight to what's going on the track, but there was an official review called by Ward. Oh no, Southside, sorry. And it seems that...
Well, no one's going to the bin, so it could have been penalty driven.
Peachy, let's have a look what's happening with this Ward jammer. See, Hot Wheels is putting on the star again and is heading to the bin, so it looks like possibly whatever Southside called the official review for actually worked. So is that twice that's happened today?
I don't know.
Official reviews are working.
Southsea, got that call being successful. Maybe we're just really lucky to have an excellent ref crew. So
possibly.
It's not they're not like unicorns. They do exist.
Are you sure?
We'll see. Well, either way, advantage going to Southsea Sirens.
As mentioned before, the Ward jammer Hot Wheels from the previous jam got sent to start in the bin. So straight away Southsea had the advantage of a power jam, and she's doing an excellent job slicing through the pack there, number 24, which is Nifiskara Tonks. Wardson Skate Jammer Hot Wheels is now out of the bin, and she's meeting a bit of resistance there by some pretty nice blocking there at the back of the pack by Southsea. Southsea Jammer is still continuing to lap. She's looking at her bench trying to get direction here about what she should be doing, but Hot Wheels hasn't made her initial pass yet, so...
Risky move by Nifiskara Tonks.
Oh, and now she's
on
been
the
sent
outside
to the bin there, so she was called on a cut, I'm guessing, Peachy?
Yeah, she got knocked and was on one wheel, but she was a little bit wibbly-wobbly on the outside and must have gone out of bounds, getting that track cut penalty.
So it looks like we had a star pass when I wasn't watching, Peachy, because Hot Wheel has handed off the star to the pivot, who's number, I think, 47, Bowie in Skates, I believe.
That's right, it's on Bowies Skates, who's been blocked out by Cookie Crackhouse.
Number 1212. Oh, but she's had good support from her blockers, who did what we call an honour hit.
That's right, stopping the runner there.
Nice
Mama
work
Miranda
from
being the last line of defence there, having to let her go, getting a 5-point pass for Wards of the Skate.
So I'm not sure if I've seen Bowie Sinskate jam yet, but she might have had the luck of the pivot. Here you go. Do some damage.
Nifiskara Sconce coming onto the track, getting another track cut.
Oh, okay. Oh, no. Oh, yes, she is reporting to the bin. Okay, maybe not. I'll be quiet now. Okay, yes, it is happening.
There was a bit of contesting, and Benchy's like, either way, you still have to report to the bin. I will contest it, but do what you're told.
So the bench coach went out there for a quick chit-chat, but it definitely seems the Southsea Jammer has to start the bin, and that is what's happening. And we have ward number 316.
Bubble and Squeaks.
That's right.
The 2 on her jersey looks like a 1. It's 326.
No, I actually think our list is wrong, Peach.
Oh, it's possible that it is.
That's okay. We know
I
who
had
she
that.
is.
I had that with a skater from the Snipers in the last game, so I do apologise.
Yes, it definitely looks like a 1, so I think our list is
It's possible that a misprint on the program is...
It is possible. Anyway, she's doing an excellent job despite that.
Yeah. It still makes you second guess every time you read it out. Is it this number? I don't know.
So we have the Southsea blockers giving her all sorts of grief here at the front of the pack.
That's right. Crash Bandicoot knocking her down and then resetting in front. They were out of play, but they've managed to get back in play. knocking her down on the inside. Cookie Crackhouse. Oh, she steps out of play.
Okay, so the Ward Jam has been called on cutting them. And, a quick score update actually. 109 to Southside to 85 Ward. So not that much in it still, Peach. I know
That's
I've said
right.
that 20
Ward
times, but it's
have
true.
had those few power jams and doing a good job of tightening that lead.
Peachy, I have an exciting update from the sim bin. Number 1535 from Ward has received her 7th penalty and will be fouled out from the game. That
Already?
is Tiny Dancer. I did keep an eye on her last half, and she was up there with post penalties. So a bit of bad luck for Tiny Dancer, but I'm.
That's right.
Sure
There's
some
been
them
a
are
couple
worth
of
it.
foul outs so far in the tournament.
It's common.
Yeah, it happens. It definitely is a factor, and I know that some of the skaters were at 5 penalties at halftime, so it's more than likely that there will be more foul outs.
That's right. We have at least 2 from Southsea on 5, and maybe another 1 or 2 from Ward. So the bin has been very busy.
So Bubble and Squeak's doing a great job on that last jam, bringing the score up to 90 points for Ward against South Sea Sirens 128.
So we got 38 points in it. So Tiny Dancer's getting direction from Game Over, our referee, about what she needs to do when she's fouled out. She's directed to leave the area and take her skates off.
That's right. She'll be sitting the crowd cheering on her team.
That's right.
Laura Michelle jamming for Ward. And Fizgy going around the outside, getting the lead jammer status for South Sea Sirens.
So we need to keep a close eye on number 4 from Ward, Peachy. She's on 6 majors. I shouldn't focus on these things, but it's always exciting.
Well, you know.
They're a big part of the game.
At this stage of the game, sometimes you to get advantage, you want the other team to get those penalties.
Oh,
it means they're on the track.
absolutely.
It means there's less to defend. So
the opposing team tends to get great joy.
there was a forearms penalty being awarded at the end of that last jam. Not sure whose team that was.
So
Wish I could see the penalty box from here,
Yeah.
but I can't.
So number 7 from Ward is in the bin, which is Rainbow Dash. That's a cute name.
He's cute.
And tough, of course. Yeah.
Super tough. So jamming for Ward is number 191 Hades against number 35 for Sirens. That is Crash Bandicoot.
Oh, look, so 191 Hades from Ward straight through for lead jammer. That was very quick, but South Sea number 35 has got out pretty quickly behind her. So we'll see if she can grab some quick points. Her team nicely setting up some.
The pack is
like
just
going for a
in
skate or something.
disarray.
Yeah.
4 points awarded to each jammer, just being able to kind of skip on through. Hades thinking, should I call off the jam? But
And she did
I'll
call
keep
it
going.
after getting the 4 points, which is nice work from Hades, getting that last blocker's point. Score update. South Sea Roller Derby is 136 and Ward is on 98. So there's just less than 20 minutes left in this half, or indeed the game. So we'll see if South Sea can hold on to this lead. They're doing a pretty good job doing it and looking quite strong, but currently have some bin problems. We have Hot Wheels coming up against number 2 and another blocker whose number I missed.
5:06 jamming for South Sea. That's Betty Doom. Meanwhile, Hot Wheels is lead jammer.
Okay, Betty Doom's out of the pack.
Great assist there from number 4 on Ward.
So number 47 from Ward is reporting to the bin.
4 points for
I
Hot
can
Wheels
see
there.
the annoyance
3.
on Hot Wheels' face when she called it off because the South Sea Jammer managed to sneak on through for 3 points against her 4.
That's right. Betty Doom getting in there, getting 3 points.
Whether she's cranky that the Jam ref didn't call it off in time, who knows? I think they're doing a pretty good job though, the refs. So.
Either way, Ward has cracked the 100-mark barrier.
Nice.
102 points to Ward against South Sea Sirens 139. 18 minutes left on the clock for this half of the game.
Okay, multiplayer being called on someone who's not leaving the track. They're claiming ignorance.
73, that's Smackrabat.
Okay, so she's...
And a,
in
someone's
the
taken a
ref
big
lane we
fall.
had-
Number 88, Flux Decapitator, taking a big fall, tripping up
skater number
Smackrabat, her own
73,
skater.
who was on her way to the bin. That was quite funny.
And the Bubble and Squeaks going to the penalty boxes. Jammer, you didn't see that Jammer penalty?
No, I didn't.
We
I
were
was
too
excited
busy
about
watching the display on the
incident.
outside of the track.
Hopefully those at home were actually watching and saw.
Can be quite distracting when you focus on one part. You miss the whole rest of the game.
That's right.
You would think I'd be better eyes for you watching at home, but I'll try and do better. Hey, Fizgear getting a 5-point pass there for South Sea. Meanwhile, Bubble and Squeaks is back on the track for Ward. Big hit there from Crash Bandicoot. Heading through their jammer. 4 more points on the board for South Sea. Developing a pretty tidy lead. South Sea leading 158 towards 102.
Yeah, so they've managed to stretch that lead out to over 50 now, Peachies, so which is just where they want to be at this time of the game because there's 15 minutes left, but a 50-point lead, as long as they keep playing well, should hopefully secure them the win. So was that an official timeout or a team timeout, Peachy? I didn't see who called that.
There's some discussion in the centre with the
So
referees.
I believe it's an official timeout. They're looking at each other and waving hands and motioning and patting bits of their body. Very serious business in the middle there when the refs have these little meetings.
That's right. Shout out to one of our Canberra refs on the inside, Mike Refone, or Tim, or Mr. May, as he's known, is really coming up and up as one of the newer Canberra referees. And
That's
it's just great to see him
right.
representing Canberra Roller Derby League. Well.
Yeah, in this tournament, it's fantastic. We love new refs. And sometimes it's hard to maintain a good zebra crew, but we're pretty lucky here in Canberra. And this is probably the first tournament that he's being an official at.
Possibly.
He's certainly done some
He's
games.
doing a great job, so I just wanted to do a shout out to our referees and how much we appreciate them. Back to it though, we've got Laura Michelle jamming for Ward and Betty Doom for South Sea. Laura Michelle taking a bit of a spill on the inside, but she went out of bounds, so she has to re-engage. Betty Doom just busting her way through that pack there, getting lead jammer status.
So she's lead jammer.
Laura Michelle doing the dummy jammer, taking the jammer penny off, and she'll be putting it back on so that she can score some points.
Oh, that was pretty close there. Oh, goodness me. So Paul was at... Betty Doom.
I know there's 2 Dooms. Scooby Doom is
Yes,
not with
so
us,
yes,
but I mean, she's in spirit. But Betty Doom trying to call off the jam there, but getting a
But
track
she'd
cut penalty.
already done
So
a cut track. That was a bit unfortunate.
Ward blockers hanging back, just seeing if she's okay on her own to draw out the blockers from South Sea to get through. She does. A 5-point pass there. This is a great opportunity for Ward to close that gap a little bit and see if they can come from behind. Meanwhile, Betty Doom back on the track.
Yes, she's already made another pass. Peachy, and our Ward jammer is having a difficult time in the pack there. She's been smashed out a few times there and has been recycled back.
Betty Doom getting ahead. It looked like she was going to try and suck the jammer back in, but decides they're going to run it out. I think neither of those jammers were lead and had to skate the whole time.
2 minutes, that's right, Peachy. So,
meanwhile, the
another official review. Peachy, I wonder what this one's about.
I have a feeling it may have been about that track cut penalty, but we'll find out. The Wards of the Skate have caught up a little bit, getting their points up to 116 against South Sea's 166.
So we've got exactly 50 points in it at the moment. And if South Sea manage to just hold this for the next 5 minutes, they probably will be able to run home with the win. But we shall see. We shouldn't ever talk too early when it comes to roller derby.
That's right.
Had like 18 notices. What happened to you? Change your mind every 5 seconds.
So another exciting game that's happening this weekend, which isn't really to do with the live stream, Peach, is Canberra Roller Derby's Fresh Meat are having their Carnival of Carnage, which is pretty exciting. It won't be streamed live, is my understanding, but as they're an informal friends game. But all those girls have been training for the last 6+ months and are super pumped.
Oh, they are pumped. I'm actually helping out in one of the teams.
Oh, that's
I'll
exciting.
be holding their hands.
That's it. Oh, well, they're
guiding them through the pack.
Well, there'll be no time at all, and they'll be playing in tournaments like this. So,
for sure. After this Carnival of Carnage, they'll be drafted into home teams, and then let them grow and blossom. And one day they can try out for the Vice City Rollers.
That's
or
it.
the Vice City Betamax, as it were. So it's all very exciting. I love watching the new next generation coming into their own as derby players.
And I think we all remember how exciting it is to have your first game. So. So there's a lot of chatting going on, a lot of deliberation there in the centre. We'll see what the outcome is of this official review, whether they uphold it or overturn whatever they're asking to be reviewed.
And there's been a few that where the call still stands, the team will lose that
official review.
Right. I'm not sure if any of the teams have any left after that.
Look, there's been quite a few, but I think we've discovered 2 today, which were kind of accepted.
Yes, so they've gotten them back.
Yeah, so they can't have too many more with 15 minutes left in the game.
So I can see some Vice City Rollers warming up and the Convict City Rollers also warming up.
That's right, so those 2 teams have a 3 o'clock game. The Vice City Rollers will be playing Northside. The Northside Death Stars. They're a Sydney team, aren't they, Peachy, the Northside?
Northside are from Melbourne area.
Oh, God. I think there's a few North
There's
teams.
too many side
Something
themed
with directions. South,
there's
North.
Southside, South Sea.
And there's West.
Northside, inner West.
West.
And Western Sydney and...
So forgive my ignorance, crowd.
So Northside and South Sea are from Victoria, Melbourne area, as far as I know.
All right.
I'm sure someone will crucify me on the internet if I'm wrong.
If we've got it wrong, our apologies.
So I'll just wait for that to come through or not, as it were.
Someone will get on the Twitter and tell us off.
That's right. Pack advantage for this jam goes to Ward.
191 Hades doing a beautiful side surf to get through for lead jammer there. That was very well played.
That's right. Only 2 blockers to get through at this stage. with a full pack advantage going to Ward.
So the South Sea is out. Ward has made their point scoring pass. Now she is lead, but she's decided not to call it by the looks of it. She's gonna.
Oh, it looked like Nymphoscora Tonks thought she was lead, got hit out and tried to call it, and was a little bit miffed when she realised that she was not lead.
Ain't gonna happen.
Titosaurus and Harmon Miranda doing a great blocking job to keep back Hades.
Who is lead, but is not seemingly wanting to call this off. Oh, now it's gone.
That was a forearms penalty on Crash Bandicoot. Okay. She'll be in the penalty box for the Sirens. Score update, Wards of the Skate are on 124 points, South Sea Sirens 175.
Okay, so we have a blocker apiece for both teams. This is the beginning of this jam with only 12.5 minutes left in this half, or the game.
Harmon Miranda doing some great backwards blocking there.
Through for lead jammer Fizgig. She is a bit of a demon. She's very fast off that line, so you can't really give her an inch because she just finds the line and runs through.
Hot Wheels not too far behind. Fizgig running straight into the backwards blocker.
Yes.
I think she was looking to one side and didn't see who she was running into.
So I think Hot Wheels was hopeful that she scored points there, but I don't think that was the case, Peachy. I think the fourth whistle must have blown.
That may be correct. The score says 128 to Ward.
To 175 South Sea Sirens.
South Sea Sirens. One blocker apiece from each team going to the penalty box, as well as Cookie Crackhouse as South Sea Jammer. Crash Bandicoot, the only blocker on the track for South Sea at this time, being joined by her teammate, number 69. Corky Screw.
Corky Screw. So there's not much blank space on that penalty board there, Peachy.
That's right. The penalties are piling up on both sides. There's a couple of South Sea skaters who have 6 penalties. So I'll have to watch themselves in this last part of the game. 10 minutes to go in the second half. Cookie Crackhouse busting her way through on the inside line out of the penalty box.
Very nice skating there from Ward of the Skate Jammer, just gliding through and calling it off to collect her 4 points. So we have 147 to Ward versus 175 to South Sea. So they are clawing back a bit there, Peachy, but it might be too late with just less than 10 minutes to go in the game.
Well, based on energy levels and penalties, that will be the dictator of who gets ahead or who can change the lead.
So there's a bit of a pause there. The whistle that went and they all just stood there.
That's right. Nymphadora Sconce, scorer Tonks, pardon me.
Yes.
Getting hit back there and forced the track cut on her.
She's not happy about it, but we've all been there. We're never happy about it.
No one's happy about getting a track cut unless you know it was really bad. It'd be like, yeah, I deserve that.
Totally, yeah. I only feel like that 0.01% of the time. The rest of the time, it was not me.
The rest of the time, it's an injustice. And hopefully Laura Michelle can stay on the track and keep fighting to get those points on the board for Ward. pack is just really strung out. Laura Michelle taking advantage of that lead jammer status for Wards of the skate.
Yes, it's getting to that sort of point end of the game, Peachy, when things start to get a little bit scrappy. Number 49, Hell High Water, is reporting to the bin from Ward.
Nivaskora Tonks back on the track for South Sea. Ward trying to keep it back. She sneaks around on the outside. A 5-point pass there for Laura Michelle. 4 points, sorry. The little thumb was tucked in, see.
It's all right. You're not the penalty tracker. It's okay to get it wrong.
I'm not the one who's responsible for taking points off the board.
We're just talking here.
So Laura Michelle called off the jam there, bringing the score for Ward up to 151 points for Ward, for South Sea Sirens 175. So
that's
Ward
pretty
have
exciting,
managed
actually.
to score quite a few points without South Sea scoring any. So they're doing all right.
Not long ago, Peachy, it was about a 51-point differential, and now we're down to less than 25, 24 to be precise, if my maths is any good.
Yeah, that is a great improvement in wanting to close that gap.
That's
it got
right.
away from them for a little bit, and now they're trying to refocus.
So
These girls came a long way to play today. It's quite a trek for for Perth, yes, and any of the skaters on that western side
of Australia. That's right, Peachy. For all you non-Australians, Western Australia is a 4-hour flight or something from here via somewhere else. So it is a bit of a hike from one side of Australia to the other. And of course our Kiwi friends who are here, Richter City, came even further, which is very exciting for Canberra to have international visitors. And it's very good for New Zealand Roller Derby for them to have the opportunity to come and play in tournament.
Absolutely. There are a few sanctioned and mock sanctioned bouts here this weekend. I know that the Varsity Rollers are playing for rankings, so we'll have to see how that transforms this weekend. Meanwhile, we've got...
I think we had Ward force a track cut, if I could talk properly, on our South Sea Siren jammer. She's shaking her head, but I actually think I saw that one happen.
I do enjoy a bit of commentary refereeing.
Yep.
So,
yep.
Hades getting through for the 5-point pass for Ward, as Fizgig is in the bin for South Sea as jammer.
So this is not what South Sea wants to happen if they want to maintain that lead. Let's see what Ward can do to capitalise on his power jam, because if they can grab a cool 10 points or so, they can really be back in the game in this last 6 or 7 minutes with, maybe 5 jams to go.
That's right.
Maybe less.
Two blockers defending from South Sea, Betty Doom.
Oh, nice work from Fizgig there. She took the Ward blockers by surprise. They did not see her leave the bin, so she was able to quickly step in and get straight through so she can start scoring some points.
You can't turn your back on these South Sea skaters for too long.
No.
They will just capitalise on that.
They're some powerful, fast jammers, don't they, Peachy?
Oh, this score is getting tighter and tighter. Ward are now on 161 points to South Sea's 177. 6.5 minutes left to go in this game.
So that's 16 points in it, Peachy. That is nothing, and they can actually do it from here. See, I shouldn't have spoken 10 minutes ago. I knew it.
It's very hard to say, and this is what I love about roller derby, is that there's so much capacity to, really come from behind and show true grit and
pull it back, really
kind of
rein in those scores.
Looking at the penalty board, I think the referees might be seeing who do
they need to eject next? Or foul out.
Foul out, yes. Eject is a very harsh.
Yeah, different thing.
That's
foul
right.
out.
So it looks like
number 7 from Ward has been fouled out.
That's right. Number 7 from Ward, that is Rainbow Dash, has fouled out with her 7 penalties. She will be...
she'll be watching from the sidelines.
That's
with
right. I think
our other Ward skater.
Her, if I can see the board.
Tiny Dancer was our other Ward girl who got fouled out. So those two will be able to watch the remaining 6 minutes together.
Mm-hmm. Lots to learn in this first game for Ward in the Quad Save the Queen tournament. So they'll also be playing, if I can look at my thing, Pool 3. So they've got playing Betamax and Richter City.
Yeah, so Ward is actually playing Richter City at 5 p.m. and South Sea is playing the Vice City Betamax team at 7 p.m.
Yes.
So the Richter City girls are a very tough, strong team. Took out a very big win against our CRDL B team, the Betamax. So I'll be interested to see how Ward and South Sea go against them. They're very strong. They're the all-stars.
That's right, and warming up for the next round of games from Pool 1. We've got Vice City Rollers versus Convict City and Northside versus Sydney Snipers, I think. Opposite?
Yep.
I did that
Vice
earlier.
City Rollers versus Northside. And the Sydney Snipers, which is the Sydney B team versus Convict City, which from Tasmania.
Hobart. Yes.
Hobart. Good. Excellent.
So back to it after that official
Okay, finally,
timeout.
we're back on.
Hot Wheels jamming for Ward and number 35 for South Sea, Crash Bandicoot, who is now lead jammer.
So I think Ward's only be left with maybe 9 or 10 players on the track after those 2 ejections, but with only 6 minutes left, they should be okay.
5-point pass there for Crash Bandicoot, and Hot Wheels still in the bin. She's riding that outside line. Meanwhile, she gets tripped up there by number 2. That is Harma Miranda. She got a low block penalty there for tripping up Hot Wheels.
Okay, so I think we're going to get another foul out. Number 4 from Ward looks like she is on her way to the penalty box and she's sitting on 6. So it looks like more work for the penalty box and our Zebra crew.
Yep.
Busy day.
That's right. The last 5 minutes in the game is when it starts to get really crazy. But just a score update, Ward are on 161 points. South Sea are on 187.
Okay, so number 4 from Ward knew very well that she's on a foul out. We'll have to tack to the refs because she'll have to stand out.
1-2-1-2 from South Sea. Cookie Crack House also got fouled out. So she's just going to go have a little seat in the crowd.
Number 33... Titosaurus is on her 7th. So this is why there's lots of chatting in the box at the moment, because there is 2 players in the box who need to be fouled out.
Yes, and they will need to be replaced in the penalty box by another player. Yep.
That's right, exactly, Peachy. I'm not sure if Is that 1, 2, 3, 4 foul outs? That's quite a lot.
2 apiece.
5?
1, 2
each?
3 have fouled out from Ward, and 1,
2 are being fouled out from South. So that's 5.
Well, I can't hear Dalai Salima doing the in-house commentary, but if I did, she'd say, if you're not getting penalties, you're not doing it right.
We're talking about you, Slammer.
I'm just saying that Slammer will probably be giving her a seal of approval.
Yeah, fouled out means you've been amongst it.
It means you gave it your all.
That's right. So 1-2-1-2 and number 33 from South Sea Sirens. Sorry, I should get that right by now. Look like they're on their way out. They haven't. There's a lot to organise here, people.
Well, that's right. I think when skaters go to the penalty box managers need to fill out all sorts of paperwork, so it's made their life very interesting.
It's a big deal.
And all the appropriate numbers need to be dealt with. Mind you, during this game, the track tape has been completely torn up by all the carnage, and the referees on the outside are
taking the opportunity to give it a little bit of a touch-up.
Give it a bit of TLC, bit of a zhuzh, as it were.
So we have game over referee doing all the bits and bobs, fouling people out and so on.
So the packs are looking a bit light on. There's pack advantage going to
Okay,
Ward.
so Ward's now called a team timeout, probably to have a chin wag after half their team has left. Or I might be exaggerating. Okay, 3 Ward players have been fouled out and 2 of the South Sea Sirens have been fouled out.
So if my maths is correct,
That's a lot. That's
there's
5.
five on the track, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So they've got 10 skaters. So they can
That'll be
finish. They can finish the last 5 minutes.
Yep.
But I think they just wanted to clear their heads after all of that confusion and regroup.
Yeah, and to make it even more exciting, there is 2 South Sea Sirens on 6 penalties. So anything could happen.
That's right.
And one more from Ward on 6. So we could have another 3.
You make it sound like
I know,
something you're
I know,
looking
I'm
forward
bad.
to. You feel like Oprah, like, you
Yeah,
get a
oh my
foul out,
God.
you get a foul out. Everybody look under your seats.
All right, let's get back to the game, Peachy. We have
It is
2
Fizz
jammers.
Gig, for South Sea. And
I can't quite see our
she's
jammer from
crouching
Ward.
behind the other, I think it might be Hades.
Yeah, so Ward has a pack advantage with 2 South Sea blockers currently in the bin. And we have 1 Ward blocker, number 56, sitting in the bin.
So because the packs are so light on, I think South Sea have taken the little space where Ward aren't. There's always a chance that one jammer can follow the other and it doesn't work out, but we shall see.
Game on.
Fizz Gig going
beautiful.
into the brace for Ward and then skipping on the inside where it's nice and clear. She was on friendly side with her teammate. She got through lead jammer for South Sea Sirens. It's going to take me all tournament, but I'll get there in the end.
So we have less than 5 minutes on the clock now, Peachy, and South Sea still holding on to their lead of 187 to 161, which might be updated any second. Oh yes, so they've scored some points. It's 191 to South Sea, and Ward remains on 161. So the lead's gone out to 30 now, with only 4 and a bit minutes to go. So unless catastrophe happens, they might still hold that lead.
That's right. South Sea really wanting to keep this lead. I think at this point they're just going to play conservatively and try and run down the clock, which is exactly what Fizz Gig was doing in that last jam, waiting until she called it off. Meanwhile, Laura Michelle still making her initial pass for Ward. Niva Skorotonks coming through. She is lead jammer for the Sirens.
So quick shout out to Finn Maelstrom, who's obviously listening to us somewhere in the world. Hey, one of our teamies.
She had her first commentating gig this morning and she loved it. So I'm going to call on her again at some point, perhaps during the tournament, but in the future it's not really that hard. I think once you start having a chin wag when you're with your fellow co-commentator, it's a lot of fun. So I encourage people to try it. Fizz Gig on the line for the Sirens, South Sea Sirens, and Hades for Ward. Pack advantage going to Ward, and 2 blockers for South Sea. Hades gets through, lead jammer for Ward. Here's an opportunity to get some more points on the board for Ward's at the skate. Fizz Gig not too far behind.
She's coming up against a bit of resistance here. They've got some pretty fierce blockers there. Now that was a beautiful side surf.
That was an incredible side surf.
Bust out that move.
Great footwork there by Hades. Looking like she wanted to call off the jam there, but getting hit to the inside, I think she's decided to keep going.
Yeah, she'll see if she can collect the rest of these points before she does. She might have already taken some of them. Anyway, she has called it off. And she got 3, which is quite reasonable.
That's right. There was a 4-point pass before and then a 3-point pass, so 168.
Okay.
My maths is correct.
Yeah, 168 to 199. So Southsea Sirens are just about to crack the 200 in this probably second last jam, would be my guess, with only 2 minutes to go on the clock.
Official timeout.
Let's see if the refs find someone else to foul out.
Oh, I'm looking. Not see anyone. So if you're watching this at home on the Twitters or on the Facebooks, be sure to leave your comments using the hashtag QSTQ. Quad Save the Queen.
Nice work.
QTSQ.
Don't say it more.
You can tweet at CRDL_derby on Twitter. And be sure to leave your comments, anything with the feed.
Yeah, we'd
anything
love
you want
to
say
hear from anybody.
If you have any feels,
yes,
or if you just want to shout out. I love a good shout out, so happy to accommodate that.
Yes, Peachy and myself will be on the mic a fair bit over the weekend, I believe, when we're not skating or doing other duties.
That's right. So Hot Wheels jamming for Ward, and for South Sea, Nymphascora Tonks making her way through the friendly side on the inside, through for lead jammer.
Nice work there from the South Sea Sirens.
That's right. Harmon Miranda, number 2 for South Sea, doing a great hit out and running her back. And again, recycling to the front. Oh, it's like a
nice
little do-si-do with the 2 South Sea blockers.
They had a number, but she managed to get through.
5 points to Nymphascora Tonks for lapping Hot Wheels in the pack.
So we have a minute still on the clock, so there will be at least one more jam. This is likely to be the last jam, but I won't talk too soon because anything can happen.
Well, that's right. There seems to be time on the period clock. So if that doesn't run out by the end of this jam, there will be another jam if someone calls a timeout. So we'll see if anyone has any left. Score update, South Sea Sirens really screaming ahead. They are now on 209 points towards 168.
Okay, so
What
maybe
is
there's
happening?
a review. No,
Nope.
we're back on.
I think they just needed a little break.
I'm going to make a call. This should be the last jam.
Yes.
It only needs to go for 33 seconds.
Okay, Fizzgig, lead jammer for South Sea Sirens.
Fizzgig has had a phenomenal game. She's been jamming like a demon. I'd be interested to see the points haul for her.
That's right. I do love me some good stats. I'd like to see what that is like, particularly at the end of the tournament after day 2, day 3. Could be very interesting. So Bubble and Squeaks making it through. 3 points for Ward in that last jam.
There we go, Peachy. We now have our unofficial final, so the clock has run out, so unless something's gone wrong, South Sea, the unofficial final score is 215 versus Ward on 171. That's the unofficial, although I think it's just been put up as the final score. So it does look like our South Sea Sirens have taken the win over the Wards of the Skate, but that was an awesome game and it was close the whole way along.
That's right, Wards of the Skate coming a long way to play at the Quad Save the Queen tournament and really held their own for a majority of that game, and I think at the end of the day the penalties got the best of them.
That's right.
So final scores, South Sea Sirens took it out on 215 points to Wards of the Skate on 171 points. This has been Pool 3 of Quad Save the Queen here on track 2. Coming to you live from the Tuggeranong Basketball Stadium here in Canberra, hosted by Canberra Roller Derby League. Next up on track 2, we will have Vice City Rollers versus Northside Rollers Death Stars. And on track 1, we will have Sydney Snipers against Convict City Rollers.
So I guess we'll sign off now, Peachy. It's been a pleasure. Thanks for talking with me and watching the Derbs. We've had loads of fun, and no doubt you'll hear from us again.
That's right, signing off. I'm Peachy Keen.
And I'm Pink Mist.
We'll see you later.
Okay, bye. I need to work out what I'm doing next. I bet you I'm sitting here. I have to go over to my, I might have it.
I don't know where I'm meant to be next.
I was going to check in my bag.
So you'll know to play that team. You need to very much shut down Biscuit and Thomas.
Yes, they're awesome, aren't they?
The two big ones, mate. They're lucky, as I said. They've got a lot of, they're very big, and I notice they're very tall. They're bullies. They stand up. So they're going to get, you guys are smart and got penalties on them. You can get put down and in the bin. So I think you'll find that if you just keep focusing on staying low, don't try to stand up against them because you'll just, they're just going to be like War Patrol. It's like crazy.
That was hilarious. Look how many people got. I don't think I've had 5 people fouled out. 6 in the end.
6 is really good. Betty Drew was out at in track 1. You're doing the stream, you're doing in-house. So what am I doing on track 1?
Okay, so I don't get to watch this game.
So what game's on track 1?
Convict.
Convict City.
Snipers and Cops. So I'm on stream again. Who
You're
am I
seeing
doing?
VCRs? Yeah. I missed the VCBs. Okay. Come on, Boo.
That's alright.
It's okay, we've got 15 minutes. I'll let you out.
Yeah, okay.
Well, maybe I'll go this way. I can go this way. That way, each chair. It's easier. Mix it back. It's too tight in here. It's not enough room.
can do it on my own.
Are you by yourself?
Oh, God. The pressure.
I've been doing it all day by myself.
I must probably prefer to do that. The live stream's weird.
I just want to let you know I'm the runner / watcher of all evil for this track and the other track.
Oh, okay.
So if you see any evil or anything that needs to be watched,
Well, I'll leave this behind me then.
tell someone else because I don't really know what it is.
I never seen you on set.
I'm chicken at
2 minutes to go.
Oh, my friend.
Lady,
I bought her a tea towel.
use your services.
Yes.
We don't have another camera guy.
Just 2 seconds.
Yeah, just I'm back on the track now. She got so irritating me. Miss me out.
Oh, well.
Northside Capital is doing really well.
Suppose I'm meant to get on and talk again.
Yeah.
Oh, well.
I can talk back to you if it helps, but
You do whatever stuff buttons. I don't do buttons.
I
can
realized
talk.
when you guys were doing that because I was like, oh my god, wait! And I don't know if I'd be very good at it.
I think the thing is, I think you can do that as long as you're not too biased.
Okay, yeah.
There's nothing wrong with being affiliated with a team. I'm about to commentate them, so I'm happy to say I am CRDL. If you're not biased and you're not rude about it, or you don't tag anyone out, I think you can be quite attractive. You know, we're not getting paid $100,000 a year to be a professional football commentator.
Yeah, that's true.
Like, I'm sure if, you know, the big woofter type champs, they're probably a bit more pedantic, but you can't be pedantic here, we're not professional.
Yeah.
And a lot of, this is the first time I've ever done streaming, so it's weird. Okay. I'm going to get back to it.
Testing, testing. Testing, testing. Hello. This is Pink Mist here from the Canberra Roller Derby League, and we are here live from Canberra for the Quad Save the Queen tournament. On the track, we have Canberra's own Vice City Rollers versus the Northside Rollers Death Stars. So I'll be speaking to you on my lonesome for this game because I don't have a friend, so bear with me. I'll try not to talk your ear off. We've already got the Vice City Rollers and the Northside Death Stars lined up for the first jam. I'll start running through the numbers for you and who's who. On the track jamming for the Vice City Rollers, we have Chaos. And for the Northside Rollers Death Stars, I have to catch a number. I think it's number 13, which is the captain. I'm just trying to find her name on the list. Have to claim a bit of ignorance of not knowing everybody's names. Okay, I was wrong. Number 73. So this is Liz Williams, 73 for Northside Death Stars, and Chaos. And Chaos from the Vice City Rollers is out for lead jammer, first jam. Okay, our Northside Rollers Jammer number 73 has also got out, but Chaos has got through the pack and called it off for a quick 3 points before Northside could score. Excuse me, I just commentated another game and I'm a little bit dry. So we come here from track 2 at the Tuggeranong Southern Cross Stadium in Canberra. This is the home ground from the Canberra Roller Derby League, and the Varsity Rollers are our A travel team who are ranked very highly, either 3rd or 4th in the country at the moment. So Northside Death Stars, we have lead jammer for number 88, which is Missy Bowler. And Freudian Slits had a bit of trouble there in the pack, but she is through. And let's see if the Death Stars can get some points on the board. And she's quickly called it. 2 points to the Northside Rollers Death Stars. So, quick swing down the list. Canberra Roller Derby League Vice City Rollers. We have Chaos, number 56, Anthrax, 89, Bambi Von Smasher, number 411, Very Bad, 88, Behemoth Rhapsody, 1975, Bubble O'Kill, 303, Knuckles, number 604, Freudian Slit, 1337, Isabella Belligerent, 1551, Madge, 1236, and I'll pause there for a second. We have Knuckles, or otherwise known as Nux, number 604, jamming for the Vice City Rollers, and she is through for lead jammer. Last on my list, Overbearing, number 327, who happens to have a birthday today. Happy birthday, Over. I think she's like 23 or something. Rainbow Spite, number 10, Stone Jet, number 70, Sugar Plum Crazy, K9, and Shaggle Frock, number 77, who is not skating this game. So Knuckles, or Nux, has lead jammer for the Vice City Rollers, and she has got another scoring pass there. The Northside Death Stars jammer has passed the panty to the pivot, obviously having a lot of difficulty against the Vice City Rollers packs, which are been known to be very daunting. So Nux has called it. I'll just do a quick score check. So that brings the Vice City Rollers to 17 and the Death Stars remain on 2. Okay, Ukraine Jam number 3. On the jam line for the Vice City Rollers, we have Very Bad, number 88. She's coming up against a pretty solid wall of Death Star blockers who are bracing very well and keeping her behind. However, B52 from the Death Stars has paid for that blocking. She's now in the bin. And we have lead jammer status for the Death Stars. Number 55 from the Death Stars, who is Champagne Corker. And she's got through for 2 points with the VCRs, getting nil. Sugar Plum Crazy is now taking a trip to the bin. So we have one blocker apiece from each team at the moment, with a score of 17 versus 4. Currently the VCRs ahead. So we have the captain of the Death Stars, number 73, up jamming. She's being held up by Anthrax, Behemoth Rhapsody and Spite. And on the track for the Death Stars, with number 11, number B52, 801, who is now coming to the sin bin, quickly followed by the Death Star jammer. So I believe the Death Star Jammer has been called for a cut track, but I did not quite catch that. But we have a power jam here for the Vice City Rollers with Freudian Slit number 1337 jamming and getting through for a quick 5 points. Okay, our Death Star Jammer is back on the track, number 73, which is the captain. And that's Liz Williams. I'll just call her Liz. Freudian Slit there for another 5-point pass. And the Vice City Rollers drawing a cut off number 73, Bohemian Rhapsody, managing to get behind her when she re-entered the track. Okay, I'll have a quick whip through the Death Stars names and numbers. We have Suspender, number 11, Spink, 182, Foxy LaRue, number 192, Kim Bully, 277, Grenade O'Connor, number 33, Bliss Star, number 4, Champagne Corker, 55, Sunny Onslaught, 5 a.m, Liz Williams, number 73, which is captain. And then we have Aka Armoff, 801, Bioweapon, 810, who I believe's not skating, Zombatelli, Screamatoma, 83, and Missy Bowler, 88, and KO, 98. The Duchess of Hazard, Boom, Bella Bomber, B52, and on the bench we have Cinnamon Whip and Gingerbread Slam. So on the bench for the Vice City Rollers, we have Fauna Cat and Sewer Rat. So we have a team timeout that's been called by, I believe, our green team, which is the Death Stars. Just to clarify that the Vice City Rollers are wearing black for this game. So the Vice City Rollers are already ready to go there with Knuckles, number 604, lined up for Jammer. Okay, timeout over. We are about to head into jam number 5. Quick score update. Canberra City Rollers, Vice City Rollers I should say, are on 42 versus 4 to the Death Stars. So they haven't had much luck scoring in the last 5 minutes since the first few jams. We have 88 jamming for the Death Stars, which is Missy Bowler. I think she's jammed a few today, and Nux is out there as lead jam. Okay, on the line we have Chaos, number 56 for the VCRs. Struggling a little bit there at the back of the pack against some pretty fearsome walls from the Death Stars. And jamming, and Chaos is through for lead jammer, but she's close by Northside Death Stars number 182, which is Spink. Chaos has called it with 3 points going to the VCRs to the Death Stars 0, which brings us to a score of Vice City Rollers 11. And the VCRs remain on 49. Okay. Jamming for Death Star. We have the captain again, number 73, Liz. And blockers on the track, you have to forgive me, I can't see all their numbers, but I can see we have number 98 out there, which is KO. And 801. Blocking for the Death Stars, which is Aka Armoff. So Nux is through for lead jammer for the VCRs. And our Death Star jammer is still trying to fight through the pack of VCR blockers who have been known to be a little bit ferocious. Nux has scored a 5-point pass and she's hoping to go for her second 5-point pass, and she has managed to slam her way through the pack. Our Death Star jammer is duck behind the pack at the moment, I think. She's having a bit of trouble with those walls and the water falling. Playing in the US of A for the Gotham Girls in New York, which is pretty exciting. And I know she'll be listening now. Hey, Shorty. We heart you. Lots of cuddles. Okay, I digress. So we have on the jam line for the VCRs Bambi Vaughan Smasher number 411. Bambi is fighting her way through the track and nearly through, but she managed to avoid a cut there and is now gone through up the inside. So our Death Star jammer has caught up the back there, and it looks like we've had another star pass there for the Death Stars. Their jammer has passed it off to the pivot number 192, who is getting on her head, but Bambi Vaughan Smasher is messing with her head a little bit, trying to do the commonly used term eat the baby, which is when the other jammer will hold up the opposing jammer to give the pack an opportunity to catch up and block them again. So that was good work there by the pivot who became jammer for Death Stars. She managed to whip through and get 2 points for the Death Stars. A quick score update. Okay, 76 to the VCRs versus 13 for the Northside Rollers Death Stars, and we are just nearly at halfway mark. So we have Freudian Slip fighting at the back of the pack against some very good walls there by the Northside Rollers. But Northside Rollers have lead, and she has got through the pack and picked up a quick 2 points and called it off before Freudian Slit could score. So that was smart play by the Death Stars. They need to try and keep that points differential down if they can. So on the line for the Death Stars, we have number 98, which is KO. And we have Boom, which is the Duchess's Hazard. Jamming is number 73, Liz. And we have jamming for the Vice City Rollers, Knuckles, or Nux as she is called, number 604. Nux is a fearsome jammer and blocker. So our Northside jammer, Liz, has been sent to the bin that the referee is motioning a multiplayer, so I'm unsure what she did. And Nux has just been forced to cut the track, so that was unfortunate. So, but she will only have to serve however long Liz has been sitting there, so which isn't too long. We now have a power jam situation for the Northside Death Stars, which might be the first in the game. Knuckles powering through the pack. Now she is no longer lead, of course, because she's taken a trip to the bin, so we will be seeing a full 2-minute jam, which the jammers always know about. So both these teams have already had games today. I cannot boast to know the score of the Northside game against Convict City. However, I know the Vice City Rollers took out a very good win against the Sydney B team, the Snipers, first thing this morning. Nice work there by Spite at the back of the pack, drawing back the number 11 jammer for the Northside Rollers. Number 11 is Suspender. Okay, so we have 12 minutes or so left in the game, and the VCR is sitting on 89 versus the Death Stars on 21. So far, quite a convincing lead by the Vice City Rollers, but it certainly is a little bit early in the game to start making any calls. We have Chaos here, number 56, who's managed to stick it just up at the outside to get lead jam of the CRDL Vice City Rollers. Oh, but 88. Oh, looked beautiful for a second there, running up the inside, but she has been called for a cut. Miss Ebola. And we have one of her blockers, Duchess of Hazard, about to exit the sin bin, and Chaos sweeping around those Northside blockers. I believe Chaos has some kind of skating hockey kind of background, so has some awesome footwork to boot. And on the track also for the Vice City Rollers, we have Overbearing, whose birthday it is today. I might sing later on if you're lucky. Bohemoth Rhapsody, number 1975, heading to bin for the VCRs. And number 88, Jammer, is out from the Northside Rollers, and she's done an excellent job sweeping around the outside. Okay, and that brings in that jam. Quick score check. That was a good jam. We have 107 to the Vice City Rollers, 21 to the Northside Rollers. (4-1-1). Bambi Von Smasher lining up for the Vice City Rollers against our Northside Rollers, number 55, Corker, who we've seen jam a few times, and she's managed to sneak through on the inside, not far behind Bambi. So Bambi will have to get around the track quickly to pick up a few points. The pack is a bit spread out, but they've come back together now. Bambi's quickly whipped through to grab 2 points and has called it before the Northside Jammer could catch the pack. So far it's been a pretty penalty kind of light game. We've only had 5 penalties for the VCRs and about 7 for the Northside Rollers. After coming off a game where there was 7 foul outs, I think we'll see how this one goes. Not these two teams, a previous game. Nice work, lead jammer Liz for Northside Rollers. She's coming through for a scoring pass. They're keeping the pressure on, but she's doing an excellent job and has called it as she was hit out by some of those Canberra ferocious blockers. Jamming for Northside, we have 182. Whose name Spink. Yes, I've seen Spink a few times. She is out on the jam line. Looks like we have a timeout called by the Vice City Rollers. They probably just having a bit of a regroup. So what other blockers we have? 277, Kim Bully, I should say. Foxy LaRue, number 192, out there blocking for Northside. 801, Aka Armoff. So they'll just be having a bit of a chat during this timeout. So I guess I'd like to say thanks to all the amazing teams who have made their way all the way to Canberra to join us this weekend in the cold. We have the Canberra Roller Derby League. We have the A team and the B team, the Vice City Betamax, playing this weekend. We have the Sydney Roller Derby League Assassins and Snipers, Snipers being their B team. Southside Derby Dolls, WA Roller Derby, Northside Rollers, Perth Roller Derby, Convict City Rollers, Richter City all the way from New Zealand, South Sea Roller Derby and Varsity Derby League, another Canberra league. So we have a lot of girls have travelled from Perth and New Zealand. Okay, so we have Bubble O'Kill on the jam line, or jamming, for the Vice City Rollers. So this is first jam for Bubbles tonight. She tends to do more blocking, but she does pretty well when she whacks a star on her head. So nice work, Bubbles, there, getting through the pack for lead jammer. But 182 has managed to get through for the Northside Rollers. Bubbles has called it, though, quickly for a cool 4 points to Northside Rollers 0. So there's only 8.5 minutes left in this first half, and the Vice City Rollers have a fairly convincing lead at the moment, 113 to 24 to the Northside Rollers. Bambi Von Smasher jamming, stuck behind those Northside Rollers, and we have 88, Miss Ebola, who we've seen jamming a lot for the Death Stars. Bambi again messing with blockers' heads. Trying to draw a cut on... Oh, and we've had a bit of an incident. Bambi lost her jammer panty, so don't know what happened there, but with that jam led to 4 points being awarded to the Northside Rollers, to Bambi 0. She did not have a panty on and couldn't get any points. Nice work by Freudian Slit getting around the pack, but she's not lead jammer. And the Death Star jammer number 55, Corker, has called that off. And we had 0-all for that jam. So the score is 113 Vice City Rollers to 28 Northside Rollers Death Stars. Chaos, 56 on the line for the Vice City Rollers, and number 73, captain of the Northside Death Stars, is taken jammer, Liz. She's been jamming a lot for the Northside Death Stars. She's doing a pretty good job, but they have come up against a pretty phenomenal team, Vice City Rollers, so they're still making some pretty good scores on the board, though. Chaos whipped around there for a quick 5-point pass, managing to lap Liz, who is just getting out of the pack past Stone Jet. Chaos calling it off after getting another 4 points for the VCRs, bringing the score to 122 to 28. So the Death Stars haven't scored for a few jams, I think. Okay, Bambi has lined up on the jam line with a star on her head this time. We'll hope that she doesn't have another panty malfunction. Now jamming for the Death Stars. I can't quite catch her number. Sorry, you'll have to forgive me. I don't know their team as well because I'm a Canberra girl. Bambi Von Smasher, lead jammer for the Vice City Rollers. And we have Northside jammer just getting through in the pack, but Bambi has tried a little bit more jammer on jammer action. She's been doing that pretty much all day. And we'll see, I think, Bambi whipped through for a quick 2 points versus the Death Stars managed to pick up 1 point, which was pretty good considering they did not have lead. Okay, we have Freudian Slit on the jam line again against 88. Missy Bowler, 88 has also been one of the good jammers here for the Death Stars, and she's got through for lead jammer. She very aggressive jamming there to get through against the VCR walls. Freudian Slit, however, is also through, so she'll be able to put pressure on her to call it off. We'll see if Death Stars can pick up a few points in this jam, and it has been called. And it looks like 3 points to the Death Stars, and VCR's not getting any points on that occasion. So we have only 3 minutes left in this first half here at the Tuggeranong Southern Cross Stadium, with the Canberra Vice City Rollers playing the Northside Rollers Death Stars. Score is 128 to the Vice City Rollers and 32 for the Death Stars. So quite a convincing lead for the Vice City Rollers. However, the Death Stars have been playing very well against what is considered one of Australia's top teams. So they've picked up lead jammer this time, and they have done that quite a bit. Number 55, Corker, lead jammer. And not far behind her is Chaos, number 56 from the VCRs. So let's see what the Death Stars can do, whether they can try and get some quick points. And she did manage to pick up one. Chaos didn't get any points on that jam. Okay, we have less than 2 minutes left on the clock, so this would be maybe the last jam or second last jam. Jamming for the VCRs is number 411, Bambi Von Smasher, but she's been caught up in the pack and recycled back. And we have Liz, number 73, with lead jammer for the Death Stars. She's been taking a very heavy jamming load for her team. So she's doing a great job. I imagine she's getting a bit fatigued this far into the first half. So the Death Stars put a few points on the board. They're sitting at 35 versus 128 for the Vice City Rollers. So there is nearly 100 points in the game at the moment. We have 182 on the line. Excuse me, voice is a bit croaky. Spink, number 182 on the line for Northside Rollers. She's jammed a fair bit also in this half for the Death Stars. She's trying to sneak through the pack. And Freudian Slit, however, is through for the VCRs, getting lead jammer. She's been jamming a fair bit, been quite successful today and had a very good game earlier against the Sydney Snipers. So 182, oh there you go, we've had a star pass to Foxy LaRue, so Spink past the star. However, we've ended up with a track cut from the pivot, who is now the jammer, number 192, Foxy LaRue. So unfortunately, that is a jammer in the bin for our Northside Death Stars. So this is giving the Vice City Rollers a power jam. And Freudian Slits just snuck up the inside. Some very good assisting from Vice City Rollers. So there's not much time left on the clock. This will be the final jam for the first half now. Freudian slit. I blinked and missed it, but she has ended up in the bin. I will see if I can work out what she did. I think it was a low block. It's just judging from my bad sight of the penalty board, so if I got it wrong, feel free to tweet about it. Nice work from Anthrax, collecting Foxy LaRue on the inside line there and forcing her back, so she's had to be recycled behind the pack. And that's it. Looks like we are on half time. Okay, so quick score update. Canberra Roller Derby League's Vice City Rollers are 143. And the Northside Rollers Death Stars are on 40. So we have 103 lead to the Vice City Rollers at this half-time point. I believe there's a chance that the Vice City Rollers will have to start with a jammer in the bin. I did not see if Freudian slip was released before the half-time whistle went. In terms of the penalty board, we are actually looking not too bad. Everyone's playing pretty clean. We have number 73 from the Death Star Rollers, Liz Williams. She's on 3 penalties, but Liz has jammed like a demon the whole first half, so as we all know, jammers tend to attract more penalties. I'm Pink Mist, and I think I'll sign off to have a quick break, and I'll be back with you when we hit the second half of this game here in Canberra at the Quad Save the Queen tournament, with the Canberra's own Vice City Rollers versus the Northside Rollers Death Stars. Ciao. Oh, cool. Yeah, because I'm like, oh God.
Yeah.
Yeah, this just sits here live for a little while. Sits here just sitting there doing nothing. Okay, I'm going to have a snack. Oh my God, this is so tiring.
I'm feeling the same, and I'm just from sitting here doing nothing.
Yeah, I can feel my muscles just go.
Yeah.
So I think I get a break after this.
Me too. And then we have a game.
I guess that's why I have a break.
Yeah, there's a bitch, one of those bitches that backblocked me, knocked me to the ground.
Oh, really?
That one. Now you are. Yeah, she knocked me to the ground. I smacked my knee, and it's just like getting really tight, like the longer I sit. Like I was stretching it before, but yeah. She went for a back block, which is weird, but it was such a back block that yeah.
God, I think, oh dear, don't hurt yourself now.
I don't twist my legs so they trip me over.
That was a weird game, actually.
Yeah, it was. How did you find it?
I had a bad game all that bin time, so I was a bit disappointed. But I think we all came together in the second half, so I feel quite good about how we ended it.
Yeah, me too.
And I managed to keep our bin for the last 20 minutes. So
Yeah.
I think so. Yeah, I was a bit disappointed, but I think it was going okay.
Guess what? Dad's got problem for girls and so we're getting babysitted by Gavin.
Oh no, don't eat lollies. I'm not joking, Tali. Because Lani gets sick every time. Is Dad coming back?
Yeah. But he's got something on.
Yeah, okay. It's fine.
Oh, and he had to go help Paul with one thing, I think.
Where's Lani? Did you want some juice? Or popcorn? Yeah, you can have a donut if you want. No, you can have one. No, have that too.
got nothing. I wouldn't even work out what to plug in where. So. So is it working from track 1 as well?
I haven't been over there yet.
Okay.
Oh, well, network's over there, but I haven't gone to even start. I tried before because they were in their last break, but whoever owns the laptop had the password set on it, so I couldn't set the scoreboard server up to give me any data. Yeah, and it's sick of all it, and I can't find anything. So at some point soon, let's just check. So we've got 1 and 2 preview. Let's go back here, make sure it's all set up nice and alright. That's still run delegated. Yep, that's better.
So is this some kind of sporting software or?
This is a proper video production studio kit.
Oh, okay.
This actually belongs to Shine Australia, the guys who make MasterChef, The Block. Yeah.
So it's kind of expensive then? Okay, I'll just be careful. I'll keep my water.
Yeah, don't spill coffee on this bit. That's the thing you're worried about.
Okay.
Just the keyboard thing, about $3 grand.
Alright. That's okay.
On the other track, however, you've got a total of about $2 grand with the kit. It's amazing. We have a computer that was just sitting in my lounge room that I've rebuilt for the purpose of streaming. Yeah. Only because we wanted something that we didn't have to borrow and cart around, that we could do like 2 cameras and just rock up to an event with a backpack basically and do it.
Yeah. Oh, I 100% agree. I never had to do the live stream before.
Yeah, we haven't done enough of it in Australia, that's the problem.
Yeah.
But that's changing.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, it's kind of tiring, but there's at least when you talk to an audience, you get a response.
Oh, there we go.
Nice.
Yeah, it's one. I think actually put that further on the bench, or put the laptop on the bench if you want, doesn't have to sit there. Can you get that down into a PowerPoint next to your feet? The only thing with it, don't play with the mouse or anything, because it will.
Oh, it'll come up. Okay.
And yeah, if your screen blanks or whatever for any reason, actually your mouse cursor doesn't, but if your screen blanks, it will kill the display.
Okay.
I'll show you
I'll
show you how to disable the overlay. So if it does fuck up, you can turn it off.
Okay, that would be good. I'll also switch off the sleep function.
Actually, you've got Tab sitting here. Tab is normal. I've done a heap of vision switching for us in Sydney.
Okay,
So
if something shits
do you want
out.
to have the overlay off? It's on DSK2. Actually, transition delegate. Transition it off. Oh, I see your menu.
Sorry,
I
I'm
just transitioned it off the screen while you did that.
Oh, good. Sorry, yes.
That was going out live.
Okay. Sorry. I'm just,
Yep, that is me. Yes, our audio is still on. Hello, audience. I love you all.
Hello. Okay, here we are at the Canberra Tuggeranong Southern Cross Club Stadium for the Quad Save the Queen tournament, Track 2. We are just going to the second half of the Canberra Roller Derby League's Vice City Rollers versus the Northside Rollers Death Stars. So hopefully now on your screens you can see a beautiful scoreboard, but just to recap, 143 at the end of the first half to the Vice City Rollers and 40 to Northside. So in this first jam, we have number 73, Liz, captain of the Northside Death Stars. So she is not lead jammer, I believe, but Freudian Slit for the Canberra Roller Derby League is now in the bin. So it may be that we end up with a 2-minute jam. Now the Vice City Rollers, we've had a little bit of carnage here with the sin bin, fair bit of out of play blocking. Chaos from the Vice City Rollers has just come to the bin, and we are seeing Isabel Belligerent number 1551 and Freudian Slit just leaving the bin, Freudian Slit being the jammer for the Vice City Rollers. Okay, back on the track we have Liz number 73 from Death Stars. She is racking up a few points here. She's doing quite well against those Canberra walls. And Freudian Slit flicking around the outside there. 4-point pass for Freud. So Northside Rollers trying to very hard to assist their jammer, but Canberra plays a pretty controlled game usually, and they are indeed controlling at this stage in the game. And Liz from the Death Stars is being recycled back by that Canberra pack. And we have seen an end to the first jam of the second half. Canberra putting some points on the board, but also the Death Stars have managed to get some points with that due to a power jam situation. Okay, so on the line for Canberra, we have Bambi Von Smasher jamming against 88, which is Miss Ebola from the Death Stars. Miss Ebola had a good first half jamming for the Death Stars. She's doing a good job. Canberra dragging her back though, and while Bambi Von Smasher fights her way through the front of the pack against the Death Star blockers. We have number 192 Foxy LaRue and number 11 out there for the Death Stars, which is Sue Spender. 98 KO just joined the back with the pack after some time in the penalty box. So Bambi Von Smasher just got a 5-point pass there, and it looks like number 88, well it is a fact, number 88, Death Stars, is going to the bin. I did not see the penalty, but I think it might have been a cut track. Another 5 points on the board there for Bambi Von Smasher. She's not a skater you probably want to have a power jam. Very seasoned professional who has skated for the Vice City Rollers for a number of years, since its inception in 2010, I believe, or 2009, something like that, 2010. So I'm Pink Mist here from Canberra, from the Canberra Roller Derby League, so you have to forgive me that I have much better knowledge of the skaters from Canberra on the track, but I'm trying my best to learn our girls from the Death Stars names, who are doing a pretty good job, but there is some fairly phenomenal blocking going out there from the Vice City Rollers. So I think that jam came to its natural conclusion, and that was a big jam for the Vice City Rollers. Their points have blown out a bit, 185 to 54 for the Northside Death Stars. And Northside is calling a timeout. Their bench coach has called a timeout so the girls can regroup after that jam. So we have been live here from track 2 pretty much most of the day, and there is at least 2 more games today after this one for people in the interwebs to stick around and watch. This is a Pool 3 game. In Pool 3 we have, misreading, in Pool 1. Pool 1 we have the Canberra Vice City Rollers. We also have the Sydney Roller Derby League Snipers, which is their B team. We have the Northside Death Stars, which of course we're watching at the moment, and Convict City, who are all the way from Hobart to join us in this tournament. Okay, so it looked like the team timeout has ended and now the officials have called a timeout. So bring on the elevator music. Let's talk about who's on the jam line. We have 604 Nux or Knuckles from the Canberra Roller Derby League up against number 55 Corker from Northside Rollers. Corker's also been jamming a fair bit for her team tonight or this afternoon. For you out there, it's nearly 4 p.m. here in Canberra. We had a frosty start to the morning. It's been about -5 and -6 degrees all week in the morning. So some of our guests are probably a bit shocked. So I'm not quite sure what the refs are chit-chatting about, but there's pointing and movement and running. Okay. Whatever that was, it seems to be now over. And we have jam on. Knuckles or Nux for the Vice City Rollers. Everyone falling in a heap. But they're up again, and our Northside Rollers Death Star Jammer is through for lead jammer. Nice job. She managed to avoid all that carnage. Number 55, Corker. However, and we have jammer for the Vice City Rollers on her way to the bin. 604 Nux. But she is closely followed by Corker. And so Nux has been released from the jam box and, not jam box, penalty box. And Corker will have to wait to be released. She actually tried to leave too early then. I'm unsure if that means she'll be awarded another penalty, but we have Stone Jet for the Vice City Rollers coming and to the penalty box as well. Nux is out there putting some points on the board for Canberra. Another score pass for Knuckles. Death Stars Jammer is also back scoring though, at number 55 Corker.
essentially which bus this whole section is delegated to. So when you're pressing take, you're actually swapping the background between the two. Our overlays on DSK2, so if you change that one, it shows you a preview of what you'd see if you hit take now.
Right. Sorry, I had a seniors moment and just started watching then. Okay, that was chaos jamming for the Vice City Rollers. We have Freudian Slit coming up to the line to jam this jam against 182 from the Death Stars. So we started with one blocker in the bin, Bubble Oak Hill from the Vice City Rollers, but she has just been released, so she is back out there. Okay, pretty packed up pack here, and Freudian Slit is through though for lead jammer for the VCRs. We still have our Northside Rollers jammer Spark, who is struggling a little bit against those tough walls. Nice work there by the Vice City Rollers. They've managed to hit out the pivot come jammer after a star pass to the pivot. But she's just skipped through the inside there, which is our number 192, Roxy LaRue from the Death Stars. And the jam is being called, I believe, or was over. Freudian Slit collecting an extra 4 points there. So Vice City Rollers have cracked the 200 point margin, or mark, sorry. The margin is not quite that. It's 140 points ahead of Northside, who is sitting on 68. Bambi Von Smasher jamming there for the Vice City Rollers. And we have Liz again. She's a bit of a demon, Liz. She is jamming what feels like every second or third jam. So she's been on a lot. It's done a really good job for her team. Bambi Von Smasher through for lead jammer after a fair bit of work there to get through those Death Stars packs. Oh, straight through the pack then for Bambi. And we've had another star pass. So the Northside Rollers have... Oh, apex, jump, Bambi, Von Smasher. That was very well landed. Now our pivot, who now has jam and panty, so is the jammer for the Death Stars, has managed to pop through the pack as well. They've had quite a few panty passes in this game, and it's actually turned out well for them. Their jammer getting out or of the pack. All right, we have Bubble Oak Hill hitting the jam line against 88. Miss Ebola, who has, much like Liz, 73, has been jamming a lot for her team. Bubble Oak Hill, I think this is her second jam for the night. Traditionally, she's a blocker for the VCRs, but is also a very good jammer. As we can see, she just busted through that pack, except they've managed to catch up now. But the Vice City Rolls are giving Miss Ebola a fair bit of grief there at the back of the pack as well. Bubble Oak Hill through for lead jammer. After a bit of a fight through that pack, we have one blocker from coming to the bin, number 277, I believe, Kimberly. Nice hitting there by the Vice City Rollers, recycling 192 Foxy LaRue to the back of the pack. Behemoth Rhapsody taking a trip to the penalty box as well for the Vice City Rollers. Bubbles using some nice footwork there to get through the pack on the outside. And now she has a power jam. Now, I believe Kimberly was our original jammer, and she did a star pass to 192, who is now in the bin. Did not see what penalty, so that was another star pass that I seemingly missed. And we have another blocker in the bin for the Death Stars. Number 11, Sue Spender. Okay, that jam has come to an end. We are nearly halfway through the second half. Vice City Rolls have taken a commanding lead of this game. Not far off hitting a 200-point lead. However, the Northside Rollers girls have been putting up some pretty awesome walls, and also their jammers have been very aggressive and pushing the Vice City Rollers jammers very hard. So this is by no means been an easy game at all. We have Chaos, number 56, as lead jammer for the Vice City Rollers. As I was talking earlier, Chaos is currently visiting Canberra from Finland, and she has had a lay down on the ground and called it off and checked on another skater's well-being. She's a bit like that. They're nice, the Finnish. Hello, Finland, if you're listening. All right. New jam, Freudian slit for the Vice City Rollers against Liz. Number 73, captain of the Death Stars, our friends from the Northside Rollers. Freud running into a bit of trouble there at the back of the pack, with those blockers doing a pretty good job holding her up. And it looks like we have Liz with lead jammer for the Death Stars. We have a cut track penalty called on Foxy LaRue, number 192 for the Death Stars. So her team will start with one in the bin. The Vice City Rolls have a full complement of blockers, and we have Missy Bowler, number 88 from Death Stars, stepping up next to Bambi Von Smasher for 1-1 for the Vice City Rollers. So anyone in Canberra or near Canberra, there is plenty of action all weekend. So if you're at home listening to my exciting voice and watching this awesome game and wishing you would be here, you can still make it. $10 on the door. There's full 3 days of derby. Today, tomorrow, and Monday, there's a couple of finals. So come on down, Tuggeranong Southern Cross Club Stadium, all welcome. There is plenty of awesome derby to be had. The first rounds wrap up sort of tomorrow by lunchtime, and then we turn into finals. It's all very complicated, but someone will tell us where our teams rank, and then we'll play other teams. That's the way it's going to roll anyway. I have no doubt that Vice City Rolls will probably be up there. They've had two very good games, but they still have one more game in their pool after this one against Convict City, who are here from Hobart. And similarly, our Northside Rollers will also have to come up against, I think, Sydney Snipers or the Convicts. I can't quite recall the schedule from earlier in the day. Nice work from Chaos there, just touching Miss Ebola 88 out and dragging her back so she had to reset. We've got another panty pass, and that was almost really nice work, but she managed to get collected there and has had to be dragged back. Sometimes panty passes don't give you a huge advantage, but it can put fresh legs out there. And Boom from the Northside Rollers seemed to have a bit of a big land on her butt then. So it looks like she's a little bit sore, but she is skating back out there, cringing a fair bit. That's Duchess of... Oh, sorry, I get a Duchess of Hazard. I wanted to say Mayhem. Okay, Duchess of Hazard, but she might need to put a bit of ice on that. Okay, on the jam line, Bubble O'Kill. Bubbles out there for the Vice City Rollers. And against her we have number 55 from the Death Stars, which is Corker, I should say. Corker's had a pretty good game as well for her team. So next up after this game, I would tell you, but I've lost my schedule, but there is 2 more games on this track tonight. So I'm just having a quick check of the penalty board for those watching at home who like this sort of stuff. So far, it's been an averagely clean game, not too bad. Behemoth Rhapsody from the Vice City Rollers is sitting on 5 majors. I believe she was fouled out of her first game this morning, so she does put her body on the line though, Bowie, and so sometimes that tends to attract penalties. And the other skaters have a mix of between 1 and 3 majors. So at this stage, everyone's played a pretty clean game. Game I watched earlier, there was 7 foul outs. So I think we're better placed in this game. That wasn't from Canberra or the Death Stars, though. Okay. So Vice City Rollers are sitting on 281 points, so they are leading by about 210 at the moment to Northside 71. In this jam we have Freudian slit jamming for the Vice City Rollers. And it looks like our Northside Rollers jammer, she was almost out the front of the pack, but she's been recycled back by the Vice City Roller blockers. We have Nux and Chaos in the pack wreaking havoc. Freudian slit also was recycled back, so she is still fighting her way through the pack. And both these jammers are having a pretty tough jam, but we've had a win-win here for the Death Stars. Their jammer has got through for lead jammer. Freudian slit still struggling a bit to get through. And some good blocking there from Death Stars, hitting Freud out and taking her back. So I think Freud is calling for assistance and getting that panty pass out to Chaos, who's just straight through the pack. So that was a very good call on Freud's part to pass that over. And that's put pressure on them to call it. So we have Kim Bully, Roxy LaRue, Suspender, and Aka Armoff as blockers on the track for Death Stars, because blockers are people too, so we do like to talk about them occasionally. The Vice City Rollers have Bambi Von Smasher and Isabel Belligerent, Rainbow Spite, and someone else who I can't see out there blocking. Now, sorry, I should get back to the jammers now. Berry Bad from the Vice City Rollers is jamming. Berry, I don't think, has jammed. Illegal star pass. Uh-oh. Okay, so it looks like we had an illegal star pass then for the from the jammer Liz from the Northside Rollers. Funnily enough, that happened in the game I just played. Just the blockers got hit out as they were trying to pass the star, so it was called as an illegal star pass. So unfortunate, but it happens. And speaking of star passes, Berry Bad's just passed the start of Bambi Von Smasher. I think this is just a tactic here from the Vice City Rollers. Berry was actually jamming very well in that jam, so sometimes they will pass just purely to mix it up a little bit. So Bambi quickly getting through for 5 points, but the Death Star jam is out of the penalty box bin, whatever you wish to call it, but of course has met up with a wall of Vice City Roller blockers who are recycling her back. Behemoth Rhapsody is known for that. She is a tall lady, and it doesn't take much for her to push her hips and knock you out. So we don't have very long left in the game, so only 7 and a bit minutes. So we're heading up to the last probably 6 jams. Canberra has taken a fairly big lead, well, very big lead, so I don't think Northside can come back from here, but it'd be good to see them end strongly because they've had a pretty good game and been playing some very good derby out there. Vice City Rollers are a strong team, so with a lot of experience behind them. Bubbles up on the line for the Vice City Rollers. She is a powerful skater, so she just punches her way through. Mind you, she has been collected in the pack then. However, she did not realise she was lead jammer then. I was waiting and waiting. She got out second, but the Death Star jammer did not get lead due to, I think, a no pass no penalty. So Bubbles ended up with lead even though she came out second. But that held Northside down to a 0 jam. We have Vice City Rollers on 306 to 75 to Northside, with only 6 minutes left on the clock. Freudian slit jamming again for the Vice City Rollers. Again, so I can't quite see who we've got. Oh, Spink, 182. Spink's done a fair bit of jamming for the Death Stars, so nice work there from the Death Stars blockers. Recycling Freud all the way back. But we also have the Vice City Rollers holding back the Death Star jammer, and Freud is through for lead jammer. And it looks like that's just turned into a power jam as I see the Northside Rollers jammer 182 Spink go to the penalty box. Looks like this is her first penalty for the game, so she's done very well. Freud being held up at the pack, but she is through for 5 points for that pass. So after this, feel free to stick around for the next live broadcast. As I said, someone has moved my schedule, so I'm not much use telling you who's playing next, but we'd love to have you. And if you are near Canberra or in Canberra, please come down and hang out. There's plenty of tickets, plenty of room. We've got a couple more games this afternoon over 2 different tracks, including Western Australia, South Sea Sirens, Richter City from New Zealand, Convict City. There is a huge list of amazing Australian teams and of course one team from New Zealand, so if you want to see some top level derby, this is the place to be. Okay, 4 minutes left on the clock. We're Bubbles lining up as a jammer again. Very Bad, Anthrax is a belligerent. And Overbearing on the track. Over Happy Birthday again. I think she spent the last 4 years having tournaments on her birthday or games, so she loves it. Who else would you want to send a birthday with? Okay, Bubbles has been caught up, but she's now hit the front of the pack. And she is lead jammer, and she has collected 5 points on that pass. We've seen another star pass from the Death Stars, but Canberra called that off before she could get any points. So we had 2 points in that pass to Bubbles and 0 to the Death Stars. So we have a points differential of around 250 now. This may have been the first time that these two teams have actually played each other, although we've been at a few tournaments now and again. Sometimes you don't get a chance to play other teams depending on who's your pool and the pool results. So I don't recall Canberra playing Northside before, so it's pretty exciting to play a team that, if we have played them, it was a long time ago. Bambi Von Smasher having a think about whether she wants to call it. Then she has. We're down to only a couple of minutes on the board, so this will be probably the second last jam at a guess. We have Miss Ebola up on the jam line for the Death Stars against Freudian Slit. Freud using Knuckles there as a bit of a barge through the outside. So Canberra is lead jammer. I believe our Death Star jammer, Miss Ebola, has not quite made it out of the pack yet. She's taken a bit of a tumble there at the back. So she's not got through from her initial pass until about now. Nice work there. Freud is hitting the back of the pack. She is lead jammer. And she's called that off before Miss Ebola could collect any points. Okay, so the clock is ticking below 40 seconds now. So this will be the last jam unless for some reason it only goes for 10 seconds and gets called and then someone has to call a timeout, etc., etc. So this is likely to be the last jam. We're just having a quick official timeout while the rest patch up the sidelines with their sticky tape. On the jam line we have Bubbles, 303, coming up against Liz. I think it's quite fitting that Liz is doing the last jam. She's jammed like a demon for her team. And we have Very Bad blocker for the Vice City Rollers in the sim bin. So Vice City Rollers will be starting with 3 blockers, Chaos, Behemoth Rhapsody and Is a Belligerent. All right, so this is it. Bubbles coming up against a fair bit of pressure there at the back of the pack. But Behemoth Rhapsody and Chaos and Is a Belligerent also making Liz's time on the track very difficult. Bowie just nudging her out there and drawing her back to make her yield behind the pack. Bubbles got through for lead jammer and is on her scoring pass, but is also copping that medicine from the number 83 blocker from Death Stars. Behemoth Rhapsody must have done something wrong because she is in the bin for her 6th major, but it looks like she won't get fouled out because there's no time left on the clock, and this is definitely going to be the last jam of the day. Nice work from the Canberra blockers. We've had another star pass, so Liz has passed that to, I think it's Roxy Del Rue. Nice work from Very Bad, just a quick bump of the hip there, knocking her out. Bubbles scored another 5 points for that pass. The Death Stars collected 1 point. So that was definitely the final jam. Our unofficial final score is 337 to 76. Convincing win by the Canberra's Vice City Rollers A team, who I think are currently on the top of their pool. They're from Pool 1, but don't quote me on that because I haven't checked all the results. So that score is now final. Thank you for joining me. It's been fun. There is a few more games for you to watch and listen to, and we hope you stick around. And I think I'll sign off now. This is Pink Mist from Canberra, Quad Save the Queen tournament over this June Queen's birthday long weekend. Now there's lots of cuddles on the track. It's just beautiful. Okay, signing off now. Bye-bye.
2 at Quad Save the Queen at Tuggeranong Stadium. And we're just about to see the start of Sydney Roller Derby League Assassins versus Southside Derby Dolls, the Force, and the whistle has blown for the first jam.
We're off with a good start. We got 138 jamming for the Assassins. She's pushing really hard, and she's through the pack. Lead jammer. Good on her.
And we've got Dom 187 jamming for S2D2, and just being pushed back off the track in the middle there. And that's the Sydney Jam has made her first pass.
Yeah,
her
rotten
scoring
roller.
pass.
So S2D2's jammer is really pushing hard, using her agility, her force, not yet passed to get some points.
And she's just hitting those that very solid little trio of blockers of Sydney, constantly pushing off and running her back. And we've just in fact had a star pass with the S2D2 pivot taking on the jammer roll, but immediately being knocked off the track.
Sydney's defence is quite hard. They're using a lot of backward skating. And Rotten Roller is now making her, maybe is that third or fourth
It's her third
pass?
through the pack.
Third pass.
So really racking up the points on this first jam.
So Sydney now at 20. And Southside
The S2D2
0.
jammer is out of the pack at last.
Well done her.
And it looks like Sydney are going to try and score some points, a few more points and then calling it.
Unfortunately, S2D2 didn't get any points in that jam, but they fought. And that's what we like to see in roller derby, some determination.
We do. We like to see a good effort on the track. And now we've got Pure Energy lining up to jam for Sydney. And Danny Hell for S2D2.
Energy causes a multiplayer block on the S2D2's blockers. We've got 2 off the track, so it's definitely a reduced pack for Energy.
And quite a fast moving pack in this second jam. They're really pushing it. And that Sydney jam is straight through on the inside with all the blockers distracted by the S2D2 jammer still in the pack.
Number 23 almost getting out of the pack, gets pushed to the outside, and Pure Energy goes on the inside, another...
Straight through, no opposition.
Yeah, no opposition. That's what happens with a reduced pack, really. Really need your 4 blockers to cover that track. And a great hit.
2 blockers on a track really holding up the opposition jammer, but it's clearly an imbalance in experience in these 2 teams. S2D2 just can't do that at the moment.
Oh, well done, 23. Just out of the pack, Danny Hell. Hopefully she'll score some points.
And S2D2 far more effectively holding up that Sydney jammer now. That seems like they've worked out what they need to do to really hold her up. And she's calling it.
Oh, and did she get some points? 1. Excellent.
It's always great to get that first point on the board, just so that there's not a 0 sitting there any longer. So we've got down the jam for Sydney,
Moody Bitch.
What a great name. 216.
We've actually been told not to swear on this.
We have. So maybe we should call her Moody B.
Moody B, I like it.
And we've got Dom 187 jamming for S2D2. And Moody B straight out of that pack. Really quick work. But the S2D2 jammer hot on her heels. And the pack slowing down, waiting to see what those jammers will do. Looks like we have a no-lead jammer situation here too. Or nobody must have got a lead because I called it.
So was that Dom, did you say?
Yes, I did.
I have a feeling she used to be called something else.
And so we've got Danny Hill down there for S2D2.
Number 23.
And for Sydney,
Power Pout. Number 11.
Really pushing those front two blockers forward at the front beginning of the pack and getting through. While Danny Hill just sneaking through on the inside afterwards.
Well done, number 23, Danny Hell.
And Power Pout again straight through on the inside. I think the Sydney Jammers are really taking advantage of that inside line. Interesting to see if S2D2 cotton onto that and start protecting it more carefully.
Yeah.
So while we're waiting for the next jam to start, we're here with Quad Save the Queen in Canberra on Woofter TV, and it's presented by Canberra Roller Derby League and Down Under Derby TV. The coverage is made possible by Spank Alley, Tavish Designs and Better Bearings.
Thank you to Spank Alley, Tavish Designs and Better Bearings.
We've got jamming Dom again on the track for S2D2, and the Sydney Jam has just been sent off to the bin for a cut track.
So what jammer was that? That is number 138.
Rotten Roller.
Rotten Roller.
So the first power jam of this bout. We'll see if S2D2 can make up some points. Currently the score is Sydney at 39 and Southside 3. So we're starting the next jam with the Sydney jammer still in the bin. We'll see if Southside, S2D2, can take advantage of this situation. And that's Danny Hill back onto jam for S2D2. And one S2D2 blocker in the bin, so they've got a pack of 3. And those Sydney blockers are really working on keeping that pack solid, but Danny's pushing through. And a lot of recycling with the blockers just shifting around, keeping Danny off the edge of the track. And the Sydney Jam is back, and she's just forcing her way through at the back of the pack.
Takes that outside beautifully, using her agility and footwork.
Tricky footwork. While the S2D2 jammer is still caught in that pack. So Sydney have not lost out of that power jam. It's actually working to their advantage. Really, these jammers are having to work quite hard to get through those blocking walls. There's pretty much no assistance for the jammers. That's one of the Sydney skaters going to the bin for a stop block. And
excellent blocking.
Forearms it's been called as well for, I think it's an S2D2 blocker. So we've got lots of 3 blockers on the pack, so still evenly matched in numbers, but not so much in skill.
So S2D2 did a really great job holding back that Sydney blocker. However, she did score quite a few points.
So now
Not
the
100%
Sydney
sure how many
score
points.
has gone up to 49 points and Southside 8. So they have scored a few more points, and maybe they'll start being able to be a bit more solid. We've got number 99, Apocalypse, jamming for S2D2.
And 120, is that Pure Energy?
Pure Energy for Sydney, and she was very quick work of that pack, straight through, pushing through again on the inside line, and she's doing her scoring pass straight through, almost no resistance.
Little pocket rocket she is.
Sure is, isn't she? And Apocalypse is out of the pack now, so it looks like Pure Energy will still score another full pack of points before she has to call it.
So the score has just dumped up to 58 to 8.
Yep, Southside's still on 8. We've got Moody B on the line,
yep.
216 to jam for Sydney. And it looks like
Dom again.
Dom again for S2D2. Quite a rough and tumble pack, this one. And some very nice partner blocking at the back of the back, holding Dom up, those two Sydney blockers.
Dom's fighting hard, being taken to the outside. She's really trying to use her agility to get past those Sydney blockers. They really are a strong bunch.
They are, aren't they?
Yeah. And Moody B has managed to score another 5 points, flying past the S2D2 blockers.
And beautiful example there of the Sydney blockers just distracting S2D2 so that their jammer can go straight past.
I think S2D2 was trying to do an all assist, all offense. However, the S2D2 is
not successful
now in the bin.
Particular attempt. So yes, we are on a power jam, and the Sydney jammer is not racing as fast as she could possibly go. She's actually cruising around the track,
conserving her
time.
energy.
Yeah,
that's what I'd be doing.
I think, on the first day of a tournament weekend, you want to be really careful with your energy levels. And clearly, when you're playing a team that where you're the more experienced and the more skilled team, you want to keep your energy up for the more challenging bouts tomorrow.
And Dom getting recycled back after wow. The S2D2 jammer is now back in the bin. I think that was a forearm.
Yeah, forearm
penalty.
It looked like it was quite high too.
I could see her intention. She wanted to catch the Sydney jammer.
Yep.
However, in her attempt, may have contacted with her forearms.
Went upwards in the air as she was doing so. So Sydney making quick work of this point scoring. They are now on 87, and Southside still sitting on 8. Kev, we're hearing the name Kev. We're being asked to give him a shout out. So, hey Kev, Spite, she's giving you a shout out.
She loves you.
Now she looks embarrassed. I think we've got Power down on the line there for the Sydney Roller Derby League Assassins. And we have a pivot line start. This is quite impressive.
I like the pivot line.
We do love the
old
pivot
school.
line. It's very rare to see it these days. So we do still have the Southside Derby Dolls blocker in the bin, Danny Hell, and
there's still an official review. So the refs are having a little bit of a powwow in the middle. And I'm thinking they're discussing the S2D2 jammers
Her block
potential
that-
high block.
We're trying to hear what the refs are saying. So it looks like she's fouling out. I couldn't quite hear, but it looks like it.
I
that was
did.
You heard it?
Yeah. So the ref said it was a little bit reckless. Probably not a little bit, probably a lot. Otherwise, she wouldn't be penalised for that.
Exactly.
From what we could see, like, it was an attempt to slow that Sydney jammer down. And unfortunately, these things happen. If they appear to look reckless, then you might get a penalty for that.
And of course, the refs call what they see. So
yes,
we've got,
not the intention.
Exactly. We've got Fairy Bled taking the place of that was Danny Hill, wasn't it? Who we Dom. Sorry.
Yeah.
So Dom has fouled out, and Fairy Bled is now in the bin, replacing her. And we've got Power Pout on the track for Sydney Assassins. So we've got two Sydney teams. And she was straight through that pack. Super slippery.
And Power Pout using her strength to really push the S2D2 pack forward, get them out of play. So we've got some S2D2 players, 99, doing some really good work.
But not managing to hold that Assassin's jammer up. And we do have the Southside Derby Dolls jammer back on the track too, pushing that blocking pack forwards at the front, getting through.
And well done to that S2D2 jammer just getting out. Number 8, who was that?
Fairly Bled. Very Bled.
Very Bled. Very Bled. Someone's hungry.
I'm starving.
Are you really?
A little bit. So we've got a team timeout being called for S2D2.
I'm pretty sure he said teal timeout.
Teal timeout, yes, that's the colour. Teal.
Teal timeout.
It's one of my favourite colours.
Really?
Yeah. Although I have to say, the Sydney Assassins red and black. Of course, my old home team was red and black, so I do have a bias towards that colour as well.
Yes, but not a bias towards Sydney.
Oh, not at all.
Because we're not biased.
No, we're never biased.
That's why we have no biases,
calling
because
what
we're
we
not
see.
biased. We're yeah.
So we can see on the track right now, we've got the Sydney skaters having a little bit of a powwow.
Mm-hmm.
And
refs having a
position
break
on the
as
track.
well.
And then we've got a very serious looking conversation going on down on the S2D2 bench. Very focused down there. It'll be a good time for them to take a moment just to settle after losing one of their skaters.
Bit of resetting. And she was a good skater as well, so
yeah,
they're going to miss her, but hopefully they bring their A game regardless.
Indeed. That's what we're here for this weekend. So we've got Rotten Roller jamming for the Assassins and Danny Hill, 23 for S2D2.
Excellent.
And Rotten pushing those S2D2 blockers forward at the front. Having quite a hard job of it and getting pulled back, just knocked off the track by Cluster Frack.
S2D2 blockers were able to hold her Sydney Jammer for quite some time.
They did.
Sydney Jammer is now out of the pack, able to score points.
An interesting move, that one. They held her back, but she used that to her advantage, and when they were distracted, she just went straight through on the inside.
Yeah, Sydney created a little bit of a lane for her to jump through.
And we're looking at the points now. Sydney have passed the 100 mark. They're up to 106 points versus Southside still sitting on 8. I think that Sydney's experience is really showing through here. They're being very strategic. They're just not letting those other jammers score any points. They're calling it as soon as they can. And they are getting lead. They're really keeping their mistakes down so that they're making sure they get lead every time.
Pure Energy is jamming for the Sydney Roller Derby League. And we've got 27.
Killer Bee.
Killer Bee. So I'm not quite sure if I've seen her jamming yet.
She's just being dominated by that group of 3 Assassins blockers. Really not.
Assassins are really using that brace to their advantage. Pure Energy goes in on the inside and now pushing forward to the outside. Killer Bee was just dragged back. Now she's pushing hard.
Nice bit of footwork there from Pure Energy out the front and doing a little pirouette as she
excellent.
Left the pack.
She's known for her spinning. Very agile, that girl.
Indeed. Making quick work of this pack while Killer Bee's still stuck at the back. I think this is one of the areas where a skater's physical strength really comes into play. Those jammers need to be able to really push their way through.
Yeah.
And if they don't have that strength, they just get completely controlled by the other team.
No one likes to be controlled, unfortunately.
Depends on the circumstance.
I'm guessing. Yes, those Sydney walls are a force to be reckoned with, definitely.
We've got 2 Sydney blockers in the bin at the moment, but still dominating on the track.
We just missed a panty pass, I think. But still no points scored by S2D2. Got 11 minutes left on the clock.
We've got Moody B down on the line jamming for the Assassins. And number 8, Fairy Bled. But we have a timeout. It's just been called an official timeout, I think that was.
Just some point or lineup checking.
I have to say, as I'm watching these blockers sitting in the bin, I'm noticing some very beautiful tattoos down there. There are a couple of the Sydney skaters. We get a good view of the back of their shoulders. There's some quite pretty birds on skater number 321.
Yeah,
Feral
gorgeous.
Streep.
Feral Streep.
And so they're back.
Tattoos are delightful.
And we have
well done, S2D2.
S2D2 lead jammer. Fairy Bled out the front of the pack. She has a huge smile on her face. We do have the Sydney jammer hot on her heels. But she's going to try and grab some points and calling it. And for the first time this bout, we have S2D2 scoring 2 points.
Well done,
Sydney
S2D2.
Assassins scoring no points.
She called it off just at the right time when Moody B hit the back of the pack.
And that will be a wonderful boost to these guys to just rack up a couple more points. Feel like they can have some impact on the game.
Yeah, definitely.
So we've got Danny Hill down to jam for S2D2 and Power Pout for Sydney. Really getting through that pack so fast.
Really driving through that S2D2 wall.
Beautiful, quick, aggressive skating from her there.
She's coming around for her second pass.
And Danny's still pushing at the front of the pack and unfortunately taking a fall and then getting held back up again. Power Pout straight through on the inside line.
probably finding this jam quite easy. Not getting any opposition really.
She's just got that lovely quick footwork that means even when it looks like she's going to get slammed, she just gets around the blockers and just jumping in there through that block.
Like a deer.
She's got a great big smile on her face
Yeah.
too. Just steadily, smoothly swanning through those packs. We do have the STD2 jammer out of the pack now.
No points for S2D2, but I forgot to check the points.
We've got
so
City
probably
have
about
reached the 150
20
mark now.
Points for that jam.
And Southside is sitting on 10. We've got no one in the bin at the moment. Two full teams on the track. An official timeout's just been called.
Fixing the track, which is definitely an important job. Don't want any of that rope exposed because it could be a hazard for the skaters.
Absolutely.
Good on you, refs.
They're doing a fantastic job this week.
Working hard,
the refs
yep.
and the non-skating officials are really putting in a very consistent effort over a couple of days, or 3 days in fact, isn't it, this weekend? They'll be exhausted by Monday. So we've got Rotten Roller jamming for the Assassins. And who's that down there for S2D2?
Unsure.
That's Apocalypse. Yes.
So
And
number
Rotten just
59, is that right? No, 98, 30.
Rocky Balboa just making a nice little assist there and helping Rotten get straight through at the front of that pack. And we've got one of the S2D2 blockers off to the bin.
I think it might be Apocalypse.
It is,
That's
yes.
jamming. Okay. Her number was extremely shiny on her.
It is. We love shiny things.
We do love
Sometimes they're
shiny.
difficult to read. And a couple of blockers there really holding Rotten up at the front of the pack. But she's still getting through.
I think S2D2 has really ramped up their defence. As I say that, the Sydney Jam became unopposed. Oh, well done, S2D2 Jammer. That's Apocalypse. Coming around to score some points. Unfortunately, Sydney Jammer calling it off. Rotten Roller.
So we've got Fairy Bled back down on the line for S2D2 jamming and Pure Energy for the Assassin.
Fairy Bread. Do enjoy Fairy Bread.
Fairy Bread, Fairy Bled. So there's a bit of tiredness I think at the moment. It's the end of a long day today. A lot of these skaters have been here since 7 o'clock this morning.
Fairy Bled is really fighting hard.
She's just really struggling.
Trying to use her blockers to get through. Excellent work. Sydney happens to be very good at recycling though. Well done, and she's lead jammer.
And she has a power jam, so we've got the Sydney jammer in the bin. And S2D2 lead and hoping to score some points now. And the Sydney blocker's running her back. And S2D2 is just scoring 3 points out of that jam. We've got the Sydney Jam is still in the bin, but standing at the beginning of the next jam. And I think that's Cluster Frack down there jamming for S2D2.
So hopefully she can get lead before the Sydney Jammer gets out of the box.
That Sydney wall is so solid.
And the pack is moving quite forward, but Pure Energy gets lead.
Just really sneaking through. The whole pack's focused on the S2D2 Jammer. The Sydney Jammer is able to just run straight through on the inside.
Killer Bee going to the bin for a cut track.
And so it's become a Sydney Assassins power jam.
Yeah, it's very good to make that distinction because we have two teams here from Sydney. Sydney Assassins, which is their A team, and the Sydney Snipers, which is their B team.
And then the Southside Derby Dolls. They're a Sydney-based, Sydney area team, are they? Or are they?
They are. Yeah. So probably likely that these teams have played each other before.
Yeah.
They know what they're in for.
And of course, the Sydney Roller Derby League, who the Assassins are the representative team from, were the first league to get established in Sydney, and as the longest standing league, are very experienced.
Would you say 4th or 5th in Australia?
Ooh, I know that Victoria and Sun State were the first two leagues to get set up. Then I think it was Sydney and Adelaide, so I'd say they were probably, or Adelaide, Sydney around about the same time.
Okay.
So Sydney getting close. Sydney Assassins are getting close to their 200-point mark here. They're on 183 points. Southside are on 16 points. It looks like we're possibly having another pivot line start, although skaters are spread out across that whole area. And that was Moody B getting through, but the S2D2 jam are hot on her heels. Apocalypse, yep.
Well done, Apocalypse, getting out just after Moody B.
Putting some pressure on there.
Yeah, it's always good if you don't get out as lead jammer. Getting out to put that pressure on is really important because then the other team can't score points. Well, they could, but they usually choose not to.
Yes, it makes it a trickier scenario. So we've got one Sydney Assassins blocker in the bin, standing, and got power pout for the Assassins.
Bit of jammer on jammer action that was.
And Very Bled for S2D2.
Didn't really work out for power pout though.
So Very Bled got through first, but she's not lead. I think
she must have had a no pass, no penalty.
Yes.
But
so she's hitting the pack now for her scoring pass. And Power Pout's just hit the front of the pack and got lead. And looks like she's in a lot of pain there. She's had a bit of a hit.
That was an extreme hit. And with all her, I guess, dancing and swanning, she swanned to the ground. And it was an amazing fall.
So S2D2 just grabbed 4 points then, and before Power Pout was able to get out of the pack and call it off. So we've got Rotten Roller jamming for Sydney Assassins. Is it that Apocalypse?
And is that Apocalypse again?
Yes, that is S2D2. And Rotten Roller's out of that pack. And very quick work around the track while Apocalypse is still fighting right at the front of the pack. And trying to push those last two blockers forwards. And Rotten Roller's just pushing her way through that pack.
S2D2 have really started putting the pressure on Sydney, even though they're about 180 points in front. 170 maybe. Or
Rock
180.
Roller just looks like she's trying to call it off, but she's been sent to the bin.
For a skating out of bounds penalty. So really what you need to do if you are going to call it off and you're skating out of the track is call it off very quickly. If you hold on to that call off and you skate forward, then
you'll be skating
out of bounds. Yeah.
Yep.
So that's a penalty.
So this is giving S2D2 another opportunity to do some scoring. And it's interesting to see the way those two blocking packs for the two teams are operating. S2D2 do a lot of that bracing that Sydney do, but they just can't hold it together with the same power and the same strength. They get separated a lot more. They scatter.
Yeah.
And they get distracted very easily. And I think that really is just about experience and practice, isn't it? And,
yeah, definitely.
And to some degree, it looks like it's also about physical strength, just having the power to really hold those pairs, those threes, those fours in that formation.
Yeah. Yeah.
So we're on half time now. And we've got Sydney Assassins on 193 points, Southside Roller Derby on 24 points. Here at Quad Save the Queen on WIFTA TV, presented by the Canberra Roller Derby League and Down Under Derby TV.
And this coverage is made possible by Spank Alley, Tavish Designs and Better Bearings. So thank you to those guys.
It's fantastic to have this live stream through the whole of the tournament.
Like, you know stuff.
They're the best people to talk to. Is it just Sirens?
Oh, maybe that's what these
Coming, so
Yeah,
put
yeah,
that
we should
camera
have
offline. It looks like the lock in front. I'm like, nope. Camera 2's live. That's what I've been doing in my mind.
Respect the camera because it's like zoom in and expand it back out again.
It's really like zoom in there. I found like when they start up here, start in like really tight and just slowly move out as they come across the straightaway, and then they go around here and do wider shots and slowly zoom in as they go there, and then you kind of lose it.
But it's zoom in and also then start stretching back because it's
Yeah, yeah.
it's like
You go like slightly wide, and then sometimes you have to choose who you want to shoot.
because they're like over there. It's like zoom in, Gemma comes, stretch out. Back in.
right, we're back here on track 2 at Quad Save the Queen at the Tuggerah and Southern Cross Stadium. We've got Sydney Assassins and the Southside Derby Dolls heading into their second half of their bout. Sydney way ahead on 193 points and Southside Derby Dolls 24 points. I'm Bullseye. I'm here with Very Bad and we're keeping a close eye on this bout. We've got the Sydney Jammer through the pack and straight out around the track. That's Moody B 216 and the S2D2 Jammer breaking through the pack, but after the Sydney Jammer has made her first scoring pass, putting the pressure on for her to call it off. And that's Apocalypse is the S2D2 Jammer. So we're here with Quad Save the Queen on WFTA TV, presented by Canberra Roller Derby League and Down Under Derby TV. This coverage is made possible by Spank Alley, Tavish Designs and Better Bearings. We really appreciate having this live stream for the whole of the Quad Save the Queen weekend. So down on the track now we've got Fairy Bled jamming for S2D2. And Pure Energy for the Assassins. Getting lead, getting through that pack very quickly. That's the S2D2 Jammer being called for a cut track. And it's being pulled back by 666 Mini at the back of that pack. Some good partner blocking going on there by S2D2. And one of the refs is calling a cut track, but I can't see who that was called on, and it doesn't look like anyone's actually left the track. That S2D2 blocker there landing very hard on her ass trying to stop the Assassin Jammer. That was Bacardi Bruiser 005. I think she'll have a big bruise on her bum. And that's Mini 666 taking the Jammer panty. And no points for that last pass. So Sydney have cracked that 200 point boundary now. They're 213 points to Southside 24. We've got Rotten Roller 138 jamming for the Sydney Assassins. And Killer B jamming for S2D2 down there on the track. Rotten Roller straight through that pack. The pack's barely moved. It still hasn't passed the pivot line yet. And Rotten Roller's coming up to her scoring pass with Killer B still stuck at the back. The S2D2 Jammer trying to help block the Sydney Jammer as she goes past. The S2D2 blockers completely focused on that Sydney Jammer while their own Jammer is stuck completely at the back of the pack. That Rotten Roller just using her agility there to just make quick work of those packs. And this jam continuing on. Sydney racking up the points. That's Sydney Assassins racking up the points. and Killer Bee really struggling, not making it past the very back of the pack for this entire jam. Some of her blockers now trying to help just break that deadlock there. And it's really lovely to see Rotten Roller just use her footwork to so easily take out those other players, blocking her way through that pack. So Sydney Assassins 238 points to Southside Derby Dolls 24 points. Skaters are starting to look a bit tired here. We've got Power Pout down on the line to jam for the Sydney Assassins. And we've had a timeout called. The skaters are the S2D2 skaters heading back to their bench, and the Sydney skaters just staying on the track. So looking down at the penalty board down there, it's pretty relatively low number of penalties across the whole board, but I can see that number 53 on the Sydney Roller Derby League. That's Juicy Vengeance. She's racked up more penalties than anyone else, I think. And number 2507, Stacey DC, also higher number of penalties than most of the other skaters. Aha, thank you. So we've got teams back on the track. We've got a blocker from each of the teams in the bin. So 3 blockers from each team. And Apocalypse for S2D2 down to jam, and Power Pout for the Assassins. And Power Pout really working to get through very quickly, knocking 2 skaters down. And halfway around the track, Apocalypse being sent for a cut track. So this is an Assassin's Power Jam. Beautiful jump through the pack by Power Pout there. It's one of those long-legged, lanky skaters. Very good agility. And the S2D2 blockers just haven't quite worked out what they can do yet to hold her up. They're certainly trying a few different strategies, and they're making it much more difficult on this pass. The S2D2 skaters recycling, working more solidly as a blocking group there at the front of the pack, just making Power Pout really have to work while the S2D2 jammer comes back onto the track and is just held up at the back by a Sydney wall. I think Power Pout straight through on the inside line while the S2D2 blockers were distracted trying to assist their own jammer. And we've got a star pass going on here as the star is being passed to Danny Hell. Hasn't quite got it on her head yet, and she's still trapped in the middle of that Assassin's blocking group. And Power Pout passing again. One of the Assassin's blockers sent off for a penalty. And that's Sydney Assassins, 268 points. Southside Derby Dolls, 24 points. Down on the jam line, we've got Moody B, 216 to jam for the Assassins. And we've got Fairy Bled for S2D2. And a pivot line start. unusual, but we've seen a couple of them in this bout. Interesting that the skaters are using that as a strategy. And certainly working for the Assassins. Their jammer made quick work of that pack. And Fairy Blade being pulled back and held at the back of the pack with a really solid blocking from Juicy Vengeance. And still Sydney favouring that inside line and finding it very easy to get through there. And it's a star pass to number 27, Killer B, getting that S2D2 jammer out of the pack. In a scenario like this, the team with the jammer stuck in the pack, their whole focus is on stopping the bleeding, stopping those points racking up for the other team. So we've got Apocalypse now on the jam line for S2D2 and Pure Energy for the Assassins. Two full packs on the track. And Pure Energy just straight through, almost no resistance from the S2D2 blockers. And the Sydney blockers just keeping Apocalypse at the back of that pack. And Pure Energy sneaking through again. The S2D2 blockers really distracted by the plight of their own jammer there. And one of the Sydney blockers being sent off. But still, 3 blockers for the Assassins is plenty to hold up that S2D2 jammer as Pure Energy just keeps racking up those points. And Apocalypse is now out of the pack. And that's the Assassins calling that. It's taken Sydney up to 291 points, so they'll hit the 300 mark pretty soon. So we've got Killer B down to jam for S2D2 and Rotten Roller for the Assassins. A real bit of argy-bargy there down on the track, but Rotten Roller really using her footwork, her toe stops and her tenacity and getting a bit of assistance at the front there. And Killer B just being pulled back by skater number 88, Minky, helped her own jammer at the front of the pack and then pulled Killer B back and held her at the back. And Rotten Roller just pushing through again at the front of the pack, making a scoring pass. And Killer B just not able to get through that solid Sydney pack of blockers. One of the Sydney skaters being sent for a multiplayer block. And Sydney jammer just cruising around the track, slow and steady. And Mini 666 S2D2 received the star, there was a star pass, and not managing still to get out of that pack. Rotten Roller is pushing on. So Sydney have passed the 300 point mark now, 311 points. Southside still sitting on 24. We've got 2 Sydney blockers in the bin at the moment and a full pack of S2D2 blockers down there. We've got Fairy Bled jamming for S2D2 and Power Pout for the Assassins, Sydney Assassins. Despite only having 2 of her own blockers on the track, she's straight through that pack and lead. Fairy Bled is about half a track behind her, having cleared the pack. And Power Pout calling it, making quick work, making sure she gets out before S2D2 can score any points. Timeout being called to the S2D2 team. So we've got a couple of skaters, Juicy Vengeance, number 53, and Stacey DC, 2507, high up with the penalties. If either of them have another penalty, they'll be fouling out of the bout. On the S2D2 side, number 5, Bacardi Bruiser, she's got the largest number of penalties, but she's still got a couple there that she can pull before she's out of the game. Moody B 216 down on the jam line for the Sydney Assassins, and Apocalypse for S2D2. And not quite a pivot line start here, but the skaters are sort of in the middle of that space between the jam line and pivot line, fairly spread out. Interesting to see them using this formation, having a play around with it. There's a multiplayer block called then. And that's from the S2D2 jammer out of the pack and lead, but both jammers hot right on each other's heels, so the S2D2 jammer calling it before the Assassins can score any points. It's good to see the S2D2 jammer managing to grab lead at this point in the bout. They've still got a bit of fight in them. We've got Fairy Bled now down on the jam line for S2D2 and Pure Energy for Sydney Assassins. And 2 S2D2 blockers in the bin, Bacardi Bruiser and Killer Bee. The 2 on the track managing to hold Pure Energy up. Although she's now clear of the pack. And Fairy Bled having a much harder time with a full pack of 4 Assassins blockers working to keep her back. And Pure Energy using that smaller number of S2D2 blockers to just skip through the pack really quickly. And Fairy Bled is out of the pack and just about a quarter of a track behind. Not close enough to score any points. Getting a real sense of a drop in energy levels here on the track. I think it's getting towards the end of the day. A lot of these skaters have already been working hard today. There's a real sort of palpable sense of tiredness, but they're all still very focused as well. Timeout being called to the Assassins. And that's Sydney Assassins now sitting on 324 points to 24 Southside, so they're 300 even gap. We're down here at the Tuggeranong Southern Cross Stadium this weekend for Quad Save the Queen on Woofter TV, presented by the Canberra Roller Derby League and Down Under Derby TV. The coverage today is made possible by Spank Alley, Tavish Designs and Better Bearings. We really appreciate having this coverage for the entire weekend, and as the weekend progresses we're sure to see some really exciting derby. The skaters coming back on the track now. We've got Rotten Roller down to jam for the Assassins and Apocalypse for S2D2. Two full blocking packs on the track. And it's S2D2 being called for a multi-player block there. Danny Hill and Rotten Roller through at the front of that pack, while Apocalypse is being held up by the Assassins. Cycling around, waterfalling. And it's one of the Sydney blockers has been sent to the bin as well. I didn't see that particular call. But S2D2 Killaby running Rotten Roller back, and she calls the jam. The Assassins just scoring a quick 4 points there. We've now got Power Pout down to jam for the Assassins. And Fairy Blade for S2D2. Getting an official timeout called as the skaters are taking the track. We've got Fairy Bled for S2D2, Power Power for the Assassins. And we've got a couple of Assassins blockers and one S2D2 in the bin. Power Power through at the front of that pack there. And a star pass with S2D2. Skater number 20 getting through, but not scoring any points. She did lose her pivot panty when she was putting the star on. It looks like she's made a non-scoring pass there. And it also now looks like skater number 53, Juicy Vengeance, has fouled out. She's made a full complement of penalties. Down on the track we've got Apocalypse jamming for S2D2, being held at the back of the pack. And Moody B 216 making quick work, getting out as lead. And Apocalypse getting clear of the pack, not being held for as long as she has been previously, but not managing to score any points, as the Assassins calling that after grabbing a quick 3 points. So we've now got Pure Energy jamming for the Assassins. And Underbelly Morelli down on the track jamming for S2D2. I think this is the first time she's started on the jam line as a jammer. And looks like she's functioning pretty much as a blocker at the moment, bracing with the rest of her blockers. And then trying to push through after Pure Energy has already out and got lead. But Underbelly Morelli has made it through the pack. And the two SUD2 blockers holding Pure Energy up, forcing her to call it off. still grabbing 3 points, but not letting S2D2 score anything. And we're having another non-jam line start. They're not quite up at the pivot line, but they're closer to the pivot line than the jam line here at the moment. With Rotten Roller jamming for Sydney and Apocalypse for S2D2. And S2D2 holding Rotten Roller up, but she just picking away at them one by one at the front of the pack there. And Apocalypse still at the back, despite the fact that she does have a couple of her blockers assisting. She's now clear, but a good track, almost a track length behind Rotten Roller. And Rotten just calling that rather than being forced back and having to run backwards and forwards. Quick 2 points and getting out of there. Sydney now on 336 points and S2D2 on 24, still on 24. So S2D2 may not be scoring, but they are making the Assassins work for their points. And everyone's looking pretty tired right now. It's Power Pout jamming for the Assassins and Underbelly Morelli back on for S2D2. And Power Pout quickly through that pack again. The pack itself barely over the pivot line, and she's through and almost around. And straight past. The Assassin's Jammers are really calling it as fast as they can at the moment, getting through, scoring some points, getting out of there. And it looks like S2D2 using Underbelly Morelli just so that they are getting a jammer out of the pack and putting pressure on the Assassins to call, rather than the Assassins having the opportunity to skate 2 or 3 laps, scoring laps, before the S2D2 jammer is out. And we've got Moody B jamming and straight through the pack for the Assassins, while Apocalypse is still pushing her way through. One blocker from each team in the bin at the moment. And Moody B just running through that pack. Pack's moving fairly quickly now. It's been mostly a slow-moving pack for this half of the bout. And Moody B lapping, while the S2D2 jammer is still really at the back and just passing the star now to Minnie. It doesn't look like there's been any advantage gained from that star pass. It's really just, I think, that the jammer had enough, and that looked like a counter-directional block, sending a Sydney blocker off the pack. Moody B just being held by a wall at the back while the S2D2 jammer makes it finally out of the pack. She can put some pressure on for the Assassins to call this. So the Assassins now sitting on 355 points, and Southside 2 points more. They've gone from 24 to 26. Scoring a couple of points at this stage in the bout be a good little morale boost for this team. We're heading into the last 5 minutes of this bout. Got Pure Energy down there jamming for the Assassins. Underbelly Morelli for S2D2, being held by a little trio of 3 blockers there, just shoving her way through. But being pulled back by Minky, who's been doing a good job of that knocking jammers out and dragging them back during this bout. And all the S2D2 blockers distracted, allowing Pure Energy to skate straight around the outside of the pack with no resistance. Just not having quite such an easy one on this lap. But Underbelly Morelli as jammer being sent off for a cut track. So Assassins with the power jam. And the Assassin blockers charging the S2D2 blockers to break up their wall and give Pure Energy an easier run through that pack. Although Danny Hell giving a bit of resistance at the front of the pack. And Pure Energy really showing both her skating skills but her fitness in just taking some quite solid hits and steadily skating through them. And Underbelly Morelli, she has been sent off just having come back onto the track for an illegal action. So she's out of the bin and straight back in. She didn't make it onto the track. So the Assassins now sitting on 389 points. Southside Derby Dolls 26. Got Rotten Roller down jamming for the Assassins. Timeout being called to the Assassins as they're about to start this jam with a power jam. Heading into the final minutes of the bout now. It's a little bit of cheering from the house. A small and dedicated crowd of followers down here cheering for their teams. It has been very cold in Canberra over the last week, and there are some very rugged up looking spectators in their onesies and their hoodies. Both the teams waiting on the track, waiting out the timeout, and looking pretty relaxed, chatting and laughing amongst themselves. I think they're all looking forward to going out and getting something warm to eat at the end of this bout. So Rotten Roller down on the jam line to start a power jam for the Sydney Assassins. And the blockers sort of spread out across the middle of that section between the jam and the pivot line. The Assassins blockers swarming through the S2D2 pack, giving their jammer a bit of help and then pulling back to slow that pack down. Rotten Roller with a big smile on her face, skipping through just around on the outside line, using those toe stops very effectively. And getting a little bit of help from her team, but they're also working on holding back the S2D2 jammer, who's now re-entered the track and is struggling at the back of that Sydney wall, the Assassin's wall. And being held back by Blocky Balboa with the assistance of her other teammates. I think Rotten Roller's getting a bit tired here. She's being also held at the front of the pack, but she's managed to skip through now. But she is looking like she's been working pretty hard during this bout. And one of the Assassins just gone to the bin now, one of the blockers. And the S2D2 jammer still at the back of the pack.
as another Assassins blocker heads off to the bin. And Rock and Roller just cruising, continuing to cruise through those packs. Did get knocked down just then. It's finding it harder and harder to take those hits, calling that before S2D2 can score any points. So that's the Assassins now 412 to S2D2 26. Heading into the last minute of the bout down here at Quad Save the Queen on Woofter TV, presented by the Canberra Roller Derby League and Down Under Derby TV. Coverage today has been made possible by Spank Alley, Tavish Designs and Better Bearings. Got a timeout just been called to the Sydney Assassins. Coming close to the end of this bout, and I think it's possibly the second last bout of the day, the first day of this tournament. So heading into the last seconds of this bout while in timeout. We've got the skaters coming back on the track. Looks like this will be the last jam of this bout. Power Pout jamming for the Sydney Assassins. And Danny Hell for S2D2, that's the Southside Derby Dolls. We've got one blocker at the bin, Blocky Balboa for the Sydney Assassins. And Power Pout making quick work through that pack. Beautiful lateral motion there. Danny Hill pushing forwards, we're going down on her knees. And Power Pout through on the inside line. Beautiful assistance by Blocky Balboa coming back onto the track, having been in the bin. And the Sydney blockers just forming a really solid wall there, holding the S2D2 jammer back while Power Pout just skips through the pack. It is almost like the pack simply disappears when she approaches. She gets through so fast. And those S2D2 blockers trying to assist their jammer, but also trying to keep an eye out for the Assassin jammer and just being distracted, not able to stop her. Power Pout, huge grin on her face as she continues to lap the S2D2 jammer, signalling to her bench to do another pass, and a bench signalling to continue racking up those points. And creating a very big points differential for the Assassins as they go forward in this tournament. And she really does have the best looking smile. Big cheesy grin on her face. And now she's calling it. Very elegant, tapping her hands on her hips there. Taking the Assassins score to 447 points against the Southside Derby Dolls, 26 points. And that ends the second last bout of the day, I think, down here at Quad Save the Queen on Woofter TV, presented by CRDL and Down Under Derby TV. I am Bullseye from the Canberra Roller Derby League, and our coverage today has been made possible by Spank Alley, Tavish Designs and Better Bearings.
Hello, Internet. Welcome to the lucky last game of the Quad Save the Queen tournament. I am Kink Panther. This is Perth Roller Derby League versus Varsity, lining up for the first jam.
That one's got no one else.
And the calm before the storm. 5 seconds called. Everyone gets that little bit lower. And we have Laser Station for Varsity. And number 4H. Valentine for Perth Roller Derby. Laser Station makes it out the front for lead jammer, but Valentine is hot on her heels. A little stumble. She is coming back. Will she call it? Laser Station calls it off. No points either side. And we line up for jam number 2. Cherry Bomb for Varsity is lining up against number 2, Fatality. Fatality makes it out for lead jammer against the 2 Varsity blockers, but Cherry Bomb comes up behind her. Fatality is 20 feet from the pack.
And Cherry Bomb's hot on her tail.
Calling it off. None for Varsity. The full 4 for Perth. And for the third jam of this evening, we've got 007 Blocked a Pussy lining up against 328 Peacock. Peacock is only taking on 1 Varsity blocker, but Blocked a Pussy makes short work of the 3 wall coming up behind her.
Peacock has lead jammer for West Coast Eagles.
A close call, 4 for Perth and 1 for Varsity. And now we have Laser Station number 0 jamming against 408. At 1408, Ophelia Terra, taking on 3 walls apiece. Ophelia is stuck behind the Varsity wall while Laser Station is getting recycled. Laceration looks to get out on the outside line but is knocked out again.
Ophelia Terra is lead jammer for West Coast Eagles.
And Ophelia Terra is looking for that last little bit to get around the Varsity blocker at the front. She's stuck behind a 2 wall. 08 Show Dirt, carefully keeping packed between the 2 walls. Laser Station looking to find a way through the very quick and Laser Station's knocked out a second time.
Both jammers are fighting really hard to get through that pack.
Got Ophelia Terra still battling with those front 2 skaters, but she is out for 4 points, followed behind quickly by Laser Station. Laser Station on her initial pass, no points for Varsity yet. We are currently sitting at 12-1. Ophelia calling it off, looking for points, and 2 she is rewarded with.
None for varsity.
That's okay. And the next jam we have 1956 Cherry Bomb, jamming against 417. 4H. Sorry, Ballantyne again. The 4 wall of Perth blockers against the 2 wall of varsity blockers. And Cherry Bomb receives a cut on MK47.
4H is through for lead jammer.
This is a power jam in Perth's favour, as 4H has 2 more blockers to deal with before she makes it out the front for her scoring pass. Called out of play, 5 points to Perth, taking their score to 19-1.
And she's made it through again.
Another full house, 5 points to Perth. And 2 more skaters to deal with. She's looking for that out of play call so she can wander on out to get that full house 5 in the sky.
And Cherry Bomb's back in the pack, and she's made it through.
Making it through on her initial. Ballantyne is going to see if she can score some more points.
And she calls
gets
it off.
2 more, calling it off. 31-1. Timeout. Timeout is called to Varsity Derby League. While we've got the second, I'd like to give a shout out to our sponsors for this live stream. We've got this wouldn't be possible without the help of Spank Alley Tavish Designs and Better Bearings. For all of you who weren't able to make it down to chilly Canberra this winter weekend, we're very happy to have you here on the internet. Even if you are in Canberra and just can't make it out to Tuggeranong, a lot of people can't. It's quite far. As the rolling whistle goes, we have Fatality lining up, number 112 against number 08, Joe Dirt. We have 2 4 walls. And as they both stare longingly at the inside line, let's see what happens. Joe Dirt takes the inside, but number 58 is helping her out.
Fatality's fighting through a very strong varsity wall there.
08, Joe Dirt is dealing with a triangle of doom, as some may call it.
Oh, there's some amazing blocking going on out there today, King.
Yes. And 007 blocked a pussy is sent to the bin. Fatality has only 2 blockers left to deal with.
No, the
but she is
made it
knocked
through.
out and recycled. Dealing again with the 3 blockers. As we have those 2 triangles and a cut called on Joe Dirt as she quickly tried to step in before anyone could run her back. Just a bit too slow, and she will sit 30 seconds for that. And
Fatality is lead jammer, and she's just made it through the pack again.
Yes, she has made it through for 5 in the sky, 5 points on the board, taking us to 36. 2 varsities, 1. Now, as they speed up the pack, Fatality is ducking left and right to try and make her way out, but makes it through on 1 skate to collect another 5. 2 more triangles of doom have formed. Jammers are fighting left and right, getting knocked out, coming back in. And as Perth move to the front, Joe Dirt has that scent of freedom. But a little slip. And she's made it through on her initial pass. 5 in the sky as time runs out. So we are still looking at that one single solitary point for Varsity Derby League.
Lining up for Varsity, we have Laceration, or Laser Station, as she prefers to be called now.
Yes, she does.
And Peacock.
Peacock strutting her stuff. Jumping around as number 9-8, Laura Gravity, tries to give her a sweep. Before Laser Station makes it out of the pack for Varsity's lead jammer. Let's see if she can add some more points to that single solitary one. Perth have formed a wall at the back and Laser Station hits hard, getting her hips past some players and trying to call it off to no avail as refs can't see her hands. Peacock has made it out the front for a full 4. Laser Station calls it off, but only for 3. Sucks when that happens.
It sure does.
Yeah, when you get stuck up in there and you can't do those big hands. Refs don't have laser vision.
Okay, so we have Cherry Bomb up for Varsity this time.
And Ophelia Terra. 5 seconds called. As the Ophelia Terra tries to force. As Cherry Bomb forces Ophelia Terra all the way out, coming to eat the baby, I think. It's an interesting choice for a team who's behind on points, but one they've made nonetheless. As they come forward to form some walls. Let's see where Cherry Bomb takes it. The baby is eaten and Cherry Bomb's out, but not for lead jammer as she has not passed the Perth skaters. And Cherry Bomb is knocked out by number 2-5. And as the triangle of death forms for Varsity, Ophelia pushes them all the way, 10 feet away, and gets a no pack called. She comes around for another sneaky 4 points. Cherry Bomb steps back in for a cut on number 2-5, Lib. And as another power jam starts for Perth, Perth have gotten a goat in ginger ale. As Cherry Bomb has gotten back on the track. We are now looking at Peacock fighting through. No, sorry, Ophelia Terra fighting that square wall for Varsity. And as out of play gets called, she gets another 5 in the sky. Eat the babies are exciting, but mainly when they work.
Yes.
That was very interesting to look at, but not very effective, unfortunately. So now we are looking at 4 points for Varsity to Perth's 60. As we line up Joe Dirt versus Ballantyne. A little quick cuddle for Ballantyne from number 9-8, Laura Gravity. And the fight begins. Joe Dirt attempts to come around the outside, but
Great
is done for another cut
Chili Pepper recycles.
as she rolled back in. So another power jam to Perth, and Ballantyne stretches out varsity, making it for their initial. And a hard knock from Repercussions plops Ballantyne on her ass. What? Sorry. And 5 in the sky for Ballantyne, and Perth Roller Derby's score goes 65-4 as Joe Dirt is released back into the pack. An attempted hit out and another 5 in the sky. Joe Dirt is fighting through, looking to get out on her initial, and this time the hop around the inside line works out for her, and she is awarded not the jammer. And lining up for our next jam is Laser Station.
And Fatality.
Interesting enough, Perth are doing a lot of this 3 in a brace, which we didn't see in the last game varsity played. We saw a lot of 2 Texases. And as Laser Station really aware of that track, she makes it back in, avoiding that cut. But Fatality is out.
As a lead jammer, breaking through that back varsity wall.
Fatality is fighting for those points as Laser Station fights to have the opportunity to score points. What we're seeing a lot of in this game is these 2 triangles, the really dynamic turning triangles. As soon as they look like they're getting out, oh no, there's another blocker. And as both jammers struggle, there's a bit of jammer on jammer action as Fatality tries to force Laser Station out. But Laser Station has made it, looking worn and weary, but it is for 0 points.
Well, she did force Fatality into calling off the jam.
Yes. And now we have 3-2-8 Peacock.
And Blocktopussy.
We are looking at varsity adopting a similar tactic to Perth as a 3-wall forms while another skater goes to assist. Blocktopussy has broken up that wall but is now faced with the 2 Perth players before getting out for lead jammer. Let's see if we can add to this 4 points. And as she is knocked out and recycled by the captain, 88, Dawson. Blocktopussy is coming round, and now 3-2-8 Peacock is coming around looking for points, and 1, 2. She's got at least 2 there. 2 points for Perth to 3 for varsity. Do you know what makes our job easier, Bobbin?
What makes our job easier, Kink?
Armbands. Do you know who makes awesome armbands?
Who makes awesome armbands?
Spank Alley. Spank Alley are the creators of awesome armbands and those shiny, shiny panty covers that you can see on our pivots and jammers. Have trouble with your marker rubbing off? Get an armbands from Spank Alley. And as we come back to the game, number Ophelia Terra is back out, coming to score points, but Cherry Bomb is also out as not lead jammer. She's looking for some points against, but is called before she can get there.
It was a really good effort there, though. Cherry came into the back of the pack and turned around.
Yes, there was a lot of speed coming in there as well.
Sure was.
Do you know what really... Is that something you don't see every day? I'm looking at the ref Tomahawk, and I can see 2 whistles. I can see one on his mouth and one in his hands. That is what I call prepared. So here we have Laser Station and 112 Fatality jamming. Those 2 triangles of doom moving left and right, stopping the jammer in their tracks, but a quick juke to the outside and Fatality's around. And Laser Station's not far behind her as she pushes the last jammer out to 20 feet. Fatality makes it through the 4 and gets all the points. All the points for you, Fatality. Well, except the jammer point, but close enough. We have a timeout to Perth. And I think I'd like to take now, let's talk about how great all the teams we have at this tournament are. We've got teams from 4 states? I'm not very good at geography.
Okay.
We've got
ACT.
Well, ACT is a territory. We've got Sydney from New South Wales. We've got Southside from Sydney, New South Wales. We have WA from Perth. We have Water Skates. We have Northside Rollers from Victoria.
Yes.
We have Perth Roller Derby, who are from Perth. We have Convict City Rollers, who are from
Tasmania.
I didn't know that. And we have Richter City from New Zealand, which is just like a state of Australia. Sorry, New Zealand. And we have South Sea, who are from New South Wales, South Coast? Victorian South Coast. There's a couple of SSS coastal teams. You've got... No, that's a Sydney team. You've got the Sirens. You've got the Byron Sirens. You've got the South Sea Sirens. There's a lot of Sirens. And there was the old Sydney team, the Screaming Assault Sirens.
Southside.
Sirens are good. And, of course, Varsity Derby League as well from Canberra City. What's the weather like in Perth?
I believe it's quite warm at the moment.
Quite warm at the moment? Yes. Well, the chilly -6 of this morning, and I think it's chilling down a bit now as well.
I dare say they'd be feeling that cold.
Yes. Although everyone, interestingly enough, today is wearing quite long pants. Well, for Derby anyway. We saw previously. If you haven't seen them already, go take a look at Richter City. They are rocking, and I say rocking, some crop top uniforms. Very nice. I appreciate the risk for art. And you may be able to see this on the screen. We have a sacrifice for the love of Derby, wiping up a sweat patch with her pants. Number 11, Wheels McCoy. Wheels McCoy, we salute you. You are an honourable person. Thank you, Wheels McCoy. And I'm also really impressed with Wheels McCoy. The fact she has her Derby number tattooed on her arm. That is some commitment. And now jamming for Varsity, we have 007, Baloctopussy.
And 328, Peacock.
As a little juke left and right from Baloctopussy. Takes some time, but...
Peacock is through for lead jammer. No.
328 is called for a cut. That little trip and fall as her toe stop and wheel went out before she was... Even as she was going down, has sent her to the bin.
Did she get lead jammer status before she was sent to the bin?
I think she was awarded it. And see what's going on with Baloctopussy. And Baloctopussy has made it past that wall, and the last... Yes, she must have, because the Baloctopussy has not got it.
Has not lead jammer status.
Yes. Peacock is now standing in the bin. How will Baloctopussy use her time? We have a full 2-minute jam ahead of us. The last two from Perth are being pushed out to 20 feet as she's ran back a little bit, but it is for naught. And Blocked Pussy's through for 5 points. And a little grab of the ear would suggest a high block, but nothing was called, so it may or may not have happened. As Repercussions is recycling the girls from Perth, Blocked Pussy is going all the way back, getting her soul a bit crushed. As a panty pass has happened with Perth, and 6-0. Wood has made it round. And Wood has got 4 points. A panty pass also from Varsity to 375, Ginger Ale. She takes on the Triangle of Death now, and as no packs called, she skates on through. And the always ever winning Zebra Huddle and NSOs call off the jam.
And they've called an official timeout.
I'm gonna go find out what happened.
So while we just go down and find out what's happening with the official timeout, I'd like to thank Spank Alley for making this coverage possible, and Tavish Designs, and also Better Bearings.
Throwing stuff in the bin over the list. Got it.
It was a double official review. I'll be right back.
Looks like that's a double official review. Not quite sure what that means, but we'll find out pretty soon when the kid gets back. Quad Save the Queen on WFTDA TV is presented by CRDL and Down Under Derby TV. There's a bit of on-track dancing going on as we wait to find out what happened with the official reviews as it was now.
So we had official review City down there. 2 for the price of 1. Neither were unfortunately upheld. It was a question of the cut on the jammer, the Perth jammer, on turn 1. Varsity were looking for an in-sub, and Perth were looking for a no-cut. But back to the game at hand, we have 08 Joe Dirt jamming for Varsity, and 1408 Ophelia Terra jamming for Perth. And Ophelia Terra is almost out, dealing with those last 2 Varsity blockers. Getting a hand from 1-6. And Joe Dirt struggling at the back of the pack.
Ophelia's finding it very hard to get through those 2, get past those 2 Varsity blockers.
And some little skips on her toe stop. Joe Dirt makes it to the front. And she is now lead jammer. But followed closely behind by Ophelia Terra. We have Varsity trying to slow down the pack. And Joe Dirt calling it off. Grabbing another 4 points for Varsity. 2 Perth's 0.
So who have we got lining up now, King?
We have number 0, Laser Station, against 4H.
Valentine.
We have
Another
the
timeout.
alternate sheriff going in to talk to the officials. And head ref Vector. And Joe Dirt is sent back to the bin. Not quite sure what for. Three points for Varsity, I stand corrected. And so now it is single Lonely Valentine lining up against a 3-wall from Varsity, as a lovely conga line of Perth have formed. What they're going to do is sweep everyone to the inside, creating a full lane for Valentine to waltz all the way up.
And that move was executed perfectly.
Oh yes, it worked exactly as they planned. And as Varsity have plans of their own, they form a 3-wall, knocking Valentine to the ground. Looking to get around her, knocking her down again.
Some great blocking by Jay Peps there from Varsity.
And last chance dash, unfortunately unsuccessful for Jay Peps. Joe Dirt enters the and Joe
Easy
Dirt
pass,
has
is it?
stashed the panty. She is still jammer as Terra Smackville, the pivot, is sent to the bin. She is through the pack. Calling it off. No points for Varsity, 4 for Perth. And we have some cheers
Go
for
Team
Team
Zebra.
Zebra. Team Zebra, the team that always wins. And
So we have Fatality up again.
number 0, Laser Station. That same 3 in a brace wall from Varsity. And the 3 brace wall from Perth as well. A cut issued to Laser Station. And a power jam to Perth. As Sylvia, Psychopath, recycles Fatality to reform with Terra Smackdal. But Fatality makes it through. And Fatality is knocked out again. Looking to take her all the way back. And Fatality has found her way through for lead jammer. Okay. Varsity are trying to set up a wall, but Perth are having none of that. And Fatality comes through, little jump on the inside. Another 5 points. Calling it off before Laser Station can step on the track. Dreams so close. Reality so far. So we're currently looking at a score of 112 to 15. I think when the score is the same as a skater's number, 112 Fatality, it is time to buy the commentators a drink.
I think this is the first time that we've seen Ginger Ale up skating as jammer for Varsity during this game.
Yes, during this tournament, we have seen her as the pivot taking a panty pass, but this is her first go at jamming. Let's have a look how she goes. As Perth executes some jammer on jammer action. Ginger is knocked out, but so is Perth's jammer 328 Peacock. And 375 is Ginger Ale is coming round, looking to get through. Coming around the outside, meeting that triangle of death again. All the way recycled for Peacock. A little bit further, and she makes it.
And Ginger Ale
She has become a lead
for lead jammer. Hey, that's a pretty good effort for her first jam of the tournament.
Oh, it's always exciting when that happens. Peacock is hot on her heels, but let's see how many points she can score before the jammer gets it. And a little apex hop from Perth scores them some points. 4 for Varsity and 4 for Perth. Close.
That was some exciting derby there.
So close. And now we have Cherry Bomb against Ophelia Terra. Both blockers running up. We have a pivot line start. Ophelia Terra running up, but knocked down as her wall meets Varsity's. Knocked out by a low block, the refs determine. Cherry Bomb is still fighting. And Ophelia Terra has made it out the front for lead jammer. And Ophelia Terra meets Varsity, looking to score some points, while Cherry still works on that initial. She's pushing that through wall out as far as she can, while they flip and turn and twist. Cherry almost out, and just that little bit. With a bit of a laugh, she heads all the way back behind the pack. Sometimes you just gotta laugh from stopping yourself from crying when you get your soul crushed. And she comes in at the front of the pack after the skater who knocked her out takes a bit of a stumble. Calling it off, the full 5 for Perth and none for Varsity.
That's some excellent defense there by Varsity. They were making it very hard for her to get through.
Oh yes, that last pass was a struggle.
I think she came up against the cleaver quite a few times.
Oh yes, the cleaver. She will send you flying. Now we have a bit of difference. We have a butt wall from Varsity, and we have 2-3 Jilly Pepper sitting up behind the Perth wall. But Blocked Pussy doesn't care. She takes the outside line. She don't need no help. She's a strong, independent woman. And she is
makes it
out for
through.
lead jammer.
Lead jammer.
And
Belle the Beast was working very hard to try to get the jammer out then.
but a little stumble means it doesn't count as they sweep and slam each other. Block-to-Pussy calls it off. 0 for Perth, 3 for Varsity. That's what you want to see. And we've hit halftime. The scores are 1-1. Up meeting Varsity's 22.
Oh yeah, it's fine. Yeah, no, initially it was really quiet, and I was being really quiet as well, but I was like, I can't believe shit. But, yeah, it's fine. Yeah. Take a look then. Shit! It'll be fine. Yeah. Huh? No, I'm good, thanks. You okay? Yeah. Yeah, I'm fine. Yeah. I'm only ever really. Yeah. KP's a little weird. Like, kind of shared to you before. But, he's not really a talkative dude, so. It's not a thing. Holy shit! Joe Dirt. No, her penalty board. Oh god, Joey. Sweetheart. Bell and Psycho are the only. Bell, Psycho, and Mara are the only ones without penalties. Winner. Want some chips? I'll do cold KP chips.
You get KP chips.
No. I'm not scared.
No, there was that time when she took her knee pad off
Yeah.
and put it on her face and then strapped it up.
Oh my god.
Yes. It was after the training session.
Yeah. Oh god.
Nothing scares me.
No. Nothing scares me after going 1v1 with fucking what's her name? When I went 1v1 at Blunt with Stephanie Maney.
Yeah.
That hurt.
Well, what was that time when big fucker fell on my back locked me and put on top of me
Oh.
and had people that were sympathizing with me.
Behemoth Saxon?
G-Man.
G-Man. Oh Jesus, he's big.
Come on me, like directly on me.
Yeah.
And then he got backed off and I got up and kept skating. It was okay. It was, wasn't
Yeah.
big.
you, it'll be fine. It'll be great. Jordy will just send me a text. Huh? No. Wait, he's also in 7. Most property just
I think I met you before at maybe at the Portrait Gallery. Do you work there?
I don't work there.
Or maybe
I used to work there, well, at Mooch.
Okay, yeah, maybe I met you with Karen.
But I had
Let me
art
see Karen.
Ooh, so fancy.
Yeah, I met you with Karen. I remember meeting you. Yeah, it was at the school of
Whoa.
Coming over there, meeting Karen, and it just started Derby. And I was like, oh,
Ugh. What happened there?
it wasn't me.
Ugh. Yeah. Alright.
Phoenix chips.
I don't know. I'm putting it in my body. I'm not good.
Karen's just going overseas. She's just overseas.
Doing the summer thing over in
I did a letterpress workshop with her a few weeks ago. It was really fun. First time I done that.
Great. I got it.
Slowly. Be faster. Be faster, brother. Huh? Yeah.
Touch it. Yeah. First, don't touch
Yeah. Yeah, I'll touch you. You need something, Kat?
Yeah.
I found her. I find a
Hey,
fascination.
It's disgusting. She's
What?
like, she's disgusting. She's
Oh, there's lots of them waiting. No.
Is it there? Oh, there we go. Fun.
And with 48 seconds to go, we are back for the Quad City of the Queen tournament. Last bout of the day, Varsity Derby League against Perth Roller Derby West Coast Evils. So for next, we are looking at a score difference of 121 to 22. A score difference of 99, if my maths is correct.
That is correct.
Yes. Laser Station looking slightly concerned. While Ballantyne does some stretches. Dropping it low. Looking where she wants to go. Laser Station, we have seen this before, looking down the outside line, sorry. Ballantyne lined up straight behind her, gonna try and follow her through. But to no success, she is caught behind the varsity wall, while Laser Station is left to push out the front. Laser Station bouncing inside, outside, every side, looking to find a way around that triangle of death, while Ballantyne makes it all the way out to become lead jammer. And Laceration is getting recycled all the way to the back, but because the last player went out of play, she didn't have to go in behind her. And she's made it to the front as Ballantyne scrambles desperately to get some points. She's calling it off.
Zero points for Varsity and 2 points for Perth. So lining up again, we have Ginger Ale for Varsity and Fatality.
And 1-1-2 Fatality. Both taking a run at those walls. But as Varsity Onion rounds, Fatality almost out, but finds nothing more but the same out the other side. Fatality is taking a hard, tough push. Ginger Ale coming back, having a soul crush, reconsidering her life choices, but she is out to claim lead jammer for Varsity. Ginger Ale now sitting on 100% lead jammer status, as Varsity Derby League slows down the pack for Ginger Ale to make points. Perth makes it all around the inside for a 4-point pass, and Ginger Ale is still stuck at the back. Perth twist and turn. 4 for Varsity and 4 for Perth, making it an even 0 on that pass, so 4-4 for that jam.
So next up we have Block to Pussy for Varsity and
Peacock
for West Coast Evils.
And as we set up that Texas wall at the back,
Peacock's coming up against Sylvia Psychoplath, holding her back very well.
And we've got Perth forming that 3 wall to hold Block to Pussy but a down skater, Peacock in fact, a down jammer takes her out. But as she takes to the inside line and is knocked out, she has to reconsider her options, come around all the way, and in a neck-and-neck race,
Peacock is through.
Peacock is through for lead jammer.
Pussy has chased and run past her, causing Peacock to call it off.
It's always good when you get the opportunity to do that. So tricky when it's so close coming out of the pack. Both of them climbed out of the pack at the same time, but that's why the refs are so close and we are so far. Cleaver taking a grip, Cherry Bomb, taking a grip on 3XL Cleaver and number 7 Belle the Beast, while Perth's Ophelia Terra is coming up against Laceration and juking inside outside. She makes it around the last varsity blocker where Cherry Bomb is right behind her. And Ophelia Terra is thinking 1, 2 points. Calls it off. 0 for varsity and 4 for Ophelia Terra. And we now look at the score 1-3-2, 2-2-6 versus 2-6. And a pivots line start gives both jammers a run up. Ginger Ale coming around the outside and pushing up against that evil wall. No pack is called, but quickly reformed, and neither jammer is released after an assist from her friend.
Third time lucky, Ginger Ale makes it through for lead jammer again.
Still 100% lead jammer status. Ginger definitely had her wheat bix this morning. And she is coming around to that 3-brace wall, looking for some points, while 1-1-2, Fatality still struggles with varsity. Recycled again. And as Ginger's friends come to help out, she takes a couple of knocks, but she's back at it. Pushing hard and pushing fast. And the pack has nearly come to a standstill as both walls are solidly formed, but Ginger Ale is through for a 4-point pass. And just behind her, Fatality comes through on her initial. Now she'll try and make a couple points just to call it off. And 1 to Perth, 0 to varsity. And 2 points to varsity. After a little correction from a referee. And now we have jamming 007, Blocked a Pussy, and Ballantyne, who is already up and gone. While Pussy moves left and right, looking to find a way, and a little toe stop work makes around the outside, proving not only Trailer Park Girls go round the outside. And Ballantyne's through for her scoring pass. And just as Blocked a Pussy hits the pack for 0, Ballantyne is called for a full 4 points.
It seems to be a strategy that's being used a lot during this tournament.
Yep.
Calling it off before the other team can get any points.
Yeah, definitely. Because they are looking at points differential to determine our flash finals. It is important to leave as few points behind as possible So not playing those risky moves. And Laser Station is up, jamming, pushing that box all the way to the front. And pushed out and recycled by the captain, 88, Thorson.
I can see Peacock there. She's through.
Oh, that was a pretty little move. That was also a cut, apparently.
Yes.
So, is this our first power jam for varsity? I'm not sure. Well, it is a power jam now, and Laser Station is making the best of it. She is lead jammer. All her eggs are in the basket. I think he's counting the eggs in her basket. I don't even know. I just made up a new saying. And she's made it through. 5 points for Laser Station. Full house. Let's see how we go. A knock to a one blocker left. And she pushes everyone out all the way. And the lucky last blocker out of play as Laser Station is let through. Peacock back on the track, looking for vengeance. She is almost, and a hit to Psychopath by her own player sees her down, but also the jammer. And Laceration calling it off for another 4-point pass and 0 to Perth.
And she's looking pretty pleased with herself there too, isn't she?
Looking a little stoked, I'd say. And now we're looking at a shiny 46 for varsity and to Perth's 137.
Ginger Ale up again for varsity.
And 1408, Ophelia Terra. Ophelia Terra looking for that shirt whip off 25. Lieb to get around the outside. But the varsity wall knocks her down. And 3XL called for a large counter-directional that knocks Ophelia Terra to the ground. But she shakes it off, gets up, and gets lead jammer. 375, Ginger Ale is still working on that initial pass with that Perth wall. But as Ophelia Terra rounds the corner, varsity has to turn their attentions back to her. And Ophelia through for a 5-point pass. Correction. Ginger Ale looking to get those points. But a slow 2-wall has stopping her up.
And some great bridging there by Perth.
And she has finished her initial pass. But Ophelia Terra quickly calling it off, looking for points. 2 for her efforts. Seems super tough out there today, eh, Bob?
Sure does.
Those walls are going so slow.
And everyone's fighting so hard for each and every point.
Yep. The funny thing is, we're getting those two sort of sides of derbies, those really slow walls and those really fast packs. It's really a show of a team being able to read the jammer and tell what they can do. And Cherry Bomb with a sneaky step through her own wall to take on that Triangle of Doom of Perth, while 1-1-2 Fatality is left to deal with the varsity wall, but as varsity comes into contact with Perth, they fracture, letting Fatality through. But Cherry is out, making a run for it. Let's see what she can do. And out for all the points, Fatality. Timeout, Perth. And a real challenge of this game is that it is the last game of the day. It is 7 o'clock or so here, 7:30ish, something like that. Not quite, like 8. I'm really bad at telling the time. We've worked out two things.
Hey,
I'm really
It's obviously pretty late.
I'm
Alright.
really bad at geography and time telling.
And some of us actually arrived here at 7 a.m. this morning.
Yes.
So it's a very long day.
Our wonderful skaters, crews, and also our amazing merch stalls as well. So if you're not lucky enough to be here, or if you're coming in another day, our vendor village has some awesome things to demonstrate, such as 8-track, Bob and Weaver, Derby Obsessed, Rad Knickknacks, Resin Doll, Aloha, Pinup Paradise, Dirty Hippie Cosmetic, and Wix and Wax. These are all locally owned businesses, not locally owned, but Australian owned businesses that are coming through, and they can be found online. But as we go back to the action, Blocktopussy has come out for a lead jammer against the Perth jammer 4H Ballantyne. Ballantyne's still working on her initial, the last blocker to deal with. She gets knocked out, but after some quick footwork, makes it back in before being recycled. Puss gets through for the shiny 4.
Blocktopussy calls it off, and Varsity receive 4 points.
Fitty for Varsity.
Yeah.
Fun thing from Canberra, we have Varsity Derby League, and the A teams from Canberra Roller Derby are called Vice City. So, not to get the two confused, but the two are confusing. And back to the jam, we have number 0 Laser Station and 112 Fatality coming up, and Laser Station makes a little crawl of desperately trying to avoid that cut, and she is taken aback and reattempts her way through the Perth wall, knocked to her knees again, and she gets up, pushing them all the way out, looking for that last little bit, but she is knocked out again and attempted to recycle. She's got one to take on, and she is through. Lead jammer for all her hard work is given to her, and Varsity knocks the Perth player out. Fatality, but she is through for lead jammer. And don't you love it when that happens? A little duck, and she disappears.
It's another 4 points for Varsity, scored by Laser Station.
Laser Station. You look once, she's there. You look another time, she disappears. The power of levels, people. 375, Ginger Ale, not to be confused with Ginger Ali, who is not a skater.
1408, Ophelia Terra.
Ophelia Terra.
Ophelia Terra.
Ophelia Terra is coming. We have two walls melding into one, all blockers blocking both jammers in an attempt not to have any jammer go out. But Belle the Beast knocks Ophelia Terra out, and she is met again with the Varsity wall. Just as they come round, and Ophelia Terra is out for lead jammer. Ginger L knocked to the outside line, and a penalty is given. The confused looks are given to the refs, and someone leaves the track. Ophelia Terra is coming back looking for points. And as a Varsity skater goes to the bin, Ophelia Terra is through for points. Looking for that penny pass. We have Repercussion, who is stashing the penny, trying desperately not to give away the fact she is now the jammer, but now everyone knows, and Perth are through. And with one more to deal with, she is looking to get around, and she makes it through to become not lead jammer. Ophelia Terra calling it off. 4 points. And now we are looking at scores of 161 to 54 for Varsity. Now we have Blocktopussy up against 328 Peacock. And Blocktopussy taking a little jog before the whistle, hoping to confuse the other jammer. But she is knocked out by Perth and is heading back in behind them. Peacock is pushing and pushing against that triangle wall at the front, and Blocktopussy is knocked out again. Another time, third time lucky, Blocktopussy is pushing through. She has made it around to the front. And some toe stop work sees her through for lead jammer.
Wow, that initial pass seemed to go on forever.
Yeah, there was a lot of work going on there. And an attempted apex jump. Store a fall. And a misconduct issued as she headbutted someone in the abdomen. That is what is important about knowing the impact spectrum in Derby. And as the last Perth jam, the new Perth jammer 6060 is coming round looking to score some more points. The pivot penny left at the back of the track, and 6060 is heading all the way around. She's picking up her pivot penny, stuffing it in her bra, and Blocktopussy is back, making an entrance. And knocked out again. 6060 would. Three for Perth and 4 for Varsity. We are looking at scores of 6-3 to 1-6-4 for Perth.
So we have Valentine 4H. Oh, hang on.
Hang on, we have something happening. We have some words being exchanged between the Perth alternate and head ref Vector. If you'll notice, Vector is on blades. It is not allowed in Woofter? I'm not sure anymore. We have so many rule changes. But he is wearing a lovely Woofter patch, which would suggest otherwise.
I believe that referees are allowed to skate on rollerblades, but not players.
Interesting. Very interesting.
Happy to be wrong on that point.
Yes. We'll have to have someone look it up. And the refs are in their little huddle of stripes, having a chat about what seems to be going on. An official timeout has now been signaled by our lovely jam timer. And a teapot dancer in shoes.
Is it a teapot dance or is it the beginning of YMCA?
I don't know. That's up to you. It's kind of a sugar bowl. I think no, it's timeouts are a team timeout is like a teapot dance because you yeah. Yeah. consideration of all the options of what referees were thinking, I think it's meant to be pointing at their lovely backs with their black blocks with names on them. And as the refs have a word to our lovely NSOs, a rolling whistle is called. And we get back to game. Cherry Bomb jamming for Varsity and 4H Ballantyne for Ward. Perth. And are we going to do this again? We are going to attempt to eat the baby again. And Varsity is running in front of Varsity's Cherry Bomb, and Ballantyne are taking a very long run up to hit each wall, and Cherry Bomb is coming up against that Perth wall, but the slow triangle takes all her speed. And with a little help from Lieb 25, Ballantyne is out. Finished her initial pass. But Laser Station has the final word on that.
She wasn't making that easy for her, was she?
No. 2 blockers left for Varsity. And we now have a power jam as Cherry Bomb has headed to the bin. I didn't see that.
Oh, that's
Just
nasty.
never good for a commentator. I was too distracted. Ballantyne full house, 5 points. Highest of 5s. Ballantyne getting knocked to the outside. Toe stop, stopping her going out.
2
as
Varsity
she
blockers on track.
She's having a fight with Laser Station, and we have a foul out from Joe Dirt 08. That cut was her lucky last penalty.
Oh, I just saw a panty pass.
Oh, a penny pass to Laser Station from Cherry Bomb. Rounding the corner, 20 feet out of the pack. Perth calls it. No points for Varsity.
So tell me, Kink, what does a skater need to do to foul out of a game?
What a skater needs to do is do 7 very naughty things, such as blocking to illegal zones of another skater, doing what we call a technical penalty, like you cannot go outside the track and come back in front of someone else, or pack-related penalties, or the P's you see. And we have an official timeout called. Refs considering their life choices, having a chat to the NSOs, setting up some dates, setting up a date for the after party. Who knows? Finding a drinking buddy for later to dine. It is. There is, after all, only 8 minutes left, and no one wants to be alone at the bar. Ginger Ale lining up against the lovely Ophelia Terra. And Varsity again leaving that outside line open, but she is willing to take the risk and go inside. And Ginger Ale is lead jammer again. I think she's still got 100% lead jammer. Status bobbin.
Wow. Just so Cleaver just got put into the penalty box.
Oh no. So Ophelia Terra with 1 less blocker to work on to get out for her initial pass. But she stays in. And she is... Nope. Lead has been taken, but it was not claimed. And Ginger calls it off before Ophelia got recycled. Ophelia looking very confused as her ref called her as lead. It happens.
Yes, it's fairly it's fairly easy to make mistakes.
Communication is the most important thing in a relationship, and sometimes things are forgotten, mistakes are made. But moving on, Jamnesia, Blocked a Pussy is in 4-0 for varsity, and she makes quick work of the wall, coming out for lead jammer, where H2 Ballantyne is still working on that initial, scoring some points, getting past some hips. Blocked a Pussy is moving in this really fast pack, but as they slow down, Ballantyne is rounding the corner, and more than a couple points there were scored. 4 for varsity, and we'll see how many to Perth. 2 to Perth. Less than ideal, but it could have been a lot worse. This is why we have our lovely benchies. Those guys standing, waving their arms like crazy. Sometimes they have something interesting to say, sometimes they don't. I'd like to commend both our benchies, Mr. Sheriff A, and our benchie for Perth is not listed here, but they both have fabulous long locks and fabulous beards. Going back to the game though, Laceration takes a step around the outside. She goes through for not lead jammer as Ophelia Terra comes around on her scoring pass. And Ophelia Terra makes a call just in time to score 4 points, while Laser Station is left with nothing. Yeah, so I don't know if you've looked. Fabulous hair, fabulous beards. Do you think it adds to their wisdom?
Well, they say it does.
They look like wizards. Speaking of which, our Australian men's team, the Wizards of Oz, they're a very cool bunch of dudes. You should support them on the Wizards of Oz GoFundMe. Correction, there will be a GoFundMe, but not yet. And back to the game. H2 Fatality. And 1956 Cherry Bomb out for lead jammer. Hot on her heels Fatality though. Let's see what she makes of this. Cherry Bomb sprinting as quickly as she can. Calling off just one for Cherry Bomb, and that is enough. That is enough to make her scream with joy. And none for Perth. And as we look at 4 minutes left, we are looking at 71 to 185 in favor of the West Coast 2 Evils. 5 seconds called. Ballantyne and Laser Station. Ballantyne running around the outside of the varsity blocker. Laser Station trying to follow through. And one last-ditch effort from Perth proves to be unsuccessful. Rounding the corner, Ballantyne will claim some points. Let's see, 1 to Perth, none to varsity. Close, but no cigar. And next up we have Ophelia Terra and Blocked a Pussy lining up. Ophelia following her around the outside, a little hop round, and she makes it out for lead jammer. Leaving that outside line open didn't work so well for varsity this time, but as Blocked a Pussy runs all the way back, she's still with Perth, and a no pack is called. Knocked out, but without a chance to recycle. Perth have let her through. Ophelia Terra coming around, looking 10 feet, looking to score some points. Let's see what she can do. Calling it off. 0 for varsity, 1 for Perth.
A couple of 1-point jams there.
Yes, they're doing the most they can without. Both teams are playing very safe. preventing any more points being scored by the other. And we have some decisions being made. A pivot line start for Ginger Ale and Fatality. Ginger Ale is pushing up against that 3 wall of Perth, and Fatality has just made it through varsity to claim lead jammer. And Fatality has come up against the wall of varsity skaters and found not much luck, while Ginger Ale is getting recycled all the way to the back. Terrace Macdal chasing her down, but out of play is called. Ginger Ale still working on her initial, knocking her down. Terrace Macdal is taking Fatality back. And the moment of calm as the whistle blows and everyone looks a little confused before the number goes. Ginger Ale goes all the way back, and Fatality is knocked to the ground at the front. And I believe Fatality has lost a bra strap. That is less than ideal, I would say. I think she needs a stronger bra. Sports, that is not an ideal situation. And knocked out again. And the game clock. The game clock is called. And varsity still on their initial 3 points. Even missing a bra strap to Fatality. Well done. And they just broke the 200 mark. That is a feat. Breaking the 200 mark. Missing a bra strap. Well done. So we are looking 201 to 71, a point differential of 130 to Perth's way. We have the final, and while the refs consider their options and the final score, I'd like to send out one last thank you to our coverage sponsors, Spank Alley, Tavish Designs, and Better Bearings, who made all of this possible. For us to bring these awesome derby games right to your door, or to watch later. And that is our final score.
Officially official.
Officially official. Everyone having a cuddle. And they, as Perth skate off for their lap of glory, they claim that victory in the name of WA. And coming around to high five all the varsity skaters. They're loving it. And that is it. That is all, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh yeah.